Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and I'm very grateful to have you here with me tonight. Before we step into the stories, I want to pause for a moment and ask you gently, how are you feeling today? How is your health? How is your heart? Are you feeling peaceful tonight? Or are you a little tired, stressed, lonely, or worn down from everything the day asked of you? Whatever condition you arrived in, you are welcome here. You don't have to bring perfect energy. You don't have to pretend to be okay. Tonight, you can simply rest, breathe, and let this quiet space hold you for a while. Today is June 26th. Leanh Arshileo. And wherever you're listening from. Thank you for spending part of your night with Chilly Midnight. I also want to remind you about the two versions you may see on this channel. The 8-hour version is made especially for sleep. It is designed to play through the night without mid-roll ads. So you can close your eyes, relax, and drift away without being interrupted in the middle of your rest. The 3-hour version is made for a shorter break. Maybe you're taking a pause after work, relaxing before bed, studying, drawing, working late, or simply needing a quiet escape from the noise of the day. So choose the version that fits your night best. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from, what time it is where you are, and how your mood and health are today. I always love seeing how many different people, places, and quiet lives gather here after dark. And remember, after each story tonight, there will be a fun little riddle for you to answer. So listen closely, stay curious, and see if you can solve it before the answer appears. Now, dim the lights. Get comfortable. Maybe turn on a fan for a soft background hum, and let the weight of the day slowly fall away. For now, it's just you, the quiet night, tonight's strange stories, and a small mystery waiting after each one. So take one slow breath, and let's step quietly into the darkness together. Story 1. At 43 minutes past midnight, Halewick International became less like an airport and more like the memory of one. The bright shops were shuttered behind silver grills. The perfume counters slept under plastic covers. Departures still rolled across the vast blue screens in clean white letters. But most of the flights were red-eye connections to cities that sounded unreal at that hour: Reykjavik, Doha, Anchorage, Singapore. Cleaning carts whispered over the tiles. Somewhere in the ceiling, a loose vent hummed with the stubbornness of an insect trapped behind glass. Marcus Hale stood beside Information Desk C with a radio clipped to his belt, a paper cup of coffee cooling in his hand, and the particular expression of a man who had spent half his life being polite to frightened strangers. He wore the airport's Navy assistant's vest, the one with reflective stripes across the chest and shoulders. The vest made passengers trust him before they knew his name. It meant wheelchairs, lost gates, missed connections, unaccompanied minors, elderly travelers who could not read the monitors quickly enough. People who arrived at midnight in one country and discovered their bodies still belonged to another time zone. Marcus had learned how to soften bad news without changing it. Gate closed. Flight delayed. You'll need to speak to the airline. I'm sorry, but I can't authorize that. He took a drink of coffee and winced. It tasted burnt, metallic, and old enough to have developed opinions. His radio clicked. Marcus, you there? He pressed the side button. Go ahead. Passenger cluster reported near Gate 38B. Old West Spur. Can you take a look? Marcus frowned toward the terminal map mounted beside the desk. Concourse C ran straight for 22 gates before splitting toward international transfers. He knew every wheelchair ramp, every staff lift, every dead corner where passengers liked to panic privately. There was a Gate 38. There was a Gate 39. There had not been a Gate 38B for at least as long as he had worked nights. Gate 38B? He said. A breath of static answered first. Then, that's what the report says. From who? Cleaning crew. Maybe a signage issue. Just clear them out before morning operations. The radio cut before Marcus could ask anything else. He stood there a moment longer, watching his own reflection float over the terminal map. His face looked thinner in the glass than it did in mirrors. The fluorescent lights hollowing his cheeks, silvering the hair at his temples. 41 was not old. But airports had a way of making everyone look either too young to be alone or old enough to have missed something important. He tossed the coffee into a bin and began walking. The Old West Spur was easy to miss if you were not looking for it. Past the duty-free corridor, beyond the prayer room and the closed currency exchange. A narrow passage curved away from the main concourse. Most passengers assumed it led to restrooms or staff offices. The carpet changed there, from the newer charcoal pattern to an older blue one marked with pale gold arcs. The kind of design chosen by committees who believed airports should look optimistic. Halfway down the passage, Marcus noticed the sound change. The main terminal's constant breath faded behind him. No rolling bags. No boarding calls. No distant laughter from delayed tourists pretending they were not exhausted. Only the fluorescent hum remained, stretched thin across the low ceiling. Then he saw the sign. Gate Trezech, P.T.B. White letters on a blue panel, backlit and clean. Beneath it, an electronic display glowed above a closed boarding door. Aurelia Air 604. Departure 1:17 in the morning. Status: delayed. Marcus stopped walking. Aurelia Air no longer operated out of Halewick. He was nearly sure of that. Their counters had been absorbed by another airline after restructuring, maybe 6 or 7 years ago. The logo on the display, a silver bird inside a circle, looked outdated in a way that made his skin prickle, not antique. Not broken, just preserved. 5 passengers sat in the waiting area. An old man in a brown coat held a folded newspaper without reading it. A young woman in business clothes stared at a phone with a black screen. A teenage boy slept across 2 seats with his backpack clutched against his chest. Near the window, a mother bounced a bundled infant that made no sound at all. The last passenger was a woman in a raincoat, standing by the boarding lane, looking directly at the closed door. No one seemed surprised to see Marcus. He put on his work smile. Good evening, everyone. Sorry for the confusion. This gate isn't active anymore, so I'll help get you back to the main concourse. The old man lifted his eyes. They were pale and wet, as if he had been awake for days. Are they boarding soon? He asked. Marcus glanced at the display. There's no boarding from this gate tonight. The businesswoman gave a small laugh without looking up. That's what they said last time. Something in her voice made the air around Marcus feel slightly colder. He stepped closer to the counter. There was no gate agent computer. No scanner. No phone. Only a stack of boarding pass sleeves arranged in a neat fan beside an unplugged microphone. "Who directed you here?" Marcus asked. The mother with the silent baby whispered. "We found it." Marcus turned. "You found the gate?" "No," she said. "The gate found us." The fluorescent lights flickered once. Marcus told himself it was wiring. Old spur. Old fixtures. Probably reopened by mistake during some renovation no one had logged properly. Airports were full of forgotten spaces. Staff rooms became storage closets. Gates were renumbered. Doors were sealed behind advertisements. People imagined systems were clean because the public-facing signs looked clean. He reached for his radio. "Control. This is Marcus at 38B. I've got 5 passengers here. Can you confirm Aurelia Air 604? Static pressed against his ear. Then a boarding chime sounded from the ceiling directly above him. Not the current Hailwick chime. An older one. 3 soft notes. Warm and almost musical. The display changed. Aurelia Air 604. Departure, 1:17 in the morning. Status, boarding soon. The woman in the raincoat turned from the door. For the first time, Marcus saw that she was holding a boarding pass. It was not yellowed, torn, or old. The paper looked freshly printed, still curled slightly from a thermal machine. Her fingers trembled around it. Marcus reached out before he could stop himself. "May I see that?" She handed it to him. The passenger name had been smudged by water, but the time stamp at the bottom was perfectly clear. Printed 18 minutes past 1 in the morning. Marcus stared at it. His watch read 12:51 in the morning. Behind the boarding door, something knocked once from the other side. Marcus did not open the boarding door. That was the first thing he told himself later. Though later had already begun to feel like a place he might never reach. He stood with the woman's boarding pass in his hand, listening to the single knock fade into the silence behind gate 38B, and waited for it to happen again. It did not. The passengers watched him with the patient exhaustion of people who had learned not to expect answers from anyone in a vest. "Probably maintenance," Marcus said. No one asked why maintenance would be behind a sealed jet bridge at nearly 1 in the morning. He handed the boarding pass back to the woman in the raincoat. Up close, he noticed droplets clinging to her sleeves. Though there had been no rain outside when he came in for his shift, her hair was damp at the ends. Her eyes moved not to his face, but to the badge clipped over his chest. "M. Hale," she read softly. "Yes," he said. "Marcus Hale, passenger assistance." The old man folded his newspaper with careful, trembling hands. "Then you help people leave." Marcus almost corrected him. His job was not to help people leave. His job was to help them reach the next authorized point in a process. Ticket counter. Security lane. Transfer desk. Baggage claim. Departure gate. Arrivals hall. Leaving was too large a word. Too personal. Airports did not deal in leaving. They dealt in movement. "I help people get where they need to go," he said. The teenage boy opened his eyes. "That isn't the same thing." Marcus felt irritation rise. Thin and automatic. He had survived years on nights by not taking strange comments personally. Exhaustion made people poetic. Fear made them rude. Delay stripped adults down to children. He had seen men in expensive suits sob at closed counters and grandmothers slap vending machines because the tea came out wrong. "Everyone needs to return to the main concourse," he said. This gate isn't operational. He expected resistance. Instead, all 5 passengers looked toward the corridor behind him. Marcus followed their gaze. The passage he had come through seemed longer now. The blue carpet stretched away under fluorescent panels, each light spaced farther apart than he remembered. At the end, the main concourse should have glowed white and open. Instead, it looked dim, as if someone had lowered a shade over the terminal. His radio crackled. "Marcus?" He lifted it too quickly. "Control. I'm at 38B. I need a supervisor down here." A pause. "Where?" Gate 38B. Old West Spur. Another pause. Longer this time. "Marcus. Concourse C ends at 38 on that side." He closed his eyes. Of course, that was the answer he had expected from the beginning. It should have reassured him. It did not. "Then, I have a signage problem. 5 passengers. And an active display showing Aurelia Air 604. Static filled the radio so densely it sounded like rain. Then Control said, very faintly, "Copy. Stand by." The line died. Marcus lowered the radio. He became aware of his own breathing. Shallow and measured. That was another habit the airport had taught him. Never breathe like the passenger. If they panicked, you slowed your voice. If they shouted, you softened your face. If they cried, you found a tissue, a chair, a rule, a route. There was always a route, except when there wasn't. He had started at Halewick 11 years earlier, after leaving a hotel concierge job where guests became angry if their rooms faced the wrong direction. At the airport, anger had purpose. People were afraid of missing weddings, funerals, surgeries, court dates, interviews, last chances. Marcus found comfort in procedures because procedures made fear sortable. Wheelchair requested. Gate changed. Passport issue. Missed connection. Unaccompanied minor. Passenger distressed. Passenger distressed. The phrase opened somewhere in him like a drawer he had not meant to touch. A woman at a transfer desk years ago, shaking so hard she could not hold her passport. A storm delay. An overbooked connection. Her asking for someone to listen. His supervisor's voice in his earpiece. Impatient. Keep the line moving. His own hand. Light on her elbow. Guiding her, not toward a chair, but away from the counter. He pushed the memory shut. That had been a different terminal. A different airline. A bad night among many bad nights. Whatever had happened afterward had belonged to operations, security, weather, scheduling, the enormous machinery of travel. Not to one assistance worker trying to keep 70 people from missing their flights. The woman in the raincoat was still watching his badge. "Have we met?" Marcus asked. Her mouth trembled with something that was not quite a smile. "You asked me that before," she said. A coldness moved through him. Not on his skin, but beneath it. He stepped back and looked at the display again. Aurelia Air 604. Departure. 1:17 in the morning. Status. Boarding soon. "I'm going to get this removed from the system," he said, though he had no idea whether he meant the flight, the gate, or himself from the room. He walked quickly back down the corridor. This time the main concourse returned all at once. Too bright. Too loud. Too normal. A floor machine hummed near the closed cafe. A cleaner in orange gloves glanced at him without interest. On the nearest monitor, Flight 221 to Toronto blinked delayed in red. Marcus went straight to the staff office behind Information Desk C and logged into the overnight assignment system. His queue showed wheelchair transfers, language assistance, 2 gate change escorts, and 1 priority service note at the bottom. He clicked it. The screen refreshed. Assignment, Passenger Cluster Gate, 38B, status, unresolved. Assigned to M. Hale, time opened, 1:18 in the morning. Marcus stared at the timestamp. Then the printer beside the desk woke by itself and began feeding out a boarding pass. The boarding pass came out slowly, with the delicate, reluctant sound of paper being forced through old teeth. Marcus did not touch it at first. He stood in the staff office with one hand still on the desk, watching the machine finish its work. The printer was part of the assistance station, used for temporary escort tags, wheelchair routing slips, minor service updates. It was not connected to airline ticketing. It could not print boarding documents. It certainly could not print them after midnight for an airline that no longer had counters in the terminal. The paper dropped into the tray. Marcus waited until the office lights flickered before he picked it up. It was a boarding pass sleeve, the same kind he had seen at gate 38B. Fresh thermal paper, clean black letters, no barcode, no seat number, only Aurelia Air 604. Gate 13 PDB. Status, delayed, passenger, pending. At the bottom, where the timestamp should have been, the printer had produced a single line. Do not leave them waiting. Marcus folded the paper once and put it in his vest pocket. He did not know why. Some instinct told him that leaving it on the desk would be worse. As if objects like that behaved differently when abandoned. He checked the assignment system again. The priority note remained open. Passenger Cluster Gate, 38, unresolved. He tried to close it. A red error message appeared. Passengers have not departed. Marcus stared until the letters blurred. Then he logged out, grabbed the emergency key ring from the wall cabinet, and returned to the Old West Spur. The corridor seemed normal at first. Short, carpeted, quiet. He counted 27 steps from the concourse to the first bend, then 18 to the gate area. The numbers calmed him. Airports were made of numbers, gate numbers, flight numbers, boarding zones, seat rows, delay codes, passport digits, baggage tags. Numbers did not care what people felt. At gate 13 Opt B, the 5 passengers sat exactly where he had left them. The old man still held his folded newspaper. The businesswoman still stared at her dead phone. The boy had shifted onto his side, but his face had not changed with sleep. The mother rocked the silent infant, though her arms did not seem tired. The woman in the raincoat stood by the boarding lane. Marcus checked his watch. 1:06 in the morning. He had been gone at least 15 minutes. The display still read, Departure, 1:17 in the morning. Status, boarding, soon. The businesswoman looked up as he entered. Did they say how long? Who? The people who decide. Marcus almost laughed, but her face stopped him. She was not being sarcastic. She looked like someone waiting outside a closed hospital room. I'm still checking, he said. In the meantime, I need everyone to come with me back to the main concourse. No one moved. Now, Marcus added, sharper than he meant. The teenage boy sat up. It doesn't work. What doesn't? Leaving. Marcus turned toward the corridor. Stand up. The boy looked at the others, then obeyed. He was maybe 17. Thin, with bitten nails and a school blazer under a winter coat. He walked past Marcus into the passage. Marcus followed him. They reached the bend together. The boy kept walking. His shoes made no sound on the carpet. At the edge of the light, he seemed to flatten. Not physically, but in attention. Like a face losing focus in a bad photograph. Then he came out of the opposite side of the waiting area. Marcus stopped. The boy reappeared by the windows, pale and unsurprised, walking toward his seat. I told you, he said. Marcus turned back to the corridor. It remained open behind him. Empty. Ordinary. He tried next. He walked down the passage alone. Hand on the emergency key ring. Eyes fixed on the brighter rectangle of the main concourse. He reached the bend, passed under a humming light, and smelled burnt coffee. Then he was back at gate 38B. Standing beside the counter, the mother with the infant whispered, "You get used to it." "No," Marcus said. "You don't." His voice came out too loud. The infant shifted inside its blanket. Marcus heard no cry, only the faint rustle of paper. He made himself breathe evenly. "Phones," he said. "Who has service?" The businesswoman held up her phone. The screen was black. "Battery dead? It says it's calling," she said. She tapped the screen. It lit at once. The call timer showed 0 minutes and 0 seconds. But no number appeared. No ringing. No single bars. Only the word calling. "Who are you trying to reach?" Marcus asked. "My husband," she said. "To tell him I'm not coming home." The old man gave a dry, broken sound that might have been a laugh. Marcus looked at him. "And you?" "My son," the old man said. "To apologize before the surgery. Or after it. I never decided which sounded less cowardly." The teenage boy stared at the floor. "My headmaster. For what? For what I said about Mr. Staich." Lyle. His face hardened. It was true. Just not all of it. The mother pressed the bundle closer to her chest. "My sister," she said. "She wanted the baby. I said no. Then yes. Then no again." Marcus did not ask the woman in the raincoat. He already knew she would not answer. A sound came from her hand instead, a soft crinkling. She was holding her boarding pass so tightly the paper had begun to crease around her fingers. Marcus stepped behind the empty counter and opened the old lower cabinet. Inside was dust, a disconnected cable, and a brittle emergency binder with the Aurelia Air logo on the cover. He lifted it out. The first pages were gate procedures, evacuation routes, disability assistance codes. The back pocket held a printed incident summary, yellowed at the edges. Aurelia Air Flight 604, Holwick to Montreal. Departed, 1:17 in the morning. Incident, loss of aircraft after takeoff. Official cause, severe weather event. Marcus read the line twice. Outside the dark window beside the gate. The runway lay still and dry beneath a moonless sky. The display above the boarding door chimed. The status changed. Weather delay confirmed. Then, beneath it, a second line appeared in smaller letters. No weather recorded. Marcus stared at the second line until the words seemed to separate from language. No weather recorded. Then, the display blinked, and the line vanished. Only the ordinary information remained. Aurelia Air 604. Temperature 1:17 in the morning. Status, weather delay confirmed. That, Marcus said, though no one had asked, is a software error. The old man looked at him over the top of his folded newspaper. The businesswoman lowered her dead phone. Even the teenage boy watched him with a kind of tired pity, as if Marcus had just said something childish. Old system. Marcus continued. Old gate. Probably still connected to some archive display loop. Airports don't remove things properly. They patch over them. I've seen worse. He had not seen worse. He had seen incorrect gate numbers, frozen monitors, boarding screens stuck on flights from the previous afternoon. He had once found a digital sign in baggage claim wishing travelers a happy Christmas in March. But he had never seen a discontinued airline display deny its own official report. He shut the emergency binder and placed it back inside the cabinet. Dust clung to his fingers. Beneath the dust was a faint smell of stale coffee. The same burnt bitterness from the staff office printer. He rubbed his fingertips against his trousers and looked toward the corridor. I'm going to bring someone from operations, he said. The woman in the raincoat spoke without lifting her head. You said that last time. Marcus turned to her. Her boarding pass was folded now, hidden between her palms. I haven't been here before tonight, he said. She looked at him carefully, almost kindly. No, not here. The words entered him softly and did damage only after they were inside. He stepped away from the counter. I'm tired. You're tired. Everyone here is tired. That's all this is. The teenage boy smiled faintly. That's what adults say when the truth would slow them down. Marcus ignored him. He walked into the corridor again, forcing himself not to count the steps. Counting had betrayed him once already. This time he kept one hand on the wall. Following the seam where old blue wallpaper met the metal trim, the lights hummed overhead. Every third panel flickered before he passed beneath it. The main concourse appeared ahead. It was close enough to see the closed cafe, the cleaning machine, the bright sweep of polished floor. Marcus exhaled. Then the airport announcement system chimed. Attention passengers, said the calm, recorded voice. Marcus stopped. The voice should have been the airport's standard female announcer. Neutral and rounded. Used for unattended baggage warnings and boarding updates. But the voice that came through the ceiling was his own. Softened by speakers. Flattened by distance. Still unmistakably his. Please have your documents ready and proceed without delay. The corridor lights clicked once. Marcus stood absolutely still. The announcement continued. We understand this may be difficult, but other passengers are waiting. His throat tightened. Those were not standard words. He knew them because he had said them. Not once. Not dramatically. Not in any moment important enough to keep. He had said versions of them hundreds of times. To families blocking a counter. To elderly travelers confused by online check-in. To frightened people who mistook assistance for mercy. The speaker chimed again. If you step aside, someone will be with you shortly. Marcus turned and walked quickly back toward the gate. At first, The waiting area looked unchanged. 5 passengers. Blue seats. Dark window. Closed boarding door. Humming lights. But the sound system above gate 38B began to speak before he reached the counter. This time, the voice was not recorded. It was closer. Warmer. It was Marcus. Younger by several years. "Ma'am, I need you to come away from the desk." The woman in the raincoat closed her eyes. Marcus's steps slowed. The announcement crackled. "I can't delay the line for this." The businesswoman's phone lit up again by itself. No number. No signal. Only calling. Marcus said, "Stop that." No one moved. The speaker answered him in his own voice. "Security can speak with you outside the boarding area." The woman in the raincoat opened her eyes. For the first time, Marcus noticed the color of them, gray-green. Rimmed red from crying or lack of sleep. Her face was not old, not young. It had the strained, unfinished look of someone caught between a plea and an apology. "You remember the words," she said. "You just don't remember me." Marcus swallowed. "I've assisted thousands of passengers. Yes, I can't remember everyone." "No," she said. That was the point. He looked down at his badge because he did not want to look at her face. The plastic ID was slightly cloudy beneath the fluorescent light. His photograph stared out with the blank patience required for airport credentials. Marcus Hale, passenger assistance. But the employee number below his name was wrong. It was not his current number. It was the older format. The one Halewick had stopped using after system migration 8 years ago. The woman in the raincoat whispered, "You had that badge the night you told me to keep moving." "I don't know you," Marcus said. The airport speakers chimed one final time. This announcement came in the present-day airport voice. Smooth and professional. "Passenger assistance required for Ruth Ansell at gate 38B. Passenger assistance required for Ruth Ansell at gate 38B. The woman in the raincoat looked at him, and Marcus realized she had never told him her name. The announcement repeated Ruth Ansell's name 3 times. Each time, the sound came from a different part of the gate. First from the ceiling speakers, smooth and official. Then from the unplugged microphone on the empty counter, thin, with static. Finally from somewhere beyond the boarding door, where a voice too distant to be human whispered through the sealed jet bridge. Passenger assistance required for Ruth Ansell. The woman in the raincoat did not move. Marcus could feel the other passengers watching the space between them, as if a line had appeared on the carpet and he had stepped over it without understanding. He opened his mouth to say something practical, something procedural, something that would reduce her name to a service request. But no words came. Ruth Ansell. The name had the shape of something almost remembered. Not a face. Not yet. More like the impression left by a suitcase handle in the palm after it had been carried too long. "I need to call operations," Marcus said. "You tried," the teenage boy murmured. Marcus ignored him and lifted the radio. "Control. This is Hale. I need assistance at gate 38B. I repeat. Assistance at gate 38B. Static. Then a woman's voice. Bored and far away. "Who is this?" Marcus stiffened. "It's Marcus. Passenger assistance." A pause. "We don't have anyone by that name assigned to Westspur. I'm on the overnight queue." "No, you're not." He pressed the radio harder against his ear. "Check again. Keyboard tapping came through faintly beneath static. You clocked out at 11:58 at night. Marcus looked at his watch. It read 1:09 in the morning. The second hand moved, but reluctantly, dragging itself from mark to mark as if through syrup. He watched it climb toward 1:10 in the morning, then blink back to 1:09 in the morning. "I'm standing at gate 38B, he said. "There is no gate 38B. The radio cut off. Marcus lowered it slowly. The businesswoman laughed once, not with amusement but recognition. "They forget you first." He turned on her. "What does that mean?" "It means the world keeps going without the part of you that stayed here." She looked down at her phone. The call screen still read calling. Beneath it, where a contact name should have been, a line of text had appeared. "First avoided. 10:46 at night, hotel lobby bar." She closed her eyes. Marcus stepped toward her. "What is that?" "My husband was upstairs," she said, waiting for me to come up and talk like a human being. "I stayed in the bar until the flight changed and called it fate." The old man's newspaper unfolded by itself. Not dramatically, not with wind. The pages simply loosened, spread, and revealed a boarding pass tucked inside. Marcus saw the old man's name printed at the top. Beneath it, "First avoided. 6:12 in the morning, surgical admissions." The old man's lips trembled. "I told my son I couldn't get there before they took him in," he said. "I was in the car park." The teenage boy's backpack zipper opened with a dry little sound. A boarding pass slid out and landed face up on the carpet. "First avoided. 3:03 in the afternoon, headmaster's office." The boy stared at it as though it were alive. The mother began to rock the infant faster. Paper rustled inside the blanket. "No," she whispered. "No. Please." Marcus reached for the bundle before he could think better of it. The mother jerked away, but not quickly enough. A corner of thermal paper showed between the folds where a baby's face should have been. There was no face visible, only paper. Only a boarding pass tucked inside the blanket, printed with the mother's name and the time she had first changed her mind. The waiting area seemed to tilt. Marcus stepped back, suddenly aware that his tongue tasted of burnt coffee. He looked toward the corridor. The bright mouth of the main concourse was gone again. In its place was only a length of blue carpet vanishing under too many lights, each fluorescent panel humming a fraction out of rhythm with the last. "Everyone is coming with me," he said. He did not wait for agreement. He took the teenage boy by the shoulder and pushed him toward the passage. The boy did not resist. Marcus heard the businesswoman stand. The old man followed, breathing hard. The mother came last, clutching the bundle. Ruth Ansell remained by the boarding lane. "Move," Marcus said to her. She looked at his hand on the boy's shoulder. "You're good at that." He hated her then. Briefly and helplessly, they entered the corridor together. For several seconds, it worked. They passed one light, then another. Marcus counted despite himself. 11 steps. 12. 13. The main concourse appeared ahead. Faint but real. He saw the closed cafe, the floor machine, a cleaner in orange gloves. The cleaner looked up. Marcus shouted, "Hey!" The cleaner stared through him. Not at him. Through him. As if Marcus were a reflection on glass. Then the fluorescent hum deepened. And all 6 of them were back at gate 38B. The passengers returned to their seats without surprise. Marcus remained standing in the aisle. breathing too hard now to hide it. His badge felt heavy against his chest. He looked down. The plastic ID no longer showed his current photograph. The man in the picture was younger, cleaner shaven, with darker hair and a face not yet worn smooth by night shifts. The employee number beneath it had changed again. Old format, old department code, old access level, and below his name, where passenger assistance should have been. The badge now read. Marcus touched the badge as if pressure from his fingers might restore it. Assigned, Ruth Ansel 1:18 in the morning. The words remained. He could feel the plastic edge through his glove. Warm now, almost feverish against his chest. For a moment he had the childish urge to rip it off and throw it across the waiting area. But the thought of the badge lying there on the blue carpet, still showing his name, still attached to him in some way no clip could explain, made his hand fall away. Ruth watched him from beside the boarding lane. "You don't have to remember all at once," she said. "I don't remember you at all. That was easier for you." The boarding door knocked again. This time it was not one sound, but three. Slow, patient, polite. The teenage boy drew his knees up on the seat. The old man closed his newspaper. The businesswoman's phone went dark. The mother covered the paper bundle as if shielding it from a draft. Marcus turned toward the door. Beside it, half hidden behind the empty gate counter, was a narrow service panel with a small metal sign. Authorized personnel only. Jet bridge access, operations support. He had checked thousands of doors in the airport, but he had not noticed that one until now. It sat where the wall should have been smooth. Dust outlined its frame, except along the handle, which was clean. "No," Ruth said quietly. Marcus looked back at her. "You wanted me to move," she said. "You should know where you sent me." His mouth was dry. He took the emergency key ring from his belt. Most of the keys were modern swipe fobs and coded blanks. But one old brass key hung among them, dark with age, tagged with a brittle plastic label. 38B service. He had no memory of signing it out. The key entered the lock without resistance. The door opened inward. Cold air breathed out of the gap, carrying the smell of dust, overheated wiring, and coffee left too long on a burner. Behind the panel was not a jet bridge. It was a narrow corridor with concrete walls and a ceiling low enough that Marcus had to lower his head. Red emergency bulbs glowed at intervals, each one dim and swollen-looking, like an eye under skin. He stepped inside. The door clicked shut behind him. Immediately, the hum of the waiting area vanished. No passengers, no display, no airport announcements, only the buzz of old electrical boxes and the soft rhythm of his own breathing. The corridor sloped downward. That was impossible. Gate service corridors ran level with the boarding bridge or upward toward mechanical spaces. They did not descend beneath the concourse. Yet Marcus felt the incline in his calves, saw the concrete floor darken where moisture gathered in seams. On the wall, faded arrows pointed toward departments that no longer existed. Aurelia Ops, Crew Hold, Load Control, Weather Desk, Weather Desk. Marcus stopped beneath the sign. The red bulb above it flickered, and for a second, the corridor ahead looked full of people, airline staff in old uniforms, gate agents with clipboards, a man carrying paper cups of coffee, someone running with a headset pressed to one ear. Then the light steadied. and the corridor was empty. He kept walking. At the end stood a room behind a glass partition. The door was open. Inside, a small operations center waited as if its staff had stepped out only moments earlier. Dust lay everywhere except on the chairs. A row of old monitors glowed green and blue across the far wall. Their screens were thick, outdated, humming with static. A corkboard held weather charts curled at the edges. Beside it was a whiteboard marked with flight numbers, gate assignments, and delay codes written in dry erase ink that should have faded years ago. At the top, Aurelia, 604 Halwick, Montreal, 1:17 in the morning. Marcus crossed the room slowly. On one monitor, a departure sequence repeated in silence. Gate open. Passenger count rising. Boarding zones cleared. Wheelchair assistance marked complete. Jet bridge connected. Cargo loaded. Door armed. Then the sequence looped back to the beginning. On another screen, weather data scrolled in columns. Wind, normal. Visibility, normal. Precipitation, none. Storm activity, none. Marcus leaned closer. A third monitor blinked with a maintenance log. 42 minutes past midnight, sensor irregularity reported. 51 minutes past midnight, hydraulic pressure warning. 57 minutes past midnight, request technical hold. 1:03 in the morning, hold denied. Schedule priority. 1:08 in the morning, boarding continues. His hands went cold. The official summary had said severe weather. Everyone at Halwick had heard some version of it over the years. A tragic weather event. A sudden system. Nothing anyone could have done. But the room remembered otherwise. A printer on the operations desk clicked. Marcus flinched. The machine was older than the one upstairs. Yellowed with age. Its paper tray empty. Still, something began to feed through it from inside. A narrow strip of thermal paper emerged. Inch by inch. Marcus did not want to read it. He read it anyway. Passenger assistance note. Ruth Ansel, distressed, requested hold. Reported technical concern from crew relative. Action taken. Removed from counter area. Resolution. Passenger sent to gate. At the bottom, beside the approval field, were two initials. M. H. Behind him, one of the old monitors changed. The silent departure footage froze on the gate camera. There, in the grainy green image, stood a younger Marcus Hale with his hand on Ruth Ansel's elbow, guiding her away from the counter while she tried to turn back. Marcus watched his younger hand close around Ruth Ansel's elbow. The footage had no sound. But memory supplied it in fragments now. The low roar of the transfer hall after midnight. The boarding calls overlapping until they became one long instruction to hurry. Someone crying behind him because a delayed stroller had been sent to the wrong carousel. His supervisor's voice in his earpiece. Clipped and irritated. Keep that desk clear. Marcus, on the monitor. Ruth twisted toward the counter again. One hand raised as if trying to point at something or someone beyond the frame. Younger Marcus leaned close to her. His mouth moved. He could not hear the words, but he recognized the shape of them. Ma'am, I need you to come with me. The present Marcus stepped back from the screen. No, he said. The old operations room did not answer. The printer clicked again. Another strip of paper fed from its empty tray. Then another. Not boarding passes now, but records, service notes, maintenance logs, supervisor messages, gate reports. They slid onto the desk in a soft white spill, each page warm enough to seem newly alive. Marcus picked up the first one. Aurelia Operations Log Flight 604. 57 minutes past midnight. Technician requests immediate hold. 59 minutes past midnight. Crow relative approaches. Transfer desk claiming passenger has warning information. 1:01 in the morning. Operations supervisor advises no public delay until confirmed. 1:03 in the morning. Hull denied. Slot window critical. The next page carried a handwritten note, scanned into the system. Do not create passenger panic. Remove distressed parties from active counters. Keep boarding controlled. No signature. Only initials. D. L. Marcus knew those initials, too. Darren Lowe. Night Operations Manager. Retired with a gold watch and a speech about keeping Halowick moving through its hardest years. Marcus remembered standing at the back of the staff lounge, clapping politely, while Darren joked that airports were like hearts if they stopped moving. People died. Another monitor woke on the wall. A personnel file opened. Low. Darren, Operations Manager, Internal Review. Sealed. Outcome. No action. Then another. Aurelia Air. Halowick Joint Incident Summary. Public cause. Severe weather event. Internal note. Technical warning not escalated prior to departure. Marcus read until the lines began to rearrange themselves into accusation. They had known. Not fully. Perhaps. Not clearly enough to stop the world with confidence, but enough to pause, enough to delay, enough to let the warning breathe for 10 minutes in the open air before sealing a door between it and the sky. He found Ruth's name again near the bottom of a service report. Ansel. Ruth connecting passenger. Status. Distressed. Claim. Brother-in-law member of maintenance crew advised possible fault on a 604 grains. Request. Speak with gate supervisor. Delay boarding until confirmed. Passenger became disruptive when request denied. Marcus remembered the word disruptive. That was the word that had saved him from having to think. Disruptive meant no longer afraid in a sympathetic way. Disruptive meant obstructing movement. Disruptive meant a passenger had crossed from needing help into causing a problem. Once the word entered a note, everyone knew how to treat the person inside it. He turned the page. There it was. Assistance action. Passenger removed from active counter and escorted toward gate 38B. Resolution. Passenger returned to boarding flow. Completed by M. Hale. Time. 1:18 in the morning. The page shook in his hand. He had not sent her to help. He had not taken her to a quiet chair. He had not found a supervisor or waited with her or written that she claimed to have information about a technical fault. He had converted her fear into a completed task. Resolved. Such a clean word. The security footage changed. Now he saw the transfer hall from another angle. Ruth stumbled as younger Marcus guided her through a crowd of passengers. Her mouth opened and closed. She kept looking back toward the counter, then toward the windows, where rainless darkness pressed against the glass. Younger Marcus released her near the mouth of a corridor. Gate. Trays it she opt be. Ruth tried to speak again. Younger Marcus pointed down the passage, already turning away. His radio was at his ear. His face held that professional expression Marcus knew too well, regret without involvement, sympathy without delay. The footage froze. The room lights dimmed. A final file appeared on the central monitor. Unboarded, reboarded, passenger record Aurelia 604. The passenger list scrolled slowly. Names passed in pale green columns. Beside Ruth Ansell's name was a note. Initial status: holding at transfer desk. Final status: boarded after assistance intervention. Marcus felt something inside him go very still. Outside the glass partition, the service corridor had changed. The red bulbs were gone. In their place stretched the blue-carpeted passage leading back to Gate 38B. Though he knew he had descended below the concourse to reach this room. At the far end, the waiting area glowed. Ruth stood there in her raincoat, watching him through the glass. The door behind Marcus clicked shut. On the desk, the printer produced one last boarding pass. This one had his name on it. Marcus Hale, Gate, Trezech, She Opti B. First avoided, 1:18 in the morning, transfer desk. Marcus did not pick up the boarding pass. For several seconds, he simply looked at his name, printed in clean black letters, and waited for anger to come. Anger would have helped. Anger made a person solid. It turned fear outward, gave it a target, made it possible to speak in accusations instead of questions. But what came instead was recognition, not full memory. Not yet. Something worse. The sensation of standing exactly where he had always been standing. After years of pretending he had moved on, the operations room hummed around him. The old monitors continued their silent loops, gate open, passengers moving, door armed, flight cleared, over and over. Aurelia 604 prepared to depart into a sky that had never held the storm blamed for swallowing it. Marcus's boarding pass lay on the desk. First avoided, 1:18 in the morning, transfer desk. The time glowed in his mind. 1:18 in the morning. Not just a timestamp. A hinge. The moment he had touched Ruth Ansell's elbow. The moment he had decided her panic was less important than the line behind her. The moment he had converted a warning into a disturbance. A woman into a problem. A life into paperwork. He had lived many years after that. He remembered them. Rent increases. New uniforms. Staff birthdays. Flu seasons. The renovation of Concourse C. His mother's funeral. The little flat he had stopped decorating because nothing in it felt permanent. Hundreds of shifts. Thousands of passengers. But standing in that room, Marcus understood the terrible possibility that none of those years had been departure. They had been delay. The glass partition reflected him faintly. He saw his current face laid over his younger one from the security footage. Two versions, misaligned by inches. The older Marcus looked tired. The younger Marcus looked certain. Neither looked innocent. Behind the glass, Ruth remained at the end of the blue corridor. He opened the operations room door. The passage no longer sloped. It stretched straight to Gate 38B. Carpeted, humming, lit by fluorescent panels that seemed to pulse with each breath he took. Marcus walked toward the waiting area with his boarding pass in his hand. The passengers looked up as he entered. The old man's newspaper had changed. Its date was blank. The businesswoman's phone showed no call timer now. Only her own reflection staring back from the black glass. The teenage boy had stopped pretending to sleep. The mother held the bundle in her lap as if it weighed more than a child. Ruth said, "Now you know this isn't where planes wait." Marcus swallowed. What is it? The place between what people did and what they admit doing. The display above the door flickered. Aurelia 604. Status, final call, no. Marcus said softly, "You died." Ruth looked toward the boarding door. Some of us did. The mother flinched. The old man lowered his eyes. The teenage boy pressed his lips together. Ruth looked back at Marcus. Some of us didn't. Not yet. Not properly. Not in any way that matters. The businesswoman spoke without looking up. I went home after missing that flight. Told my husband weather had trapped me. We slept in the same house for 9 more years and never once had the conversation. The old man whispered. My son survived the surgery. He stopped calling after I lied about being there. I confessed about Mr. Don. Lyle, the boy said. Only after he left the school. Only after it could not help anyone. The mother rocked the paper bundle. My sister adopted someone else. I kept changing my mind until there was no one left who trusted me with love. Marcus looked from face to face. They're alive? Ruth answered. Parts of them are. A terrible quiet filled the gate. Marcus understood then that the waiting area was not a grave. It was worse than a grave. Graves were honest about endings. This place belonged to the unfinished, to people who kept moving through ordinary life while some essential part of them remained seated under stale lights, clutching a boarding pass for the moment they betrayed themselves. The dead were not the only ones who haunted airports. So did departures never taken. Marcus looked at Ruth. And you? I boarded, she said. The words were simple. They entered him like cold air. I didn't want it to. She continued. I told them something was wrong. I begged for time. I had one person in a vest who could have made me inconvenient enough to matter. Marcus gripped the pass until the paper bent. I didn't know. You knew enough to decide not to know. The boarding door knocked again. This time the sound was not behind it. It was inside the room. Under every seat. Beneath the counter. Inside the walls. 5 passengers looked at their passes. Marcus looked at his. The display changed. Passenger hail board decision. Ruth stepped aside from the lane. The gate doesn't want your death, she said. It wants the moment you left behind. The scanner at the empty counter lit green, waiting for his boarding pass. The scanner waited with its green mouth open. Marcus held the boarding pass above it for 1 long second, close enough that the light painted the paper in his fingers the color of old aquarium glass. He imagined lowering it. The thought came not as surrender, but as relief. If he scanned a pass, perhaps the gate would take him into the moment itself. Perhaps he could stand again beside the transfer desk. Hear Ruth Ansell beg for time, and choose differently with all the knowledge purchased by years of denial. He wanted that with a force that embarrassed him. But the gate had not said change. It had said board decision. There was a difference. Ruth watched him from the lane. What happens if I go through? He asked. You stop waiting. That isn't an answer. It's the only one this place gives. The old man's newspaper trembled in his lap. The businesswoman looked at the dead phone as if she expected it to ring with a voice she had avoided for 9 years. The teenage boy had tears on his face now, silent and furious. The mother had stopped rocking the bundle. Marcus looked past them, toward the service door behind the counter. The operations room had given him records. Records could be destroyed. Records could also be read. He stepped away from the scanner. The green light faded. Ruth's expression did not change. But something in the ceiling sighed. A disappointed settling of wires and dust. Marcus returned through the service door. The corridor beyond was short now, no longer sloping. As if the airport had stopped pretending to be architecture and had become only intention. The abandoned operations room waited with all its monitors glowing. On the desk, the printed records lay in a neat stack. Beside them sat a gray plastic disposal bin Marcus had not noticed before. Its label was clean. Incident material secure destruction. The lid opened by itself. Warm air rose from inside, smelling of hot paper and burnt coffee. The central monitor changed. Restore public summary. Cause severe weather event. Assistance action. Appropriate. Passenger status. Resolved. Below that, one option blinked. Confirm. Marcus stood with his hand over the records. He thought of how easy truth was to damage. Not by grand conspiracies. Not always. Sometimes by tidy words chosen under pressure. Disruptive. Delayed. Weather. Resolved. A life could be filed under a cleaner word until no one remembered the dirty one underneath. His fingers closed around Ruth's assistant's note. For one moment, he nearly fed it into the bin. The part of him that had survived all those years whispered that no confession would bring down Flight 604 safely. No announcement would return Ruth to the counter, or unseal the aircraft door, or make him young enough to be decent before habit hardened over him. Truth would only ruin what remained. Then the speaker above the operations desk clicked on. His own, younger voice came through. I can't delay the line for this. Marcus looked at the paper in his hand. No, he said. He gathered the stack and walked back to the gate. The passengers turned as he entered. The scanner lit again. But he passed it. He went to the empty counter, lifted the unplugged microphone, and pressed the dead button with his thumb. At first, nothing happened. Then every speaker in Gate 38B hummed. The hum spread outward, down the Old West Spur, into Concourse C, through the sleeping shops, the closed cafes, the quiet prayer room, the luggage tunnels beneath the floor. Somewhere far away, a boarding chime sounded in the main terminal. Marcus brought the microphone close. This is Marcus Hale, he said. His voice cracked on his own name. He tried again. This is Marcus Hale. Passenger assistance. Assigned to Gate 38B. The public report on Aurelia Air Flight 604 is false. There was no severe weather recorded at the time of departure. A technical warning was logged before boarding, and the hold request was denied to protect the schedule. The display above the boarding door flickered violently. Final call. Marcus kept speaking. Ruth Ansell reported the warning. She asked for the flight to be delayed. I removed her from the counter and marked her as resolved. She was not resolved. She was right. The lights went out across the gate. Only the boarding lane remained lit. For a moment, no one breathed. Then the display changed. Now boarding. Ruth Ansell. Ruth closed her eyes. The door unlatched. Beyond it was not a jet bridge. It was darkness, deep and quiet, filled with the faint sound of rain that had never fallen. Ruth walked to Marcus and stopped beside him. You said my name, she whispered. I should have listened to it. She passed through the door. The display changed again, one by one. The passengers' names appeared, not the polite names they had traveled under, but the ones attached to what they had avoided. The old man stood when called as father, the businesswoman as wife, the teenage boy as witness, the mother as sister. Each left something behind: a newspaper, a phone, a backpack, a paper bundle that unfolded into blank white pages. At last, The gate was empty. Marcus stood alone beneath the humming lights. The display blinked once more. Now boarding. M. Hale. Then a second line appeared beneath it. Assistance required. Marcus looked at the second line until the letters stopped seeming like instructions and became a sentence passed on him. Assistance required. The boarding door remained open. Beyond it, the darkness did not move like empty space. It waited with the steady patience of a room where someone had been sitting for years. Marcus could hear rain inside it now, though the runway beyond the windows remained dry. Not a storm, not weather, just the soft, impossible sound of water striking metal somewhere far away. He looked back at the waiting area. The passengers were gone, but their absence had weight. The old man's newspaper lay folded on the seat, its pages blank from edge to edge. The businesswoman's phone sat on the floor beneath the charging station. Screen dark. No longer calling anyone. The teenage boy's backpack was unzipped and empty. On the mother's chair rested a stack of white paper, folded in the shape of a sleeping infant. Ruth had left nothing behind. Marcus thought that was mercy, and then decided it was not. Some people left objects. Some left words. Ruth had left him the truth. The microphone was still in his hand. "This is Marcus Hale," he said again, though the speakers no longer carried his voice. "Passenger assistance." No answer came. He crossed to the boarding lane. The scanner lit green. He placed his boarding pass beneath it. A soft tone sounded. Not the old musical chime. Not the current airport alert. Something smaller, almost private. The display changed. Passenger received. The door did not swallow him. No hands reached out. No sudden wind dragged him into punishment. Marcus simply felt the gate narrow around the moment he had spent years avoiding. He saw, with unbearable clarity, Ruth at the transfer desk, wet-eyed, shaking, trying to make herself inconvenient enough to save lives. He saw his younger hand on her elbow. He felt the old impatience in himself. Not cruelty, exactly, but something colder because it had no passion in it. Procedure. Efficiency. The smooth little violence of not stopping. He stepped through, and the airport went quiet. At 12 minutes past 4 in the morning, Halewick International returned to itself. A cleaner found no one at the Old West Spur because there was no Old West Spur. The corridor past the currency exchange ended at a staff storage door filled with broken stanchions and rolled carpet. Concourse maps showed Gate 38, then Gate 39. No passenger record listed Gate 38B. No one in operations had logged a cluster of passengers. No announcement had named Ruth Ansell. No incident summary reopened itself in the night. At Information Desk C, the overnight assignment system refreshed automatically. One job disappeared from the queue. Passenger cluster unresolved. Assigned to M. Hale. The system had no employee profile under that name. By morning, Marcus's locker stood empty, except for a Navy assistant's vest hanging from its hook. His supervisor assumed he had transferred departments and made a note to check payroll. Payroll found no active Marcus Hale. Human Resources found an older staff record, then lost it when the screen refreshed. A woman in scheduling vaguely remembered a quiet man who worked nights, but when asked to describe him, she could only say he had been helpful. That was enough for everyone. Airports did not mourn what they could not process. 3 weeks later, A new overnight worker named Colin Voss was assigned to passenger assistance. He was 26, recently trained, and still polite in a way that had not yet become armor. On his fourth night shift, after midnight, his radio clicked while he stood beside Information Desk C drinking vending machine coffee. "Colin, you there? Go ahead." Passenger cluster reported near Gate 38B. Old West Spur. "Can you take a look?" Colin glanced at the terminal map. "There's no 38B. A pause. Probably signage. Just clear them out before morning operations." Colin Seahill clipped the radio back to his belt and walked past the shuttered shops, past the prayer room, past the closed currency exchange. The corridor was easy to miss unless one was looking for it. The carpet changed beneath his shoes from charcoal to old blue patterned with pale gold arcs. The fluorescent hum deepened. At the end of the passage, a sign glowed, clean and bright. "Gate 13. She OPDB." 5 passengers sat in the waiting area. A display above the closed boarding door read, "Aurelia Air, 604, departure, 1:17 in the morning. Status, delayed." Colin swallowed. Behind the empty counter stood a man in a Navy assistance vest. He was 41, perhaps, though the light made his face difficult to settle. His badge was slightly clouded. His eyes held the tired gentleness of someone who had spent too long learning exactly what help was not. Colin stepped closer. "Sorry," he said. "Are you staff?" The man looked down at the badge on his chest, as if checking for the answer. Then the display changed. "Passenger assistance, Marcus Hale." The man behind the counter lifted his head. In a voice calm enough to be mistaken for kindness, he said, "Please, have your documents ready. We'll be boarding soon." Some horror stories are not about the place where people die, but the place where they stop being honest with themselves. Gate 38B does not punish Marcus because he made one mistake. It traps him because he built an entire life around calling that mistake procedure. Airports are places of departure. But this story asks what happens when a person keeps moving without ever truly leaving the moment that defined them. Maybe the most frightening delays are not on the screen above us, but inside us. What decision would you be afraid to see printed on your own boarding pass? Story 2. The first thing Dr. Clara Wynne noticed about Briarfield House was that the windows did not agree with one another. From the outside, the retirement home looked almost gentle, a long gray building set back from the road behind winter-browned hedges. Its chimneys capped with moss, its brickwork softened by rain and age. A row of white-framed windows watched the gravel drive with the mild, patient expression of old photographs. Some had curtains drawn. Some showed lamps glowing amber behind lace. Others reflected only the pale sky over the moor, flat and colorless as old milk. But as Clara stepped from her car and looked up, she saw that several windows on the second floor had been fitted with the wrong curtains. Not different curtains, wrong ones. The fabric was faded cream with a pattern of small red roses, the sort of wallpaper or upholstery that belonged in sitting rooms where nobody had moved the furniture since 1978. Yet the windows themselves were tall and narrow, too narrow for curtains so full. The cloth bunched against the glass as if pressed there from inside by something soft and patient. Clara stood beside her car with one hand still on the open door. A gull cried somewhere beyond the trees, though the coast was nearly 40 miles away. Then the front door opened, and a woman in a navy cardigan raised one hand Doctor. When? Clara closed the car door with more force than she intended. The woman crossing the drive was in her late 50s. Compact, brisk, and red-cheeked from the cold. Her name badge read Miriam Vale Night Matron, though it was not yet evening. She smiled with the practiced relief of someone who had been waiting for professional help and had already begun resenting the need for it. "Thank you for coming all this way," Miriam said. "I know it's an unusual referral. Unusual referrals are usually the honest ones," Clara replied. It was the kind of line patients liked, and committees liked more. Calm, slightly warm, not promising anything. Miriam's smile tightened. "Well, I hope so." Inside, Briarfield smelled of boiled vegetables, furniture polish, warm dust, and something medicinal underneath lavender disinfectant failing to disguise the older odor of bodies that had stopped trusting themselves. The foyer had been decorated for spring with paper daffodils taped to a notice board. Beneath them, someone had pinned a schedule for chair yoga, hymn singing, medication reviews, and a visiting therapy dog named Arthur. A lift hummed behind a closed metal door, somewhere deeper in the building. An old man laughed once, sharply, then stopped. Clara followed Miriam through a corridor lined with framed photographs of garden parties and Christmas luncheons. In each picture, residents sat in semicircles, smiling beneath paper hats or sunlight. The staff changed over the years, hairstyles and uniforms shifting, but the residents seemed strangely similar from frame to frame, thin hands folded in laps, soft mouths, pale eyes looking either too directly at the camera or not at it at all. "We've had sleep disturbances before," Miriam said. "Night calling, agitation, sundowning. Nothing outside the expected range. But this is different." Miriam glanced at her. "They say the same thing." "In their sleep?" "Yes." "How many residents?" "At first, 3. Then 7. Last night, 19. Clara did not stop walking, but she felt the number settle unpleasantly in her chest. 19 residents used the same phrase, word for word. Could they have heard one another? Not from separate rooms. Not through closed doors. Not with the fire doors shut. They passed an open lounge where 4 residents sat, facing a television with the sound off. A cooking program showed bright hands kneading dough. None of the residents watched it. Their faces had the slack patience of people waiting for a train that no longer stopped at their station. One woman turned her head as Clara passed. Her eyes were blue, cloudy at the edges. Her lips moved, but no sound came. Clara slowed. The woman's mouth shaped 3 silent words. Miriam touched Clara's elbow. "That's Mrs. Elder. She does that." "What did she say?" "No idea. She's mostly nonverbal now." Clara looked back. Mrs. Alder had returned to the television. On the screen, the dough was being folded and pressed. Folded and pressed, as if something inside it needed to be worked smooth. Miriam led Clara to a small office near the nurse's station. A file had already been placed on the desk, along with a visitor badge and a cup of tea gone untouched. "We wrote down last night's phrase," Miriam said. Clara opened the folder. The first page was a photocopied sleep observation chart. Several entries had been highlighted. Each was written in different handwriting, by different staff members. At different times, between 11 minutes past 2 and 18 minutes past 2 in the morning. Beside each resident's name, the recorded phrase was identical. There is a room behind the roses, and someone is still signing. Clara read it twice. The words had the rhythm of nonsense, but not the texture of it. Patients with dementia often produced language that sounded meaningful until held up to light. This was different. This had structure, image, continuity, a subject hiding behind an object, an action still ongoing. "Has anyone searched for a room with rose wallpaper?" Clara asked. Miriam gave a short laugh. "Half the rooms here have roses somewhere. Curtains, cushions, bedspreads. It was fashionable once." "No. A room behind the roses, that's the problem," Miriam said quietly. Several of them described it after waking. Same wallpaper, same green carpet, same desk, same brass lamp. But there is no such room in this building. Clara looked toward the office window. Outside, the moor stretched beyond the hedges, damp and darkening under low cloud. In the glass, faintly reflected over her own face, she could see the corridor behind her. Mrs. Alder stood there. Clara turned. The corridor was empty. Miriam was watching her. "Dr. Wynne?" Clara closed the file. "I'd like to observe them tonight." "That's what we hope." A sound came from the hallway then, soft, papery, synchronized breathing. Not close, not far, like several people asleep on the other side of a wall. Miriam's expression changed. Clara opened the office door. Every resident in the lounge had fallen asleep sitting upright. Their mouths moved together. At first there was no sound. Only lips forming words in perfect time. Then Mrs. Alder spoke. Not loudly, but clearly enough that Clara felt each syllable touch the back of her neck. "There is a room behind the roses," the old woman said. The others joined her on the final words. 19 voices braided into one. "And Clara's mother has the key." For several seconds, nobody moved. The television in the lounge continued showing silent hands folding dough. Rain ticked faintly against the tall windows. Somewhere beyond the corridor, the lift gave a soft mechanical sigh, as if it had arrived on an empty floor. Clara stood in the office doorway with the folder held against her chest. "And Clara's mother has the key." The sentence hung in the room after the residents' mouths closed. 19 old faces sat slack with sleep, heads tipped at different angles, hands curled in laps or resting on wheelchair arms. They did not look theatrical or possessed. That was what unsettled Clara most. They looked ordinary, vulnerably, damp-skinned beneath fluorescent light. A roomful of fragile bodies that had briefly become an instrument. Miriam Vale swallowed. "They've never used your name before." Clara did not answer at once. Professional instinct arrived first. It always did. She stepped into the lounge, checked the nearest resident's pulse, watched the rhythm of his breathing, lifted one eyelid gently enough not to wake him. Normal sleep. No visible seizure activity. No tremor beyond age. No sign of acute distress. "Has anyone on staff mentioned my mother?" Clara asked. "No." "Has anyone here seen my intake forms?" "Only myself and Mr. Pell." "The administrator?" Miriam nodded. Clara looked at the sleeping residents again. "Then someone has been careless." It was not an answer. It was a wall built quickly in front of one. That was how Clara had survived most difficult rooms, by naming the procedural failure before anyone could name the emotional one. A misplaced document, a leading question, a contaminated interview, an overheard call. Every phenomenon, if approached correctly, could be divided into categories small enough to manage. She had built a life that way. Her flat in Leeds was quiet, arranged with the same severity as her office. Books in height order, shoes paired under the hall bench. No family photographs on display except one, kept face down in a drawer she rarely opened, her mother at 35. Smiling beside a younger Clara, in a red wool coat with brass buttons shaped like little keys. The coat had been second-hand. Clara remembered that because her mother had made a point of saying so. "We are not wasteful women," Rosalind Wynne used to say, tightening the belt around Clara's waist. "Everything can be made useful if you look after it." Rosalind had believed in looking after things. Houses, savings, reputation, forms, especially forms. She had kept warranties, receipts, insurance letters, bank statements, and funeral estimates in labeled folders that smelled of dust and hand cream. She corrected people's grammar in sympathy cards. She wrote thank you notes after medical appointments. She never raised her voice unless someone accused her of being unkind. In the final year of her life, when memory had begun falling out of her in small, humiliating pieces, Rosalind had sometimes stared at Clara as if trying to decide whether she was daughter, nurse, or debtor. "You always did like locked things," she had said once. Clara had assumed it was delirium. By the time Rosalind died, Clara had become very good at explaining her mother to herself. Difficult but not cruel. Proud but not dishonest. Cold because life had made warmth expensive. The explanations were not forgiveness. Exactly. But they were tidy enough to live beside. Now, standing in Briarfield's lounge, Clara felt one of those explanations shift. Miriam touched the back of a chair. "We don't want this becoming a scandal." There it was, the institutional voice. Not fear first. Not wonder. Containment. Clara turned to her. "Are the families aware that there have been sleep disturbances?" "Yes." "That 19 residents are speaking in unison?" Miriam's mouth tightened. "We've described it as a shared nocturnal vocalization. You've made it sound clinical. We are a care home." "Doctor, people panic easily when old people behave strangely." Clara heard the defensiveness beneath the sentence and understood it too well. Old people were permitted to be ill, confused, difficult, even tragic. They were not permitted to be meaningful. Meaning required witnesses. Witnesses required paperwork. Paperwork created blame. "Where will I be observing from tonight?" Clara asked. Miriam seemed relieved by the practical question. "We've prepared the family consultation room. It has monitors connected to the night corridor cameras. You can sit with the charts there. Audio, in most rooms. No. Privacy regulations, but staff hear them when they call out." "Yes." Clara looked at the sleeping residents. Mrs. Alder's chin had sunk toward her chest. A thin thread of saliva shone at one corner of her mouth. Her lips moved once more, silently. "What was my mother's connection to Briarfield?" Clara asked. Miriam's eyes flickered. The pause was too small for most people. Clara had trained herself to live inside pauses. I wouldn't know, Miriam said. I've only been here 12 years. And before that, you'd have to ask administration. I will, Miriam nodded, but did not look pleased. The rest of the afternoon passed in interviews, medication lists, staff statements, floor plans, and polite evasions. Mr. Pell, the administrator, was a soft-handed man with silver hair and a tie patterned with pheasants. He called the situation unfortunate. He called the residents dears when they could not hear him and service users when they could. He gave Clara a building plan from 1996 and assured her there had never been a room matching the dream description. No green carpet? Clara asked. Not since refurbishment. No brass lamp? He smiled. We're rather more safety conscious now. No rose wallpaper? Curtains only. By 10 o'clock, Briarfield had settled into its night sounds, pipes ticking behind walls, medication trolleys rattling softly, slippers whispering across vinyl, distant coughing, rain pressing its hands against the glass. Clara sat alone in the family consultation room with a notebook open before her. On the monitor, the corridor outside Cedar Wing lay empty. At 2:11 in the morning, every visible resident sat up in bed. Clara leaned forward, their mouths open together. This time, the voice came through the walls before any nurse reached them. Low and intimate, as if the building itself had learned to speak around the pipes. There is a room behind the roses, they said. Clara gripped her pen until her fingers hurt. And the girl in the red coat must bring back the brass keys. The phrase about the red coat did not frighten Clara immediately. That came later. At first, she responded the way her training had taught her to respond to impossible things. She wrote it down. Exact wording. Time. Conditions. Number of residents observed. Staff present. Weather. Lighting. Her own physical state. She even noted the pressure mark left by the pen on her index finger, because pain had a clarifying usefulness. It proved she was awake. It proved her hand was real. At 2:19 in the morning, the residents lay back down. At 2:23 in the morning, the corridor cameras showed only still beds and the slow white flutter of privacy curtains. At 2:31 in the morning, Miriam Vale entered the consultation room without knocking. You heard it, she said. Yes. The girl in the red coat? Clara looked at the monitor rather than at her. A phrase may sound personal without being personal. Was it? Clara closed her notebook. I'll begin individual interviews after breakfast. She slept for 90 minutes in the room they had given her. A visitor suite at the end of Birch Wing with a narrow bed, a sink, and curtains printed with the same faded roses she had seen from outside. She dreamed of her mother's hand sorting keys on a kitchen table. Not modern keys. Not the flat silver ones Clara carried now, but heavy brass ones with round heads and darkened teeth. Rosalind was arranging them into little groups, each labeled with a white paper tag. When Clara asked what they opened, her mother said, without looking up, other people's endings. Clara woke before dawn with the taste of metal in her mouth. By 8:30, she was seated across from Mrs. Alder in a small activities room that smelled faintly of glue sticks and weak tea. Sunlight had not fully reached the windows. Beyond the glass, the moor lay under a low blanket of fog. The hedges blurred into gray-green shapes. Mrs. Alder sat wrapped in a lilac cardigan. According to her file, her first name was Beatrice. She was 89, widowed, no surviving children, limited speech for the past 14 months. Clara placed a voice recorder on the table. Beatrice, she said gently. Do you remember speaking in your sleep last night? Mrs. Alder looked down at the recorder. Her lips worked soundlessly. Clara waited. Patience was not kindness. She had learned. It was often only control dressed in softer clothing. Still, it worked. After nearly a minute, Mrs. Alder whispered, The chapel smelled of lilies. Clara glanced at the file. What chapel? My boy hated lilies. The old woman's voice had thickened, roughened into grief. Said they smelled like cupboards shut too long. But his wife chose them anyway. White lilies. White ribbon. White coffin. Too much white for a child who loved mud. Clara kept her face still. Your son, she asked. Mrs. Alder's cloudy eyes lifted. I never had one, she said. The room seemed to cool around them. Clara made another note. Possible confabulation. Borrowed memory. Environmental suggestion. But Mrs. Alder continued. And the details came not like fantasy, but like bruises pressed one by one. His name was Thomas Ridley. He had a scar here. She touched the skin beneath her own chin. Fell from a pear tree at 6. Wouldn't cry until his father came into the garden. Then he screamed blue murder. There was no Thomas Ridley in Mrs. Alder's file. The next interview was with Harold Meeks, a retired Latin teacher who had spent 40 years at a boys' grammar school and had never owned property larger than a terraced house in York. He sat upright in his chair with the faded dignity of a man still waiting for a classroom to quiet itself. When Clara asked about the dream room, he became agitated. I signed because she said it was temporary. He said. Who said? The woman with the pearl brooch. Not a nurse. Office woman. Hair like iron filings. She said the house would remain mine in spirit. What house? Harold? He blinked at her. Irritated. The one with the orchard. You owned a house with an orchard? No, he said. Then his expression changed. It was not dramatic. There was no twisting. No spasm. No theatrical transformation. Only a small settling of the mouth. A softening beneath the eyes. A rearrangement of sorrow on a face that had belonged to someone else a moment before. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter. My husband planted the trees from cuttings. Bramley, russet, Worcester pearmain. They took my kitchen first, then the south field. Then they told me I had agreed. Clara's pen stopped moving. Who told you? Harold looked past her toward the wall, where paper roses had been cut out and taped by the residents during craft hour. The people with keys. By noon, Clara had interviewed 6 residents. Each gave memories that contradicted their biographies. A former seamstress described a naval pension. A retired postman remembered giving birth in 1952. A woman who had lived her whole life unmarried wept for a husband named Ellis and accused Clara of hiding his boots. The wrongness was not only in what they said, it was in how they wore the memories. Mrs. Alder, who had always held her hands folded in her lap, began tapping 2 fingers against the table in Harold Meeks's rhythm. Harold developed Mrs. Alder's habit of touching the corner of his mouth before answering. Another resident, Joan Pritchard briefly smiled with Mr. Ellis's photograph expression, though Clara had only seen that expression later in a file and could not explain why she recognized it before then. By late afternoon, Clara asked Miriam for archived biographical records. Miriam brought what she could find: old intake summaries, next of kin forms, care reviews, funeral notices clipped from local newspapers and kept in plastic sleeves for remembrance services. Clara searched the names. Thomas Ridley existed. So did the Orchard House. So did the woman who had signed it away while under cognitive assessment. Her name was not Harold Meeks. It was Eleanor Ashe. Clara sat alone in the records alcove as rain began to tap against the window. She opened Eleanor Ashe's scanned donation form and saw, beside the witness line, a neat administrative signature. Not Rosalind Wynn's. Not yet. But beneath it, stamped in faded blue ink, was a symbol Clara had noticed all morning without understanding why it disturbed her. A small brass key circled by roses, and when she looked up from the page, every resident in the corridor was awake, watching the records room door as if waiting for her to unlock it. The residents did not move when Clara stepped into the corridor. That was what made it worse. There was no lunging, no whispering, no theatrical turning of heads in one smooth motion. They simply stood or sat where they had been placed by age, illness, and staff routine. One in a wheelchair near the radiator, two holding Zimmer frames, one leaning against the wall with a dressing gown hanging open over a nightdress, another barefoot on the cold vinyl. Their eyes were open. Their faces were soft with waking. They watched the records room door. Not Clara. The door. Miriam came quickly down the corridor, her shoes squeaking against the floor. "What's happened?" "I asked for archived records," Clara said. "Yes?" They reacted. Miriam looked at the residents, then past Clara into the little records alcove. They wander, especially in the late afternoon. Transitions upset them. All of them. They're suggestible. The word arrived like a gift Clara was ashamed to accept, because she had already reached for it herself. Suggestibility, group reinforcement, shared environmental cues, staff anxiety spreading through vulnerable patients, fragmented autobiographical memory, confabulation shaped by overheard names, possible medication interaction, sleep disruption, dehydration, infection. The list formed in her mind with comforting neatness. By 5 o'clock, Clara had requested blood pressure checks, temperature readings, medication charts, hydration logs, recent changes in antipsychotics, sedatives, pain relief, and urinary infection screens. She spoke with the day nurse, the activities coordinator, 2 care assistants, and the kitchen supervisor, who insisted she had never mentioned keys, roses, or signing anything in front of residents. By 6:30, Clara had nearly persuaded herself that the explanation was social rather than supernatural. Nearly. They hear more than people think. She told Miriam in the nurse's station. A resident overhears staff discussing old records. Another repeats fragments. The others absorb the language. Dreams incorporate stray detail. Then staff begin listening for patterns, and the pattern strengthens. Miriam looked tired enough to believe anything that sounded organized. So it can be managed? Possibly. Good. Clara did not like the relief in that word. At dinner, the residents seemed diminished by daylight's departure. They ate shepherd's pie from divided plates. They pushed peas with the blunt concentration of children. One man asked 3 times whether his wife knew where he was. Mrs. Alder slept through pudding with her spoon still in her hand. Nothing spoke through them. Nothing unusual happened. Except once, when Harold Meeks looked at Clara across the dining room and touched the underside of his chin where Thomas Ridley's childhood scar had been described. There was no scar there. Yet Clara felt, absurdly, that there should have been. At 9, Miriam showed Clara the precautions put in place for the night. The most vocal residents had been moved into rooms at opposite ends of 2 separate wings. Fire doors would remain closed. Staff would sit in both corridors. Portable monitors had been set up in the consultation room, though without live audio. Clara accepted the arrangement because it gave the appearance of method. Control did not have to be real to be useful. At 1:40 in the morning, she reviewed the charts again. Different diagnoses, different medications, different histories. Vascular dementia, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's-related cognitive impairment, depression, stroke damage, frailty without formal cognitive decline. There was no clean clinical thread binding them, except age, residence, and Briarfield itself. At 2:07 in the morning, the hallway lights flickered. Clara wrote, "Possible electrical disturbance." At 2:09 in the morning, the monitor showing Cedar Wing briefly turned gray with static. She wrote, "Camera interference." At 2:11 in the morning, Mrs. Alder sat upright in bed. On another screen, 2 corridors away. Harold Meeks did the same. Then Joan Pritchard. Then Leonard Shaw. Then every resident Clara could see. The fire doors were closed. The rooms were separate. 2 were behind doors Miriam had personally locked for safety because the residents were prone to wandering. One woman was in the far end of Burt's wing with an oxygen machine humming beside her bed. Their mouths opened at the exact same instant. Clara heard nothing through the monitors. Then the sound came through the walls. Not loudly, not as a shout. It seeped into the consultation room from the corridor. The radiator, the ceiling vent, the old pipes behind the skirting boards. A low, blended murmur. Neither male nor female. Neither young nor old. "There is a room behind the roses," the voice said. Clara stood so quickly her chair rolled backward and struck the wall. Miriam, beside her, had gone pale. And the ledgers remember what the hands forgot. The words stopped. On the monitors, the residents remained sitting upright. Then, one by one, they turned their faces toward the cameras, not toward the doors, not toward the nurses, toward Clara. She opened the consultation room door and stepped into the corridor. The air smelled sharply of lavender disinfectant and something older beneath it. A dry paper smell, like files kept too long in a damp cabinet. A young night nurse stood near the medication trolley with both hands over her mouth. Clara had seen her earlier. Freckled, anxious, perhaps 25. Her name badge read Elsie Grant. "How long?" Clara asked. Elsie shook her head. "How long has this phrase been appearing?" Miriam said. "Elsie." But the nurse looked at Clara with eyes already wet. "Years," Elsie whispered. Clara felt the corridor narrow around her. "In the charts?" Elsie nodded. "Not every night. Not always this exact wording, but Rose's, rooms, signing, keys. The old staff used to call them Briarfield phrases, like it was just something they did. Miriam's face hardened. That is not helpful. Elsie lowered her hands. There are boxes in the basement with older sleep charts. Before electronic records, Clara's pulse moved once. Hard. In her throat. How far back? Elsie looked at the closed fire doors, then at the residents waiting upright in their beds. Before Dr. Wynne was called, she said. Before me. Before Matron Vale. Her voice dropped. Before your mother left. Elsie Grant seemed to regret the words as soon as they crossed her mouth. Miriam Vale turned on her with the careful anger of someone used to correcting mistakes before they became records. You don't know what you're talking about. I know what I've seen, Elsie said. The residents remained upright behind their half-open doors. Some were visible only in fragments, a shoulder under a blanket, a pale knee, a hand resting on the rail of a hospital bed. Their faces, where Clara could see them, had gone expressionless again, not peaceful, vacant, as if the thing that had borrowed them had stepped out and left the rooms unlocked. Clara looked at Miriam. Where's the basement archive? There is no need to go there tonight. That wasn't my question. Miriam's jaw tightened. Through the service corridor, past laundry. The old stairs are unsafe. Then you'll give me a key in the morning. It's nearly 3 o'clock. Yes, Clara said. And they only seem honest at night. That ended the conversation for the moment. But Briarfield did not end with it. When Clara returned to the family consultation room, the building seemed to have altered by inches. The corridor outside Cedar Wing was longer than it had been. Not impossibly so. Not enough for anyone else to notice if they had not been counting doors. But Clara had counted them earlier. 6 doors between the nurse's station and the linen cupboard. Now there were 7. The extra one was closed. No nameplate. No room number. Only a square of lighter paint where something had once been fixed and removed. Clara stopped. Behind her, Miriam said, Doctor, how long has that door been there? Miriam followed her gaze. What door? Clara almost pointed. Then she saw Miriam's face. Not confusion. Not denial. Fear carefully folded into professional irritation. The door was there. Miriam could see it. They both stood in the thin fluorescent light, listening to the rain move down the windows at the far end of the hall. From somewhere behind the unmarked door came the faint scrape of a chair leg across carpet. Clara stepped toward it. A headache opened behind her right eye so sharply that she pressed a hand to the wall. The corridor brightened. For 1 second, she was no longer standing outside Cedar Wing. She was small, overheated in a red wool coat. Her collar scratching her chin. Her mother's hand held hers too tightly. The hallway smelled of furniture polish and wet umbrellas. Somewhere nearby, an old woman was crying. Then the light blinked, and Clara was herself again. Miriam was holding her elbow. You went pale. I'm fine. You said something. What? Miriam hesitated. You said, we don't go through that one. Clara pulled her arm free. By morning, the 7th door was gone. The wall showed only a framed print of bluebells in spring. Clara stood before it while staff passed with breakfast trays, nappies, laundry bags, blood pressure cuffs. Ordinary work resumed with almost offensive confidence. Toast went cold. Pills were counted. Someone complained about porridge. Someone asked when her daughter was coming. Though her daughter had died 14 years earlier, the residents woke changed. Mrs. Alder refused tea because Harold takes milk first. Harold Meeks called one of the care assistants, "My Thomas," and wept when the young man laughed awkwardly. Joan Pritchard, who had never worn perfume because of allergies, touched her bare throat and asked where Ellis had put her lavender bottle. More disturbing than the mistakes were the gestures. A hand moved across a bedsheet with another person's impatience. A smile appeared on the wrong mouth. Mr. Shaw began smoothing invisible crumbs from his lap in the exact manner Mrs. Alder had used the day before. Their identities did not vanish all at once. They leaked. They crossed over in little human details too intimate to be copied. Clara documented everything. At least, she believed she did. Near noon, she looked down at her notebook and found 2 pages filled in handwriting that was not hers. The letters were smaller, tighter. With a backward slant she recognized before she allowed herself to know why. Her mother's handwriting. Across both pages, one sentence had been written again and again. The girl was present before she remembered arriving. Clara closed the notebook so quickly the sound made Elsie flinch from the doorway. "You should eat something," the nurse said. "What time is it?" "Nearly 1. Clara looked at the clock above the sink. It said 11:17 at night. She checked her phone. 12:56 in the morning. A blank space opened inside her morning. She had no memory of leaving the records alcove after breakfast. No memory of returning to the consultation room. No memory of writing, or not writing, in her notebook. "What did I do for the last hour?" Clara asked. Elsie looked uncomfortable. "You were with Mrs. Havelock." "I haven't interviewed Mrs. Havelock today." "You sat beside her bed. You asked her about the room. What did she say?" Elsie's eyes moved toward the corridor. "She said you already knew where it was." Clara's headache pulsed again. That afternoon, Clara demanded access to older staff rosters. Miriam delayed. Mr. Pell smiled. The building seemed to lengthen with every errand. Corridors folded back into themselves. The lift opened on the wrong floor twice. A door marked laundry led briefly to a sitting room Clara had never seen. Papered in faded roses. Empty, except for a brass lamp glowing on a desk. When she stepped back, she was in laundry after all. Surrounded by sheets, turning in industrial dryers. At dusk, Elsie found her in the stairwell, staring at her own hands. "You were humming," Elsie said softly. Clara had not been aware of making any sound. "What tune?" "I don't know. Old-fashioned." But Clara knew. Her mother had hummed it while sorting papers at the kitchen table. At 2:11 that night, Briarfield did not wait for sleep. Every resident in Cedar and Birch Wing opened their eyes at once. Clara stood in the corridor as their voices rose from beds. Wheelchairs, rooms, vents, and walls. "There is a room behind the roses," they said. And Clara Wynne was brought here in 1989 when. The hallway lights flickered. Then, Mrs. Alder lifted one thin hand and pointed at Clara, and she watched the first signature. Mrs. Alder's hand remained raised after the voice had left her. It trembled in the fluorescent light, thin-skinned and blue-veined. The finger aimed at Clara with no accusation in the face behind it. That was worse than anger. Anger would have belonged to Mrs. Elder. This belonged to something larger, colder, and more patient. Something that had learned to use frail bodies without needing to hate through them. Clara did not remember moving toward the old woman. But suddenly she was at the bedside, taking the raised hand between both of hers. "What signature?" she asked. "Mrs." Elder blinked. Her mouth sagged slightly open. Her eyes filled with the mild confusion of a woman waking in a place she had never agreed to enter and could no longer leave. "Did I miss breakfast?" she whispered. Behind Clara, Miriam Vale exhaled shakily. "That's enough for tonight." "No," Clara said. The word came out too fast. Too sharp. Every nurse in the corridor looked at her. Clara lowered Mrs. Alder's hand gently to the blanket. Her headache had become a hard white pressure behind both eyes. The hall seemed to tilt by degrees. Not enough to make her fall. Only enough to make every door appear uncertain of where it had been placed. "I need the basement archive," she said. Miriam's face closed. "Absolutely not." "Then the administrative wing." "There is no administrative wing." Clara turned to Elsie Grant, who stood near the medication trolley with her arms wrapped around herself. "Where is it?" Elsie looked at Miriam, then at the residents lying awake in their beds. "There used to be offices past the old laundry," she said quietly, "before the extension. Staff aren't meant to go there." Miriam stepped forward. "Elsie, but there is no extension past laundry on the plan," Clara said. "No," Elsie replied. "There isn't." The service corridor smelled of bleach, damp cotton, and overheated machinery. Miriam refused to accompany them. She also refused to give permission, which Clara understood was not the same as stopping them. Institutions often survive by letting people disobey unofficially, then punishing them officially if the truth required a sacrifice. Elsie led the way with a torch taken from the nurse's station. The light shook in her hand. Past laundry, the building changed. The vinyl flooring ended at a strip of cracked threshold metal. Beyond it lay older carpet, worn flat and darkened where countless shoes had passed. The air cooled. Pipes crossed the ceiling like exposed veins. The corridor narrowed until Clara had to angle one shoulder to avoid brushing the wall. "This shouldn't fit inside the building," Clara said. Elsie did not answer. At the end of the passage stood a fire door with no handle on their side. Only a keyhole set below a tarnished brass plate. The plate had been polished clean around one symbol, a small key circled by roses. Clara touched it. The headache vanished. For a moment, the silence that followed was so complete that she could hear her own saliva move when she swallowed. Elsie whispered, "Do you have a key?" "No." But Clara's right hand had already gone into the pocket of her coat. Her fingers closed around something cold. She drew out a brass key. It was old, heavy, and tagged with a square of yellowing card. On one side, in her mother's tight, backward-slanting handwriting, was written, "Rose's room." On the other, "Do not bring the child inside again." Elsie made a small sound. Clara inserted the key before she could let herself think. It turned smoothly. The room beyond was exactly as the residents had described. Rose wallpaper covered every wall. Faded cream with red blossoms climbing in, repeating. Suffocating vines. A green carpet lay underfoot, flattened in a path from the door to a broad oak desk. A brass lamp stood on the desktop, unlit. though the shade was warm when Clara touched it. Behind the desk were filing cabinets, ledgers stacked in leather-bound columns, and a row of keys hanging from hooks, each tagged with a resident's name. No dust lay on anything. Someone had been using the room, or the room had never stopped using itself. Clara stepped inside. The smell struck her first. Paper, ink, old, perfumey, and the faint sourness of fear, trapped for decades in soft furnishings. Her body knew the room before her mind did. She saw, in a broken flash, her own small shoes planted on the green carpet, her red coat too warm, her mother's fingers on her shoulder, pressing down each time she fidgeted. At the desk, a woman cried while holding a pen. "Sign where Mrs. Wynne has marked," someone said in Clara's memory. "No," Clara whispered. Elsie turned. "What?" Clara opened the nearest ledger. Names filled the pages in neat columns. Residents, dates, assets, next of kin, mental capacity notes, witnesses, transferred holdings. The language was careful, compassionate, and obscene. Voluntary legacy donation, protective estate consolidation, resident unable to maintain independent property. Beside the ledgers were folders tied with cotton tape. Clara pulled one open. Property transfer documents, donation forms, power of attorney amendments, letters from families unanswered or marked resolved, medical capacity assessments clipped to legal agreements dated only days apart. The signatures wandered. Some were firm, some shook, some were little more than scratches. All of them had been witnessed. Clara turned a page and found a child's drawing folded between two forms. A house, a woman at a desk, a little girl in a red coat standing beside a wall of roses. In the corner, written in red crayon with careful childish pride, was Clara's name. Below it, in her mother's handwriting, someone had added, "First witness completed." The words made the room smaller. Clara stood over the child's drawing with the open ledger beside her and felt, for one moment, an absurd impulse to laugh. Not from amusement, but because her mind had reached the edge of what it could arrange into categories and found nothing there except the old reflex of disbelief. Children drew what adults allowed them to see. That was the sentence Clara tried first. Then, children misunderstood. Then my mother kept everything. She may have kept this for sentimental reasons. Then, this proves nothing. But the ledgers waited in their leather spines, patient as coffins. Elsie stood near the door, one hand still gripping the torch, though the overhead light had come on by itself. It was not bright. It glowed through a yellowed shade at the center of the ceiling, turning the rose wallpaper the color of old skin. "Dr. Wynne," Elsie whispered. "We should call someone. We need to know what we're calling them about." Clara heard the steadiness in her own voice and hated it. She sounded exactly as she did when explaining a diagnosis to relatives who already knew, somewhere below hope, that nothing could be repaired. She began with the folders closest to the desk. The first belonged to Eleanor Ashe. There was a photograph clipped inside, a broad-faced woman in her 70s standing beside an apple tree, one hand raised against the sun. Behind her was a low stone house with white window frames and a kitchen door painted blue. Clara recognized the orchard from Harold Meeks's stolen memory before she read the address. Attached to the photograph was a capacity assessment. Eleanor had been described as intermittently confused, easily distressed by financial matters, and unlikely to understand the burden of property maintenance. 3 days later, she had signed a voluntary donation agreement, transferring the orchard house and surrounding land to the Briarfield Legacy Trust. Her signature sloped downward, weak and broken. Beneath it, as witness, was Rosalind Wynne. Clara did not move. Elsie came closer. "Is that my mother?" The next folder bore the name Thomas Ridley. Not a resident. A son, deceased before the donation. Which explained why Mrs. Alder had remembered Lily's through a grief that was not hers. His mother, Margaret Ridley, had entered Briarfield 6 months after his funeral. The file contained letters from a niece asking why the house had been placed under trust control. Each letter was stamped answered, though no reply was attached. Witness, Rosalind Wynne. The next, Agnes Bell. Pension, consolidation. Witness, Rosalind Wynne. Lionel Marsh. Sale of coastal land. Witness, Rosalind Wynne. Vera Havelock. Amendment to power of attorney. Witness, Rosalind Wynne. The signatures accumulated until Clara no longer saw individual names. Only a repeated pressure of ink. Her mother's hand pressing itself through years of paper. Not the hand that had fastened Clara's red coat. Not the hand that had smoothed fevered hair from her forehead when she was 8. Or perhaps exactly that hand. Perhaps kindness and theft could live in the same fingers. Clara sat in the chair behind the desk. The brass lamp clicked on. Elsie stepped back with a sharp inhale. On the desktop lay a black ledger Clara had not noticed before. It was larger than the others. Bound without a title. The leather was soft from use. When Clara opened it, the pages released a smell of dust, perfumi, and something faintly sweet, like flowers beginning to rot in warm water. The first pages listed donors. The next listed assets. The final section listed beneficiaries. Names of administrators, trustees, solicitors, medical consultants, amounts distributed discreetly through bursaries, property shares, educational accounts, maintenance funds. Clara turned a page. There it was. Clara Isabel Wynne Minor beneficiary. Her date of birth, her childhood address, a trust reference number, under source of funds, in the same careful administrative language used everywhere else. Someone had written, educational provision drawn from consolidated legacy pool. Clara read it until the words lost meaning and became shapes. Her school, her university housing, the private supervision course her mother had insisted was an investment, the deposit on the Leeds flat. Described as a gift from savings Rosalind had always claimed came from discipline and sacrifice. Everything can be made useful if you look after it. Clara put one hand over her mouth. For years, she had believed her mother's coldness had been a form of thrift. A hard woman's way of surviving a hard life. Now she saw thrift as cover, discipline as appetite, care as paperwork arranged around a theft so intimate that even the stolen could be persuaded to thank the thief. A soft sound came from the wall. Not scratching. Writing. Clara turned. The rose wallpaper beside the filing cabinets had begun to darken. Lines appeared beneath the pattern, thin and brown, as if ink were soaking through from the other side. Words formed slowly between the climbing stems. Each alone was confused. Elsie began to cry silently. More words bled through. Together, we remember. From somewhere beyond the door came the sound of many residents breathing in sleep. Though Clara knew they were awake, the room had no windows. But she felt the whole building listening. She turned back to the ledger. A loose envelope had been tucked beneath the beneficiary page. On the front, in Rosalind Wynn's handwriting, was written, "For Clara, when denial stops being useful." Inside was one sheet of paper and a small brass key. The sheet was not a confession. Not exactly. It was an instruction. If they begin speaking through the residents, do not answer them individually. That is how they enter. Do not correct the records unless you are prepared to become the record. They never wanted money back. They wanted a witness who could not be dismissed. Clara heard Elsie whisper her name, but the sound seemed far away. The key in her palm had gone warm. Behind her, the door to the Roses' room swung shut without anyone touching it, and every ledger on the desk opened to a blank page headed with the same name. Dr. Clara Isobel Wynn, Statement of Witness. The heading had been typed, not written. That was the detail Clara's mind chose to hold first, because it was smaller than the rest of the terror, and therefore safer. The letters were clean, evenly spaced, impressed into the paper by some old machine not present in the room. Beneath the heading, the page waited blank. Elsie tried the door. It did not open. "Dr. Wynn," she said, voice thinning. "Please." Clara did not answer. Her attention had fixed on the ledgers spread across the desk. Each book had opened to a different blank page, yet all carried the same heading: her full name, her date of birth, the trust number. The words "Statement of Witness" repeated in every volume as if Briarfield had finally decided what category she belonged to. The brass lamp flickered. The room filled with breathing, not from Elsie, not from Clara, from the walls. It began as a soft, sleeping murmur beneath the rose wallpaper, then deepened until Clara could distinguish layers within it. Old men, old women, weakened throats, missing teeth, dry tongues, voices altered by stroke and age and medication. They did not speak in unison at first. They overlapped, corrected, interrupted, and returned to one another like people at a meeting trying to reconstruct minutes from memory. Apple trees behind the kitchen. Blue door. Lilies. Too white. She said it would only be held for safekeeping. My niece wrote 3 times. The gentleman with the pheasant tie was not first. Mrs. Wynn marked the line. Capacity uncertain. No independent witness. My wedding ring was in the drawer. My son had a scar under his chin. Clara backed away from the desk. The voices did not grow louder. They grew clearer. She understood then, with a terrible professional certainty, that the residents were not losing themselves. They were not dissolving into some contagious confusion. They were doing the opposite. They were assembling. Each mind had held one fragment. A signature, a smell, a phrase from a meeting, the weight of a pen placed between arthritic fingers, the shape of a house seen for the last time through rain on a car window, a son's funeral, an orchard, a niece's unanswered letter. Alone. Each fragment had been easy to dismiss. Dementia, delusion, age, grief, confabulation. Together, they formed testimony. Together, They were becoming a witness, no court. Doctor, administrator, or daughter could politely explain away. The rose wallpaper darkened again. This time the words did not bleed slowly. They appeared in columns. Brown ink rising through flowers. They called us confused. They called us grateful. They called it donation. They called it care. Clara pressed both hands against the desk. "Why me?" the room answered with her mother's voice. Not an imitation. Not a memory. Rosalind Wynne spoke from within the layered breathing. Precise and dry and close enough that Clara felt 12 years old again. "Because you were there." Clara shut her eyes. The room opened inside her. She saw the red coat, the green carpet, the brass lamp, her mother's hand on her shoulder, keeping her still beside the desk. An old woman sat opposite them, crying quietly. Not loudly enough to be called hysterical. Clara remembered being bored. She remembered wanting to leave. She remembered the woman offering her a peppermint from a handbag, and Rosalind taking it away because we do not accept sweets from residents. The old woman's hand shook too badly to sign. Rosalind guided it. Clara watched the pen scratch across the page. Afterward, her mother crouched before her and buttoned the red coat to the throat. "You didn't see anything complicated," Rosalind had said. "Only grown-up work." Clara had believed her, because children survive by believing the person who holds the keys. The vision released her. She opened her eyes with a sound that might have been a sob if she had allowed it to finish. The ledger before her had begun filling itself. Words appeared line by line in her mother's handwriting. "I did what others had already designed. I made the papers clean. I made the families tired. I made the residents useful. I made Clara safe." Safe. The word struck harder than guilt. Her school fees. Her rented university room with the tall windows. The postgraduate certificate. The deposit on her flat. The clean, quiet life she had admired for its discipline. Not inheritance in the ordinary sense. Not love. A distribution. A laundering of stolen endings into opportunity. Elsie whispered, "What are they?" Clara looked at the walls. The ledgers. The key in her palm. "They're not ghosts," she said. The breathing paused. "They're records," Clara continued, and heard her own voice break. "No. They're what records failed to become." The room accepted this. Beyond the sealed door, the residents began speaking again. This time the sound came not through walls but through the key in Clara's hand, vibrating against her skin. "There is a room behind the roses," they said. "The brass lamp burned brighter, and every stolen house has found its mouth." Clara tried to drop the key, but her fingers would not open. The blank pages turned by themselves. Faster now. Each waiting for ink. Each headed with her name. Then all the voices gathered into one. Intimate and immense. And spoke a title no one had used for her before. "Clara Wynne," they said. "The air must testify. The air must testify." The words remained after the voices stopped. Not as sound, but as pressure. Clara felt them in her jaw, behind her teeth, beneath her tongue, where speech began before becoming language. The key in her hand had cooled, but her fingers still would not release it. The blank pages waited, patient and pale. Each ledger opened to her name, as if the room had already decided that her life was only another form awaiting completion. Elsie stood by the sealed door, crying without sobbing. "What do we do?" she asked. Clara looked at the records. At Rosalind Wynn's signatures, at the donation forms, capacity assessments, unanswered family letters, beneficiary schedules, and the child's drawing with her own red-coated figure preserved between crimes like a pressed flower. For a moment, she understood the temptation to close every ledger. Not forgive. Not deny exactly. Just close. There were ways to manage this. She could take photographs, select a few files, omit the beneficiary page. She could report historical irregularities without naming her mother too clearly. She could say she had been a child. She could say she had not known. She could say the trust money had passed through accounts beyond her understanding. All true. All incomplete. Truth, Clara had learned, did not only die from lies. Sometimes it died from careful phrasing. The room seemed to lean closer. The rose wallpaper rustled though no air moved. For one suspended second, Clara imagined walking out with only enough evidence to wound Briarfield but not herself. Mr. Pell would resign. Miriam would say procedures had changed. A few families might receive apologies written by solicitors. Rosalind Wynn would remain difficult but respectable in death. And Clara could go back to Leeds, to her quiet flat, her ordered shelves, her professional sympathy. Then Mrs. Alder's voice came through the door. Not the collective voice. Hers. Small. Lost. "Did my boy come?" Clara shut her eyes. Thomas Ridley had not come. Eleanor Ash's orchard had not returned. Margaret Ridley's house had not waited. The old people had been separated from their lives, one signature at a time. And then, when they tried to remember the shape of what had been taken, memory itself had been used against them. Confused, declining, unreliable. Clara opened her eyes and placed the beneficiary ledger on top of the others. "All of it," she said. Elsie stared at her. "What?" "We take all of it." The door opened at once. They carried what they could first, the black ledger, the files bearing Rosalind's signature, the trust documents, the child's drawing, the envelope, the keys. When Clara crossed the threshold, the corridor outside was crowded with residents. No staff had brought them there. They stood in nightclothes, sat in wheelchairs, leaned on frames, pale and silent beneath the service lights. Their faces were changing in increments Clara could hardly bear to watch. Mrs. Alder's mouth held Harold's sternness. Harold's eyes carried Eleanor Ash's orchard grief. Joan Pritchard's cheek twitched with a dead man's habit of holding back tears. Their features did not melt or distort grotesquely. They negotiated with one another, shared space, made room. A body could be a building, Clara thought. A face could become an archive. Miriam Vale appeared at the far end of the corridor. Robe pulled over her uniform. Mr. Pell stood behind her. Silver hair flattened on one side from sleep. "What have you done?" Miriam asked. Clara lifted the black ledger. "I'm calling the police." Mr. Pell's expression did not change enough. That told her more than panic would have. "These are private institutional documents," he said. "No," Clara replied. "They're evidence." "Of what exactly? Elderly residents misremembering? A dead woman's administrative work? Your own family history?" There it was. The exit offered neatly. Clara could still take it. "Instead," she said, "of theft, coercion, financial abuse, fraud, and my mother's involvement. The corridor lights flickered. Every resident inhaled. Mr. Pell looked past Clara at the silent old faces. You have no idea what you're inviting into yourself. Clara's mouth filled suddenly with a taste of ink. She coughed. At first, she thought she had bitten her tongue. Then she touched her lips and saw black on her fingertips. Thick and shining. Not blood. Ink. Elsie made a strangled sound. Clara bent forward, coughing again. A dark thread slipped from the corner of her mouth and fell across the top file, writing as it landed. I was present. The residents began to murmur, each in a different voice. But the words formed one sentence around her. The air has opened. Clara tried to speak into her phone. Tried to give her name. Briarfield's address. The location of the hidden records. But when her voice came out, it was not only hers. It was old, many-throated, and ready. When Clara gave Briarfield's address to the emergency operator, 3 people spoke through her. One was her own voice, strained and breathless. One was Eleanor Ashe, naming the orchard house and the blue kitchen door. One was a man Clara did not yet know, reciting account numbers in a dry, broken rhythm as if he had spent years practicing them in the dark. The operator asked Clara to repeat herself. She tried. More voices came. Names, dates, property titles, solicitor references, funeral receipts, wards, room numbers, witness signatures. The sound filled her throat without tearing it, though she felt each syllable leave a mark. Elsie stood beside her, weeping and holding the black ledger open beneath Clara's mouth as thin black ink continued to spill from her lips in threads, writing between the printed lines. Mr. Pell tried to leave before the police arrived. The residents blocked the corridor. They did not touch him. They only stood there in their gowns and slippers, frail and sleepless, wearing one another's grief across their faces. Mr. Pell stopped 3 feet from Mrs. Alder when she smiled at him with Rosalind Wynn's smile. By dawn, Briarfield House was full of blue lights. The first officers treated the situation as confusion. Clara watched them almost make the same mistake everyone else had made for decades. Elderly residents. Midnight distress. A hidden room. A distressed psychologist with ink on her mouth. It could all have been softened into incident language. Then one officer opened the black ledger. Another found the donation forms. A third photographed the wall behind the filing cabinets, where the rose wallpaper had bloomed with names. Briarfield closed 3 months later. Not all at once. Institutions rarely died honestly. First came temporary suspension of new admissions, then administrative leave, then an external review, then safeguarding investigation, then criminal inquiry, then the carefully phrased announcement that Briarfield House would cease operations while historic concerns were addressed. Historic. Clara learned to hate that word. It made theft sound buried. It made suffering sound completed. But nothing at Briarfield was completed. Families came forward after the news broke. Nieces with unanswered letters. Grandchildren who had grown up hearing that Nana had donated everything willingly. Sons who had believed their fathers confused. Daughters who had stopped asking because every professional voice had told them memory was unreliable in the old. The records proved much. They did not prove enough. Some files were missing, Some properties had been sold twice through shell trusts. Some beneficiaries were dead. Some signatures had no surviving relatives to challenge them. Rosalind Wynn's name appeared again and again. But so did others: doctors, trustees, administrators, solicitors, assessors who had written soft phrases around hard theft. Clara gave statements for weeks. At first, she tried to speak only as herself. That failed. Whenever investigators asked the wrong question, her throat tightened. Whenever a solicitor used the word alleged too carefully, her tongue went cold. Whenever someone suggested a resident might have misunderstood, Clara's jaw opened. And another person answered. Eleanor Ashe described the smell of fallen apples rotting under frost. Margaret Ridley remembered the weight of funeral lilies. Lionel Marsh recited the tide schedule from the last morning he saw his coastal field. Vera Havelock named the drawer where her wedding ring had been taken before the room was cleared. The investigators began recording all of it. At night, Clara slept badly. In the rented flat she took near the inquiry offices, she woke to find notebooks filled beside her bed. Sometimes the handwriting was hers. Sometimes Rosalind's, sometimes a dozen others, overlapping until the pages looked bruised. Her face changed too, but only in small betrayals. A tilt of the mouth in the mirror that did not belong to her. A way of holding a cup. A blink slow with someone else's patience. She did not become them. That would have been simpler. She remained Clara Wynne. And she became responsible for carrying what Clara Wynne had inherited. On the last day of the public hearing, she sat before a long table beneath bright committee lights. Reporters filled the rear rows. Families sat together, some holding photographs, some holding nothing because nothing had been left. The microphone waited in front of Clara with its tiny red light glowing. A barrister asked whether she understood the personal implications of her testimony. Clara looked down at her prepared statement. The paper was blank. For one terrible second, she felt almost relieved. Then, beneath the table, something cold touched her palm. A brass key. The microphone hummed. Clara leaned toward it and opened her mouth. She waited. Inside her, the forgotten gathered themselves, choosing the first name. Some horrors do not begin with screams in the dark. They begin with signatures, polite language, and the quiet decision to treat vulnerable people as problems instead of witnesses. Clara's punishment is not simply that she discovers the truth. It is that she can no longer live outside it. She becomes the mouth that others were denied, carrying voices the world once dismissed as confusion. And maybe that is the question Briarfield leaves behind. If the truth could only survive by entering you, would you still choose to speak? Story 3. The first breath appeared on the glass at 17 minutes past 9 on a Tuesday morning, though Julian Armitage did not call it a breath at first. He called it a humidity irregularity. That was the kind of language museums preferred. And Julian had survived 22 years in conservation by choosing the kind of language that made the living seem calm and the dead seem manageable. Moisture was not grief. Discoloration was not blood. A torn seam was not violence. Everything became easier once given a neutral name and entered into the proper field on the proper form. The Ashenhurst Museum of European Domestic History stood behind iron railings in a quieter part of London. A long blackened building with narrow windows and stone angels whose faces had softened in the weather. It had once been the townhouse of a duke no one remembered kindly enough to keep on the plaques. Now it held mourning jewelry, nursery furniture, porcelain dinner services, prayer books, hair wreaths, wedding garments, and all the intimate debris through which rich families proved they had once existed. Julian had always found comfort there, not warmth. Comfort. Warmth was unreliable. Comfort was order. On that Tuesday, the museum was closed to the public, while the West Wing was prepared for its new exhibition, Vanished Houses, Marriage, Bloodline, and Decline Among Europe's Lost Aristocracies. The title had been chosen by committee, which explained why it sounded both scholarly and slightly embarrassed. The exhibition gathered objects from families whose names had thinned out of history, portraits without heirs, silver crests no one used, christening gowns belonging to infants who never reached adulthood, and letters written in hand so careful they seemed afraid to disturb the page. The centerpiece was the Marrowborn wedding dress. It stood alone, in a climate-controlled case at the far end of Gallery 7, positioned beneath a vaulted ceiling painted with dark vines. The mannequin inside was headless, as museum mannequins often were. But the absence seemed more deliberate here. The dress rose from the platform in a narrow column of ivory silk, its bodice stiff with seed pearls, its sleeves tapering to points where hands should have been. A train of yellowed lace spread behind it like spilled frost. Julian had restored older garments to rarer garments. Garments with better provenance and cleaner paperwork. Still, he had not liked touching this one. It had arrived from a private collection folded in acid-free tissue, along with a cedar scent that no amount of airing had fully removed. When Julian lifted the bodice from the box, a single white thread had clung to his glove and refused to let go. It had stretched rather than snapped, thin and pale and disturbingly elastic, until he cut it with surgical scissors. Since then, he had told himself that the unease came from professional irritation. The dress was fragile. Its documentation was incomplete. The Marrowborn family history had been romanticized by dealers, misquoted by journalists, and mauled by auction catalogs. Julian disliked mass masquerading as mystery. He stood before the glass case now with a digital hygrometer in one hand and a tablet in the other, checking the environmental readings before Dr. Rosamund Keene arrived for the final walkthrough. Rosamund, the museum director, liked numbers when numbers served elegance. She liked scholarship when scholarship did not frighten donors. She liked Julian because he could make damaged things presentable without asking for attention. The gallery smelled of beeswax, cold stone, and the faint metallic tang of new lighting rigs. Somewhere beyond the wall, an installer coughed. A drill whined briefly and stopped. Morning rain tapped against the high windows, turning the glass a dull pewter. Julian noted the readings. Temperature stable. Relative humidity stable. No visible pest activity. No particulate disturbance inside case. Then he saw the mist. It bloomed halfway up the conservation glass, directly in front of the bodice. A pale oval cloud spreading from the inside. Julian lowered the tablet. The mark softened at its edges, then faded slowly, exactly as breath fades from a mirror in a cold room. He looked behind him. The gallery was empty. The case had been sealed the previous evening by 2 technicians under his supervision. Microclimate cases did not fog from within unless something had failed. and failure did not usually appear in one deliberate oval at the height of a human mouth. Julian stepped closer. His reflection approached him in the glass. Gray suit. Narrow face. Silver, beginning at the temples. Expression, composed by habit rather than feeling. Behind his reflected shoulder, the headless dress waited. For one irrational second, he had the impression that the mannequin had leaned forward. It had not. Of course. He checked the seals. He checked the base. He checked the data logger hidden beneath the platform. Everything was correct. Everything was stable. The case was performing exactly as designed. Another faint cloud appeared on the inside of the glass. This time, Julian heard it. Not clearly. Not loudly. Only the smallest softening of the air. Like someone exhaling through silk. He froze with one hand near the case seam. The mist widened, trembled, and began to vanish. As it faded, something remained in its center. Not a word. Not yet. But a single curved line drawn in moisture. It was low and delicate, like the beginning of a letter written by a finger from the wrong side. Julian leaned in despite himself. The line completed itself just before the glass cleared. A loop, a downward stroke, a final hook. Not a letter after all. A stitch. The stitch faded last. Julian remained in front of the case long after the breath had vanished. His face reflected in the glass where the mark had been. He did not move until the installer beyond the wall started drilling again. The ordinary mechanical shriek cutting through the gallery like a reprimand. Only then did he step back, straighten his jacket, and enter the observation in his tablet as a localized condensation event. He deleted the word localized, thought for a moment, and replaced it with minor condensation event. That was better. Smaller, less theatrical. By 10 o'clock, Gallery 7 had filled with people who spoke too loudly because the museum was closed. Technicians adjusted light angles. A junior curator carried foam blocks in both arms. Dr. Rosamund Keene crossed the floor with a donor on a video call, describing the marrow-born dress as the emotional heart of the exhibition. Julian disliked that phrase. Objects did not have hearts. They had weave structures, degradation patterns, provenance problems, and storage requirements. He preferred them that way. Human beings complicated everything by wanting the past to love them back. Julian spent the late morning in the textile lab, where the air was filtered. The blinds were half drawn, and every tool had its place. Fine needles rested in a velvet-lined tray. Japanese tissue lay beneath a glass weight. Silk threads were sorted by shade, not color name, because color names were sentimental and shade numbers were exact. Here, he could examine a torn cuff for hours without once having to consider the hand that had worn it. That had always been his gift. As a child, he had taken apart damaged things quietly, a cracked watch, a split glove, a moth-eaten scarf. His mother had said he had patient fingers. His grandmother, Elsie Armitage, had said something stranger. "You've got servant hands," she told him once, not unkindly. While threading a needle by the kitchen window, they know how to mend what others ruin. Julian had hated the phrase. Elsie had worked in aristocratic houses before the war, sewing hems, repairing linens, letting richer women stand over her in their underclothes while she knelt with pins between her lips. She told stories about service with a mixture of bitterness and pride that embarrassed him. As a boy, Julian listened while pretending not to listen, ashamed of the flour on her apron, the thick skin at her fingertips, the way she called titled people them upstairs even decades after leaving their employ. When she died, he kept only one thing from her sewing box, a pair of small silver scissors shaped like a stork. He told himself he had kept them for their craftsmanship, not because they had belonged to her. The scissors now lay locked in his private drawer beneath the lab bench. At lunchtime, Julian ate alone at his desk, half a sandwich, black coffee, 2 antacids. Through the interior window, he watched younger staff laughing in the corridor. Their voices came muffled through the glass, harmless and indistinct. He knew they found him cold. Perhaps he was. Coldness. Properly managed. Preserved things. His phone buzzed with a message from Rosamond. Donor preview tomorrow evening. Gallery 7 must be immaculate. Julian typed, "It will be." Then, after a pause, he added, "I noticed a minor condensation issue in the Marrowborn case. I'll monitor." 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Noted. Please keep language calm in the report. The Bernacchi family are nervous lenders. Julian looked at that sentence for a long time. Keep language calm. The museum's entire purpose could have been expressed that way. Keep the dead calm. Keep donors calm. Keep women in dresses. Keep servants in footnotes. Keep bloodlines in polished frames. Keep anything unpleasant behind glass. He closed the message and returned to his condition notes. By late afternoon, the rain had deepened. Water ran down the high windows of the west wing, blurring the city into gray vertical strokes. Julian made another round through Gallery 7 after the technicians left, partly because it was his duty and partly because he could not stop thinking about the mark. The Marrowborn dress waited beneath its careful light. For several seconds, nothing happened. Julian checked the data logger. Stable. He checked the seals. Intact. He stood close enough to see his own breath faintly touch the outside of the glass and vanish. Then a second mist appeared inside. It did not bloom in front of the bodice this time. It formed lower, near the place where the mannequin's right sleeve ended in an empty point. The cloud spread slowly, as if something small had pressed itself against the glass from within. Julian stopped breathing. 5 pale marks emerged in the condensation. A palm. 4 fingers. Not an adult hand. Not the mannequin's hidden support. Not any shape produced by faulty climate control. It was the faint print of a child's hand. Too small to belong to the dress. Pressed from the wrong side of the glass. Julian did not touch the glass. The child's handprint remained for perhaps 7 seconds. No longer than a held breath. Then thinned into separate beads of moisture and disappeared. When it was gone, the case looked perfectly sealed again. The dress stood with its pointed sleeves empty, its lace train arranged in a curve of ceremonial stillness. Nothing had shifted. Nothing had broken. The readings remained ideal. Julian photographed the glass anyway. In the image, there was only reflection, his own pale face, the overhead lights, the dark arch of the gallery behind him. No print, no mist, no evidence that anything small had pressed its palm from inside a locked conservation case. He entered no report. That was the first truly dishonest thing he did. By the time he left the museum, the West Wing had gone quiet. The public galleries were dark except for security strips along the skirting boards. The old house made its usual settling sounds, pipes ticking, floorboards releasing the day's footsteps, rain tapping against stone. Julian locked the textile lab, paused outside Gallery 7, and decided not to look in again. It required effort. On the train home, he told himself the handprint had been a trick of layered reflection, a cleaner on the far side of the corridor, his own fingers distorted by curved glass. Fatigue. Stress. The ordinary vanity of specialists who saw significance because significance was what they were paid to preserve. His flat in Bloomsbury was narrow, expensive, and almost entirely silent. Books lined one wall. Framed textile fragments lined another. He had no television, no pets, no partner leaving shoes in the wrong place or cups on unsuitable surfaces. He heated soup, ate, standing at the counter, and opened his laptop to review the exhibition database. At 18 minutes to midnight, he found the first altered label. It belonged to a mourning brooch in case 3, a small oval thing made of plaited hair beneath glass. The approved text had been dry and brief. Hair brooch. Attributed to the House of Leanh. C. Ichembabe Arches C. Gold. Seed pearl. Human hair. Worn during periods of formal mourning. Now there was an additional sentence beneath it. The hair belonged to Amélie Leanh, who entered the family by marriage and left it without burial. Julian stared at the line. He checked the revision history. No user logged. No timestamp. No draft marker. The sentence had simply appeared inside the approved label text, as if it had always been there and he had only just learned how to read it. He searched the collection files for Amélie Leanh. Nothing. Then he searched external genealogical records, auction archives, digitized newspapers, and 2 subscription databases the museum used for provenance research. There were Leanh men in abundance. Their wives appeared as initials, titles, or decorative appendages. Lady Leanh, second wife, deceased. Madame Leanh, issue unknown, bride from Savoy. Christian name uncertain. No Amélie. Julian corrected the label, saved it, and sat very still. At 9 minutes past midnight, another label changed. This one described a silver christening cup from the Marrowbourne collection. The added sentence read, presented after the birth of no living child to Seraphina Marrowbourne, whose portrait was removed from the east staircase. He stood so quickly his chair struck the wall. The laptop screen glowed in the dim flat. Rain moved in pale streaks down the window, somewhere below. A taxi passed through standing water with a soft hiss. Julian logged out, logged back in, changed his password, checked access permissions. There had to be an explanation. An intern with poor judgment. A curator testing interpretive text. Some automated catalog import from an old donor file. Museums attracted clever people with theatrical instincts. It was irritating, but not impossible. By morning, he had slept less than 2 hours. He arrived before security had finished unlocking the staff entrance. The West Wing smelled colder than usual. Stone and dust beneath the sharper odor of fresh paint. Gallery 7 remained closed, lit only by low conservation lamps. The cases waited in 2 long rows before the Marrowbourne dress, each object accompanied by its small rectangle of printed authority. Julian went first to case 3. The label had changed on the physical mount, not just in the database, not on a screen. The printed card itself now included the sentence about Amélie Véran. The type matched perfectly. The spacing was exact. No paper edge. No overlay. No sign of replacement. He checked the christening cup. Serafina Marrowborn waited there too. Inserted neatly into history after a century of absence. By 8:30, 3 more labels had changed. Women's names appeared like mildew under varnish. Isolde, Marguerite, Eleanor. Each one attached to an object that had previously belonged. Officially, to a family, a house, a mail line, a crest. None appeared in the records Julian could access. Their lives surfaced only in the labels. In calm museum language, as if the cases were confessing with perfect grammar. He was still kneeling beside a display of wedding gloves when he saw the final alteration. It had been added beneath the Marrowborn dress. Ivory silk wedding gown. See, Ichen Babe Chishuyi, worn by an unidentified bride of the Marrowborn line. And below that, she had servant hands. They knew how to mend what others ruined. Julian's mouth went dry. He had never written that phrase down. He had never told anyone. His grandmother's voice came back so clearly that, for a moment, he could smell boiled tea, laundry soap, and the damp wool of her sleeves. Behind the glass, the wedding dress exhaled. This time, the mist formed a name. The name did not last long enough for Julian to read it. It gathered in the mist inside the glass. A narrow beginning of letters. Then broke apart as if the dress had changed its mind. A curve became a smear. A vertical stroke trembled, thinned, and vanished. In less than 10 seconds, the case was clear again, leaving only the ivory bodice, the seed pearls, and Julian's reflection staring back at him with the fixed, exhausted look of a man who had nearly recognized something and been spared. He stepped away, not quickly. Quickly would have meant panic. He moved with professional care, turned off the flashlight in his hand, and went to his office, where he wrote 3 possible explanations on a yellow legal pad. Condensation. Unauthorized database alteration. Stress response. He underlined the 3rd option twice. There was comfort in the list. 3 explanations meant the event could be divided into manageable pieces. The breath belonged to climate control. The labels belonged to software. His reaction belonged to fatigue, family memory, and perhaps the pressure of the donor preview. None of these things needed to be connected. Connection was how superstition disguised itself as evidence. By mid-morning, Julian had summoned Miles Everly from Digital Collections. Miles was 27. Cheerful in a way Julian distrusted, and wore trainers that squeaked faintly on polished floors. He stood in Gallery 7 with a tablet, scrolling through access logs while Julian hovered near the wedding gloves. No edits from our end, Miles said. There must have been. Not unless someone bypassed the whole system. Printed replacement labels. Installed them without security noticing. And somehow backdated the database without leaving a trace. Julian gave him a look. Miles lowered the tablet, which I'm guessing is not the answer you want. I want the accurate answer. Then the accurate answer is that the database thinks these labels were always like this. That is not an answer. No, Miles said, glancing toward the Marrowborn dress. It's more like a problem with better manners. Julian did not smile. He spent the next hour inspecting the physical labels. The paper stock was correct. The mounting adhesive was undisturbed. The ink had the same slight warmth as the approved batch. There were no fingerprints, no lifted corners, no sign of tampering. Even the small production code printed on the back matched the museum's official order. He removed the label beneath the mourning brooch and replaced it with a newly printed version from his own file. When he returned after lunch, the sentence about Amélie Reynolds had come back. Julian stood in the empty gallery with the rejected label still in his hand, feeling the first true thread of fear pull tight somewhere beneath his ribs. He told no one. Instead, he increased the dehumidification margin by 2%, requested a temporary security camera angle adjustment, and wrote a private note suggesting possible contamination in the label stock. He used words like migration, adhesive bleed, and print memory, though he knew as he typed them that they explained nothing. The language was not meant to solve the problem. It was meant to surround it. That evening, after the staff had gone, Julian remained behind for one final check. Gallery 7 seemed longer after closing. During public hours, the objects made sense because people moved between them. Without visitors, the exhibition became less like a room and more like a ceremony waiting for its guests. The mannequins arranged around the wedding feast display stood in their borrowed gowns and mourning coats, faces smooth, heads tilted with artificial restraint. A long table had been staged at the center of the gallery with porcelain plates, silver cutlery, crystal glasses, and a decorative cake made of painted plaster. It represented, according to the approved text, a late 19th century dynastic wedding breakfast. Julian disliked the display. It was theatrical rather than scholarly. He counted the place settings because they annoyed him. 12, 6 on each side. He checked the lighting on the Marrowborn dress, made sure the case readings remained stable, and walked the room with his clipboard. The breath did not appear. No label changed while he watched. Nothing moved. At 8:46 in the evening, the lights flickered once. Julian looked toward the feast table. One of the seated mannequins had turned its head, only slightly. The figure in the pale green dinner gown, positioned nearest the empty chair at the head of the table, had been angled toward the cake earlier. Julian knew this because he had corrected the sightline himself. Now its blank face pointed toward the Marrowborn dress, as if listening. He crossed the room and adjusted it back. The resin head was smooth and cold beneath his hand. As he withdrew, he noticed the table. There were 13 place settings, not 12. A new plate had appeared at the head, directly before the chair that had been left empty for interpretive balance. The porcelain matched the others. The silver fork lay on the wrong side, tines angled inward like fingers. Beside the plate stood a narrow crystal glass filled halfway with dark red wine. Julian bent closer. The wine's surface trembled once. Behind him, from inside the wedding dress case, someone softly pulled out a chair. The sound was small, but unmistakable. Wood against stone, a chair being drawn back for someone expected. Julian turned so sharply that his shoulders struck the edge of the feast table. The wine in the narrow glass rippled. The mannequins remained seated in their revised arrangement, hands posed above plates, blank faces lifted in polite anticipation. At the far end of Gallery 7, the Marrowborn wedding dress stood behind glass, untouched by movement. No chair had moved, and yet the sound seemed to continue inside Julian's bones. A low scrape repeating after the room had gone silent. He left the gallery with more composure than he felt, locked the door, and stood in the corridor listening. The museum's old heating system clicked through the walls. Rain pressed softly against the roof lantern above the west stair. Somewhere below, a security guard laughed at something on his phone. Ordinary sounds. Julian wanted desperately to believe in them. The next morning, he reviewed the adjusted security footage with Miles Everly and a night supervisor named Tomasz. The video showed Gallery 7 between 8:30 and 9 in the evening in its fixed gray-green night vision. Julian watched himself enter the room, inspect the case, adjust the mannequin in the green gown, and bend over the feast table. The footage did not show the 13th place setting appearing. It had always been there. From the start of the recording, the plate waited at the head of the table. The glass beside it was dark. The fork lay incorrectly placed. Tines turned inward. Julian saw himself count the settings with his clipboard in hand and move on without reacting. "You were tired," Tomasz said gently. "I counted 12. Miles said nothing. Julian replayed the footage. Again, he watched his own body betray him. There was no sudden change. No impossible movement. No hand entering the frame to place the plate. Only a version of himself moving calmly through a room that had already altered around him. After that, the museum began to feel closer, not smaller. Exactly. Gallery 7 still measured what it had always measured. The vaulted ceiling still rose into painted vines. The cases remained aligned according to the floor plan, but the air between objects seemed to thicken. Julian found himself brushing past displays he knew he had left room to pass. Doorways felt narrower. The temperature dropped in pockets, not evenly, so that his face would be warm beneath a lamp while his hands ached with cold. The wedding feast display changed in increments too subtle to report. A mannequin's fingers rested nearer a knife. A silk sleeve touched the rim of a plate. The seated figures leaned by degrees toward the empty head chair, as if listening to a speech no living person could hear. The labels continued adding names, not all at once, never conveniently. Julian would leave a case, return 10 minutes later, and find another woman inserted into the record with museum-perfect restraint. Beatrice Halvern, married into the line and absent from parish burial registers. Claudine von Elritz, named in no surviving correspondence after the wedding night. Mary Aveling, seamstress, dismissed without wages after alterations to the bridal garment. The last one made Julian stop. Seamstress. He searched the name in the archive database and found nothing. Of course he found nothing. Women like that were not preserved unless they were useful to the story of someone else's house. That afternoon, Rosamund Keene came to inspect the gallery. "It feels splendid," she said, clasping her hands beneath her chin. "Cold, but splendid, almost devotional." "It is too cold," Julian said. "We can mention the chill in the copy. Visitors love atmosphere. The chill may indicate instability in the microclimate." She looked at him then, not sharply, but with a director's practice disappointment. "Julian, tomorrow's preview matters. The lenders matter. The press matters. We cannot turn a triumph into a maintenance concern because you dislike theatrical presentation." He almost told her about the breath. Instead, He heard his own voice say, "Of course." That evening, Julian stayed alone again. He did not intend to. He told himself he was only checking the physical labels one last time. But the building emptied around him. Office by office, footstep by footstep, until the silence became arranged rather than accidental. Gallery 7 waited. Inside, the light seemed lower. The glass cases reflected one another in dark layers, making the objects appear buried behind repeated surfaces. The Marrowborn dress had acquired a faint grayness at the waist, as though someone had stood inside it long enough to warm the silk. Julian approached with the stork scissors in his pocket. He had brought them from the lab without deciding to do so. His wrist began to itch. At first, he ignored it. Then, the itch sharpened into a fine, needling pain. He lifted his left cuff and saw a pale line beneath the skin just above the wrist bone. A thread, not resting on the surface. Under it, thin, white, and taut beneath the flesh, as if someone had stitched him from the inside while he worked. One end disappeared toward his palm. The other pointed up his arm, toward the sleeve. Julian pressed it with his thumb and felt it slide across the gallery. Breath clouded the inside of the wedding dress case. This time, the mist did not form a name. It formed his initials. His initials held on the glass longer than the names had. J. A. 2 letters, written in breath from inside a case that no living mouth could enter. Julian stood with his wrist burning beneath the white thread and watched the mist thin around them. The letters did not smear. They faded with the calm patience of something certain it had been understood. He did not run. Running belonged to people who still believed distance solved anything. Instead, Julian took the stork scissors from his pocket and pressed their cold silver beak against the skin above his wrist. The thread shifted under the flesh, not away from the blade but toward it, as if eager. A bead of blood rose before he had cut deeply enough to draw one. It was bright at first, then darkened on contact with air. Across the gallery, the mannequins at the wedding table sat in their patient arrangement. The 13th setting waited at the head. The wine in the narrow glass had lowered by a finger's width. Julian lowered his sleeve. There was one place in the museum where old objects went when no one wanted to answer for them. Not the official textile store, with its catalog drawers and humidity charts. Not the visible conservation lab, where donors could be shown gloves. In magnifiers and soft brushes, beneath Ashenhurst, below the old servants' kitchens and boiler passages, there was a sealed archive known among senior staff as Lower Textile. It had been closed 12 years earlier after flooding damaged part of the south wall. Officially, everything salvageable had been moved upstairs. Unofficially, Julian knew objects remained below. Objects with disputed ownership. Objects with uncertain human materials. Objects whose histories made them unsuitable for elegant interpretation. He took the West Service stair. The staircase narrowed as it descended, its painted walls giving way to sweating brick. The museum above became muffled. No alarms. No voices. No respectable echo of polished rooms. Down here, the building smelled older than history. Damp lime, rust, wet dust. Something like wool left too long in a locked trunk. At the bottom, he unlocked the first security gate with his staff card. The second required a key. The third had no electronic record at all. only an old iron lock stiff with disuse. Julian had taken the key years ago from a cabinet marked obsolete fittings, telling himself he might need it for emergency access. That was how he justified many small thefts from institutions, not as wrongdoing, but as preparedness. The lock opened with a reluctant crack. Lower textile breathed out. Julian stood in the doorway. Flashlight raised. Metal shelving disappeared into darkness on either side. Archival boxes sagged on their supports. Labels browned by damp. Rolls of fabric wrapped in muslin leaned like bodies against the wall. The air was colder here, but not cleanly cold. It carried the intimate chill of cellars, coffins, and rooms where things had waited without being forgotten. His wrist pulsed. He found the marrow-borne materials in the third bay. At first, they seemed ordinary enough. 3 long boxes stamped with accession numbers never entered into the public database. Inside lay fragments of domestic history. A baby cap, a lace collar, black gloves, a veil stained at the edge with something the color of old tea. Julian lifted each item with professional care, but his hands no longer felt neutral. Every thread seemed aware of him. Behind the boxes stood a garment rack covered in gray sheeting. He drew the sheet aside. Unfinished bridal dresses hung in a row. Not 1, not 3. More than a dozen. Some were barely begun. Bodices pinned, but never sewn. Skirts basted with white thread. Sleeves hanging open like wounds. Others were almost complete except for missing closures. Unfinished hems. Or empty spaces where lace had been removed. They were different sizes, different decades, different women. Yet each had the same narrow waist, the same high throat, the same small hidden stitch at the left wrist. Julian touched one sleeve and felt the thread beneath his own skin answer. On the shelf below the garments, he found the ledgers. They were bound in cracked red leather, the marrow-borne crest pressed faintly into each cover. He opened the first and saw columns written in a formal hand. Bride received. Alterations completed. Household integration. Issue anticipated. No deaths. No burials. No names in the margins except first names. Lightly crossed through. Cordelia. Agnes. Serafina. Amélie. Elsie. Julian stopped. His grandmother's name sat near the bottom of a page dated 1937. Written not as servant, seamstress, or employee, but under a column headed temporary hand. Beside it was a note, mended lower seam after resistance, paid in silence. His throat tightened so sharply he had to lean against the shelf. Something scraped behind him. Not loud, not sudden. Wood dragged across stone. The same sound as the chair in Gallery 7. Julian turned and saw, at the far end of the bay, a crate he had not noticed before. It was blackened oak, bound with iron straps. Its lid secured by a museum padlock newer than the wood. A paper label hung from the hasp, typed in the old Ashenhurst format. Marrowborn Collection Domestic Remnants. Beneath that, handwritten in faded blue ink, was a second line. Do not catalog by name. Julian stepped closer, the flashlight trembling in his hand. From inside the locked crate came the soft, steady sound of someone breathing through cloth. Julian did not open the crate at once. For several seconds, he stood before it with the flashlight trembling in his hand, listening to the breathing inside. It was not loud enough to be mistaken for a person trapped and waiting to be rescued. It was quieter than that, more patient. The breath of something folded away for a very long time and accustomed to darkness. The padlock was modern, museum issue, the kind used on storage cabinets and staff lockers. Julian knew the master key would fit before he tried it. That was another small betrayal. The lock opened. The breathing stopped. Inside the crate lay no body, no bones, no bride curled in old lace. Only paper, bundles of it, ledgers, envelopes, folded receipts, garment tags tied with string, estate inventories, household accounts, parish extracts, and narrow slips of card covered in names written so small they looked at first like decorative borderwork. The smell rising from them was dry and intimate. Dust, cheddar, mildew, old ink, and something faintly sweet beneath it, like flowers left too long in water. Julian lifted the first ledger carefully. Its cover read, Marrowbourne Household Matrimonial Transfers. He opened it. The entries were written in a clerk's beautiful hand. Each page listed dates, objects, values, and conditions of receipt. Silver passed from one branch of the family to another. Land was consolidated. Jewels were reset. Portraits were relocated. Linen was assessed. Dowry textiles were absorbed into household stock. And among them, with no difference in tone, were women. Cordelia Ashcombe, received into Marrowbourne estate. Ichambabe Sisujo, issue pending. Personal correspondence removed. Agnes Bellwether, received. Ichambabe Wushalo, hair retained for mourning object though no public mourning observed. Serafina Elland, received. Ichambabe Chisuyi, portrait withdrawn. Bridal garment preserved. The word was always received. Never married. Never died. Never buried. Julian turned pages faster, then forced himself to slow down before the paper tore beneath his fingers. The same pattern repeated across decades. A bride entered the Marrowbourne line. Her maiden name appeared once. Then her letters disappeared. Her portrait was withdrawn. Her clothing integrated. Her jewels returned to blood use. Her books reassigned. Her servants dismissed or silenced. After that, her existence survived only as material. Lace, hair, embroidery, pearl, thread. He found a typed memorandum dated 1912. The bride must not remain as individual record. Domestic continuity depends upon absorption into family heritage. Public grief encourages inquiry. Private preservation is sufficient. Julian read the sentence twice before understanding that it had not been written in metaphor. Behind him, one of the unfinished gowns whispered softly on its hanger. He turned a page and found repair logs. These were newer, mid-20th century, kept not by aristocratic clerks but by hired hands. Seamstresses, cleaners, wardrobe women. The handwriting changed from page to page. Some neat, some hurried, some barely literate. They had mended what the family tore. They had covered stains. They had strengthened seams. They had replaced lace removed from one woman's gown and added it to another. Julian's own breath began to sound too loud in the archive. Then he saw the stork scissor mark, a tiny sketch in the margin beside an entry from 1000. 937. Two curved blades. A long, narrow beak, drawn with quick familiarity. Beneath it, in Elsie Armitage's handwriting, were the words, "Lower hem repaired. Wrist seam resisting. White thread moving against needle. Mrs. is asked, said not to cut it if it pulled back." Julian sat down hard on a sealed box. His grandmother's handwriting was unmistakable. The rounded capital E, the cramped crossings of the T, the practical irritation pressed into every line. She had not simply worked in aristocratic houses, she had worked here. With this dress, or one like it. She had touched the thread. She had known something was wrong. A second note followed. Asked what became of the young lady. Told not to use names below stairs. Paid extra. Took silence home. Julian felt the sentence enter him like a needle. Took silence home. All his life, he had mistaken Elsie's bitterness for class resentment. Her muttered warnings for old-fashioned grievance. He had been embarrassed by her because she remembered kneeling. Because she knew that beautiful houses were full of women who disappeared into work, marriage, obedience, and fabric. Because her hands had served the truth, while his had spent decades preserving the lie with cleaner tools. At the bottom of the page, another line had been added in fresher ink. Not Elsie's. Not old. Her grandson continues the maintenance. Julian dropped the ledger. The white thread beneath his wrist tightened. Across the archive, the locked crate gave a long, soft exhale, though its lid stood open. The loose papers stirred. And from beneath the ledgers slid a small museum condition report dated that very morning. He had written it himself. Only the final sentence was new. Object stable. Handler integrated. Julian read the sentence until the words lost grammar and became marks. Black thread stitched through white paper. He told himself it was a forgery. He told himself many things in that cellar. Because there were still a few seconds left in which a reasonable man could remain reasonable by force. The report could have been copied. His signature could have been scanned. The final line could have been added by Miles, by Rosamond, by some unseen researcher with a taste for cruelty. The thread beneath his wrist could have been a splinter, a fiber, a stress rash. The breathing could be air pressure moving through the archive vents. Then the ledgers began to open by themselves. Not violently. There was no theatrical gust. No storm of pages. One book after another lifted its cover with the mild obedience of objects being consulted. Paper whispered in the dark aisles. The unfinished bridal gowns shifted on their hangers. Sleeves, brushing sleeves, until the whole rack seemed to inhale. Julian's flashlight flickered. In the failing light, the archive changed. The metal shelves became high-backed chairs. The muslin-wrapped fabric rolls became standing figures. The long service passage behind him filled with the pale suggestion of a dining table. And somewhere above, impossibly far and impossibly near, crystal chimed as if a glass had been struck for attention. Women stood among the boxes. Not ghosts as he had imagined ghosts when he was young. Not transparent figures with tragic faces and convenient wounds. They were less complete than that and more terrible. One was made of lace edges and pinned hems. One wore no face. Only a veil stretched tightly where features should have been. One had pearl buttons sunk into her throat. One trailed hair long enough to bind her wrists. Their forms trembled as if assembled from every object that had survived them and none of the flesh that had been allowed to matter. Julian tried to step back. The white thread in his wrist pulled him forward. A voice came from the open crate. It was not one voice. It was breath divided into language. Not bride. Another voice. Older or younger. Answered from the gowns. Not wife. A third. From the ledgers. Not mother. The words moved around him. Soft as silk being unfolded. House. Line. Blood. Heritage. Julian understood then with a clarity so cold it felt almost merciful. The dress in Gallery 7 was not haunted by the woman who had worn it. There was no single murdered bride waiting for recognition. No neat sorrow. The museum could rename tragedy and mount beneath careful lighting. The dress was crowded. Every seam contained more than thread. Every repair had strengthened a prison. The Marrow-born women had not merely died after marriage. They had been converted, their names cut out of letters, their portraits removed, their hair made into mourning brooches without mourning, their garments dismantled, their lace reused, their jewels reset, their bodies omitted from burial registers because burial would admit they had been people separate from the house. The family had not preserved its bloodline through inheritance alone. It had preserved itself by consuming the women brought into it, turning them into continuity, into property, into proof of purity. Each bride absorbed so the next generation could claim an unbroken name. Each silence mended by paid hands. Each paid hand warned not to ask. Elsie had not saved Julian from that history. She had carried it home, paid in silence. And Julian, ashamed of her kneeling life, had spent his own making silence respectable. He thought of every object he had cleaned without questioning why women's names were absent. Every torn bodice he had stabilized while ignoring the body implied by the tear. Every donor he had reassured. Every label he had softened. Every unpleasant sentence he had replaced with calm, institutional language. The thread in his wrist tightened again. This time, he did not resist. In the darkness above, Gallery 7 seemed to open inside his mind. He saw the wedding dress behind glass, the mannequins leaning toward the 13th place, the labels correcting themselves with patient rage. He saw tomorrow's donor preview, wine, polished shoes, murmured admiration, women bending close to read the names. Not closure. Witnesses. The exhibition did not want him to destroy it. It did not want release. Not in any clean or comforting form. The women in the dress had been hidden so completely that being seen was no longer enough. They wanted to be carried out of the museum in living bodies, under living skin, through the elegant world that had once treated them as vessels. Julian looked down at his wrist. The white thread had risen closer to the surface, spelling beneath the skin in tiny, painful loops, not his initials now. A command. Name us. From the open crate. The many women breathed in together. And the archive waited for him to answer. Julian answered without speaking. He gathered the ledgers first. Not all of them. There were too many. And some crumbled when he touched them. Their pages softened by damp and age until the names blurred beneath his gloves. He chose the strongest volumes. The repair log with Elsie's handwriting. The memorandum from 1912. The slips of card where brides had been reduced to transfers. and the household inventory in which Cordelia, Agnes, Serafina, Amélie, and dozens of others had been entered among silver, land, and linen. The archive did not stop him. The breathing continued around him. But it no longer sounded like warning. It sounded like women waiting at the edge of a room where men were still speaking too loudly. By the time Julian climbed back to the west wing, morning had begun to gray the high windows. The museum above looked indecently normal. Floors polished, lights timed, cases shining. The public face of Ashenhurst ready to receive admiration. Gallery 7 was colder than the stairwell. The wedding dress stood in its glass case. And for the first time, Julian did not look at it as an object. He looked at it as a crowd. The seed pearls at the bodice seemed less like decoration now than small sealed mouths. The lace at the cuffs lay in delicate snarls. The white thread beneath his wrist shifted when he approached, spelling and unspelling names too quickly for him to read. He went to the label printer. At 6:18 in the morning, Julian Armitage began rewriting the exhibition. He did not soften anything. He did not use received. He did not use absorbed unless the document had used it first, and he wanted the ugliness preserved in its own language. He entered the women's names where he had them, where he did not. He wrote the absence plainly. Unidentified Marrowborn bride. Removed from parish record after wedding feast. Name, suppressed in family ledger. Portrait destroyed. Body unburied or burial unrecorded. Garment altered by paid women instructed not to ask questions. For the Marrowborn dress, he replaced the elegant, approved text entirely. Wedding gown associated with the Marrowborn line. C. 1,849. 1,937. This garment contains material from multiple bridal garments belonging to women who disappeared from public record after marriage into the family. Archival evidence suggests their names. Portraits, correspondence, clothing, and bodily traces were deliberately converted into household property to preserve the fiction of an unbroken aristocratic bloodline. He paused before the final sentence. Then he typed. This object was maintained by generations of silent labor, including seamstress Elsie Armitage, whose grandson prepared this exhibition. He printed the label before he could lose courage. Rosamund Keene found him an hour later with paper scraps around his feet and the approved labels stacked in a neat, dead pile. For once, she did not look elegant. "What have you done?" she whispered. Julian fixed the new Marrowborn label beneath the glass. His hands were steady. That surprised him. "I corrected the record. You vandalized a major exhibition hours before preview. I've documented a crime. An alleged historical irregularity." Her voice sharpened around the institutional phrase. "You had no authority." "No," Julian said. "That was rather the point, wasn't it?" Rosamund looked toward the dress. The glass had begun to cloud from within. "Remove them," she said. "I won't." "Then you are finished here." The word should have hurt more. For years, Julian had wanted a room in this museum to open for him permanently, not just as a technician allowed behind doors, but as someone who belonged to the polished story upstairs, yet standing before the dress, with Elsie's handwriting in his mind and the thread beneath his skin. He understood that belonging had been the bait. The donor preview began at 6. Rosamund did not cancel it. Of course she did not. Museums survive scandal by controlling the lighting around it. The guests arrived in dark coats and careful shoes, carrying glasses of wine the same color as the liquid at the 13th place setting. They moved through Gallery 7 murmuring admiration until they reached the altered labels. Then the room changed, not visibly at first. A woman in a pearl necklace leaned close to read Cordelia's name and touched her own throat. A young journalist photographed the dress, then lowered her camera and stared at the image with her lips parted. A trustee's wife brushed at her sleeve as if a loose fiber tickled her wrist. Julian stood near the entrance, unemployed in all but paperwork, and watched. The exhibition had what it wanted. Not applause, not apology. Eyes, names, entering mouths. Names breathed softly by women who had never heard them before. Names leaving the glass and settling into living memory. Then the first visitor gasped. She was standing before the marrow-born dress, one hand pressed to the inside of her wrist. Beneath her skin, a white thread had surfaced in a thin, raised line. Julian stepped toward her. The thread moved. It curled under her flesh with delicate purpose, forming a name that was not hers. Behind the glass, the wedding dress exhaled in satisfaction, and every woman in the gallery began to itch. Ashenhurst did not close. For 3 days, Rosamund Keene considered it. She stood in emergency meetings with trustees, lenders, lawyers, insurers, and a public relations consultant whose voice remained calm even while describing potential criminal allegations. Reputational collapse and visitor distress linked to unexplained dermatological reactions. Photographs of the altered labels spread faster than the museum could deny them. A headline called the exhibition a Gothic reckoning. Another called it the most intimate historical experience in London. By the 4th day, the language had changed. Not scandal, engagement, not haunting, immersion, not evidence of violence. A radical act of interpretive restoration. Rosamund did what institutions did best. She absorbed the threat into the program. The Marrowborn exhibition reopened under a revised title, The Inherited Body Women, Marriage, and the Making of Heritage. A small notice at the entrance warned visitors that the exhibition contained challenging material concerning gendered erasure, bodily legacy, and archival silence. No mention was made of breath on glass. No mention was made of threads beneath skin. Julian's name disappeared from the staff directory before the end of the week. Officially, he had resigned following a procedural breach. Unofficially, everyone knew he had either saved the exhibition or ruined himself for it, depending on which room they were standing in when they spoke. His access card stopped working. His email account closed. His tools were packed in a gray archival box and left at reception with the politeness reserved for exiles. Only the stork scissors were missing. Julian kept them. He did not fight the dismissal. There was a time when he would have drafted letters, gathered allies, preserved his reputation with careful phrases. Now, reputation seemed like another glass case, another polished surface begging not to be breathed upon. He returned to his flat and placed Elsie's copied repair log on his desk. For the first time, he read her handwriting without shame. The thread in his wrist never left. It settled just beneath the skin, pale and fine, visible only in cold weather or when he stood too near the museum. Sometimes it formed letters, sometimes names, sometimes only loops, stitches, unfinished hems. It no longer hurt unless he lied. That was how he learned to live with it. The exhibition became Ashenhurst's greatest success in 20 years. Visitors queued along the iron railings beneath the softened stone angels. Reviewers praised its restraint, its sorrow, its refusal to separate beauty from violence. Academics requested access to the ledgers. Descendants of vanished houses issued denials so carefully worded they sounded like confessions. Rosamond gave interviews in black silk and said the museum had always been committed to difficult truths. Julian watched one of those interviews online with the sound off. Behind her, in the footage, the marrow-born dress stood beneath perfect lighting. The glass was clear. The label below it bore the names he had entered, along with new ones that appeared each week in the same calm typeface. The museum claimed these additions resulted from ongoing research. Perhaps they did. Perhaps the dead had become very good at documentation. The first reports came quietly. A woman in Hampstead found a white thread under the skin of her palm after visiting the exhibition with her daughter. A student in Edinburgh dreamed of a wedding feast and woke with the name Seraphina curled across her wrist. A journalist who had written admiringly about the dress discovered a pale loop rising beneath her collarbone, as though someone had begun sewing a neckline from inside her chest. Doctors called them subdermal fibers. Stress response. Unknown allergic reactions. No one found an entry wound. No one could remove the threads without causing the skin to split along neat, deliberate seams. Most women stopped trying after the first attempt. Some covered the marks with sleeves or jewelry. Others photographed them, traced them, searched the names online, and found nothing except the exhibition catalog, where the same names waited under glass. The threads did not kill. That was the most merciful thing anyone could say about them. They carried memory. Women left Ashenhurst with Cordelia beneath the wrist, Agnes along the ribs, Amélie near the throat, Mary Aveling under the thumb. They carried names into offices, kitchens, trains, classrooms, beds, into marriages, into hospitals, into family dinners where old men spoke proudly of ancestry and young women suddenly felt something tighten beneath their skin. When they spoke the names aloud, the thread loosened. When they stayed silent, it pulled. Months later, Julian stood across the street from Ashenhurst in the rain, watching the evening queue enter beneath the banners. He had not been inside since his dismissal. He no longer needed to. The museum had opened itself wider than any door, through the high window of Gallery 7. He could just see the marrow-born case. A woman paused before it with a small child beside her. The child lifted one hand toward the glass. From the other side, mist bloomed in answer, soft and white. At the exact height of her palm, Julian touched the thread in his wrist. For a moment, it shaped itself into Elsie's name. Then, beneath the rain, from somewhere behind the glass and somewhere beneath his skin, the women began to breathe again. Some horrors do not chase people through dark corridors. They sit quietly in beautiful rooms, waiting for someone to read the label closely enough. This story is about the violence hidden inside inheritance, elegance, and respectable silence, and about the hands that are paid to mend what should have been exposed. Julian loses the life he wanted, but he finally understands the cost of preserving beauty without truth. Maybe the most frightening question is not whether the dead can speak, but how many living people are asked to carry silence for them. Story 4. At 3:17 in the morning, The prescription printer at Voss and Vale Pharmacy began working without anyone touching it. Eleanor Voss heard it from the rear counter while she was counting white tablets into a blue plastic tray. 5 at a time. The way she had done for 15 years. The sound was ordinary enough at first. The soft internal click. The brief electric whine. Then the dry whisper of thermal paper sliding through the machine. In a 24-hour pharmacy, machines often made sounds when the rest of the world slept. Refrigerators hummed. Fluorescent lights buzzed in their tired metal housings. The automatic doors sighed whenever the wind worried them from outside. Still, Eleanor stopped counting. The pharmacy was empty, beyond the glass storefront. Bellwether Point lay under a cold coastal fog that turned the parking lot lights into pale yellow wounds. Across the street, the dark line of the seawall was barely visible. Waves struck somewhere beyond it with the slow, heavy rhythm of something breathing in its sleep. The town smelled of salt, diesel, rain, and old wood, even inside, where the floors were mopped twice a night and the shelves smelled faintly of cardboard and antiseptic. The sea found ways in. Eleanor looked toward the printer. A strip of label paper curled from its mouth. She set down the counting spatula carefully. Eleanor had never liked abrupt gestures in the pharmacy. Pills rolled. Bottles tipped. Mistakes happened in small movements and then grew large enough to bury people. That was something her father had taught her before she was tall enough to see over the counter. Accuracy. Doctor. Lionel Voss used to say, tapping the prescription pad with one square fingernail, is not kindness. It is better than kindness. He had been dead for 4 years. But Eleanor still heard his voice most clearly under fluorescent lights. She crossed the pharmacy floor, past the locked cabinets and the shelves of cough syrup, past the blood pressure machine, no one used after midnight except lonely men, pretending not to be frightened of their own hearts. The monitor beside the printer showed no new order, no refill request, no insurance rejection. No doctor authorization waiting in the queue. The label continued to hang there, warm and freshly printed. Eleanor tore it free. At first, her mind tried to arrange the words into something harmless. That was what trained minds did. They rejected panic in favor of categories. System error. Duplicate profile. Old file restored after update. Misrouted refill from a closed clinic. Then she read the patient name. Margaret Holloway. Eleanor stood very still. Margaret Holloway had lived 3 blocks from the pharmacy in a gray house with blue shutters and a dead hydrangea bush that had remained dead for years because her widower refused to dig it up. She had been a school secretary. A smoker. A woman who wore lavender perfume so heavily that children remembered it decades later. Eleanor remembered her because Margaret had died 12 years ago on a wet November morning. Found sitting upright in her kitchen chair with a mug of tea gone cold beside her hand. The official cause had been cardiac arrest. Everyone in Bellwether Point died of something simple once the paperwork was finished. Eleanor looked down at the rest of the label. Amiodarone, 200 mg. Take 1 tablet by mouth, twice daily. The stockroom seemed to lose a degree of warmth. Amiodarone. Eleanor knew the drug. Everyone in her profession did. Heart rhythm medication. Serious medication. Not something prescribed casually. Not something a dead woman should be requesting after midnight through a printer with no order in the queue. There was a note line at the bottom of the label, where instructions from the prescriber sometimes appeared. It read, "She said the dose was wrong." Eleanor did not move for several seconds. The sea struck the wall outside again, and the sound came through the glass as a dull concussion. Then the automatic doors opened. Cold fog pushed into the pharmacy in a low sheet across the floor. Eleanor looked up sharply, already preparing the expression she used for late-night customers: calm, neutral, a little distant. No one stood between the doors. No customer entered carrying a prescription slip. No drunk college boy looking for antacids. No mother with a feverish child wrapped in a blanket. The doors remained open. A faint smell came in with the fog. Lavender perfumi. Eleanor's fingers tightened around the label until the paper creased. Behind her, somewhere in the aisles of over-the-counter sleep aids and cold medicine, a woman's voice breathed close to the shelves. "Eleanor," it said softly. Then the printer clicked again. The second label emerged before Eleanor could decide whether the voice had been real. The printer gave its small mechanical shudder, then fed out another strip of white paper with such calm efficiency that the sound offended her. It was the sound of procedure, of an order being received, processed, and made visible. Nothing about it belonged to the fog drifting over the floor or the lavender perfume thinning slowly between the shelves. Eleanor did not move toward it immediately. She listened first. The automatic doors stood open for 3 more seconds, then slid shut with their usual rubber-sealed sigh. The fog flattened against the glass and became weather again. The aisles were empty. Pain relievers, antacids, cotton swabs, reading glasses on a rotating rack, everything in its place. Every label facing forward because Eleanor corrected them when night customers put them back carelessly. At vos vale. Disorder was not allowed to remain visible. Her father had believed that. Her grandfather had believed it before him. When the building still housed Vale medical rooms on the ground floor and a pharmacy in the back, the Voss family name had outlasted the doctor who first painted it on the sign. Outlasted 2 storms that tore roofs from half the waterfront. Outlasted the old clinic. The merger. The lawsuits people whispered about but never named. And the conversion into a modern 24-hour pharmacy with security cameras and automatic insurance verification. A respectable name, her father used to say, was not inherited. It was maintained. Eleanor maintained it through small disciplines. She arrived 12 minutes early for every shift. She checked controlled substances twice, even when the system required only 1 count. She rotated stock before expiration dates became embarrassing. She wiped the counter beneath the register after customers paid in coins. She never discussed one patient with another. Never allowed impatience to change her tone. Never guessed at a doctor's handwriting when uncertainty could be resolved by waiting on hold. At 19, during her first summer behind the counter, she had cried in the restroom after an old man shouted at her because his wife's medication was delayed. Her father had knocked once and entered without waiting. "People come here frightened," he told her, standing by the sink while she hid her face in a paper towel. "They don't need your feelings. They need you to be correct." I was trying to help him, then stop wanting to be thanked. He had not said it cruelly. That was what made it worse. Lionel Voss rarely raised his voice. He believed volume was something people used when facts were insufficient. He had been elegant, cold, careful with his cuffs, careful with his records, careful with the town's opinion of him. Even at his funeral, People spoke about his steadiness as if steadiness were a form of love. Eleanor had built her life inside that lesson. Accuracy over comfort, correction over confession, records over memory. She looked at the first label again. Margaret Holloway, amiodarone. She said the dose was wrong. There were explanations. Of course there were. Old patient data could be restored after a cloud migration. A prank could be executed by someone with access to the system. A former employee might know enough names to be cruel. The note line could have been typed manually from another terminal. The lavender smell might have been triggered by memory. Because the mind was an imprecise organ and exhaustion made pharmacists vulnerable to their own imagination. Eleanor had worked 6 consecutive night shifts. She had eaten dinner from a vending machine. The storm pressure outside had given her a headache behind the eyes. These were facts. Facts were useful. Facts formed a handrail. The second label waited in the printer tray. Eleanor crossed the counter and tore it free. Thomas Wicker. Her mouth went dry. Thomas Wicker had owned the bait shop near the pier. He had died 8 years ago. Not dramatically. Not mysteriously. Just found, collapsed behind his counter among stacked lobster crates and coils of rope. Eleanor remembered filling antibiotics for him that winter because he had come in smelling of seawater and tobacco, joking that pills never worked on men who spent their lives with fish. The medication printed beneath his name was not an antibiotic. Warfarin. Femming. Take as directed. Monitor inner closely. Eleanor stared at the dosage. Then at the note line. You counts pills better than you count people. There was a grammatical error in it. Not you count. You counts. The kind of error a machine should not make unless someone made it deliberately, unless someone was speaking through it. Her first reaction was anger. Sharp and welcome. Fear was messy. Anger was clean. Someone was doing this. Someone had chosen dead names. Chosen old drugs. Chosen messages designed to unsettle her. She moved to the computer, entered her password, and opened the prescription queue. Nothing. She checked remote access logs. Nothing after midnight except her own credentials. She checked pending refills. Archived profiles. Prescriber notes. Thomas Wicker's profile was inactive. Deceased. A red banner sat across the top of his record. Do not dispense. Patient deceased. Eleanor felt her pulse in her throat. The store phone rang. She flinched, then hated herself for it. The caller ID showed no number. Only the pharmacy's own name, Voss and Vale Pharmacy. Internal line. Impossible. Unless someone was calling from the consultation room, the staff office, or the old basement extension that had been locked since before Eleanor took over nights. She let it ring 4 times before answering. Voss and Vale Pharmacy, she said, and her voice sounded almost normal. This is Eleanor speaking. For a moment there was only static, soft and wet, like a seashell held too close to the ear. Then a man whispered, "Your father said not to write it down." Eleanor did not breathe. The printer clicked a 3rd time behind her. Eleanor did not answer the whisper on the phone. She lowered the receiver slowly, as if sudden movement might make the voice real enough to step out of it. The line stayed open against her ear. Static breathed through the plastic. Damp and granular, with the same rhythm as the waves striking the seawall beyond the fogged windows. Your father said not to write it down. Behind her, the printer finished its 3rd label. Eleanor hung up. The sound cut off at once. No dial tone. No click from another extension. Just the fluorescent hum, the refrigeration units, and the blood moving too loudly inside her ears. For almost a minute, she did exactly what her father would have expected. She did not cry out. She did not run to the front doors. She did not allow the pharmacy to become an emotional room. She sat at the terminal, placed both hands flat beside the keyboard, and began checking the system. Patient profile, Margaret Holloway. Inactive. Deceased. The death date matched what Eleanor remembered, November 18th, 12 years earlier. The prescription history showed blood pressure medication, thyroid medication, nicotine patches she had never collected, and then the amiodarone refill. Eleanor leaned closer. The refill had been requested 3 days after Margaret's funeral. She clicked the audit trail. No prescriber listed. No staff initials. No insurance claim. Just one phrase in the internal note field, where pharmacists sometimes left messages about allergies, dosage changes, or difficult family members. Patient advised not to ask again. Eleanor's skin tightened along her arms. She opened Thomas Wicker's profile. Deceased. 8 years earlier. Warfarin appeared there too. Entered after death. Marked as consultation declined. The refill request date was impossible, 2 weeks after his obituary ran in the Bellwether Gazette. The pickup status read, waiting. She searched the archive by inactive accounts. At first, nothing unusual appeared. Old profiles, old addresses, expired insurance plans. Then Eleanor filtered by refill requests entered after documented death dates. The list populated so quickly the screen stuttered. Names filled the monitor in neat alphabetical rows. Agnes Bell, Ruth Morley, Peter Fenn, Clara Ashburn, Vernon Lyle, Margaret Holloway, Thomas Wicker, dozens more, all marked deceased, all with medication histories extending past burial, cremation, memorial services, quiet kitchen deaths, falls downstairs, heart attacks, strokes, accidents on wet roads. Every record had a final refill. Every final refill had no prescriber. Every final refill had a note. Eleanor opened Ruth Morley's. She took what was given. She opened Vernon Lyle's. The label was clean. The body was not. She opened Agnes Bell's. Your father corrected the cause. Eleanor stood so abruptly that the chair rolled backward and struck the shelf behind her. A row of amber prescription bottles rattled together like teeth. No, she said. The word sounded small in the pharmacy. Lionel Voss had been exacting. Cold, proud, difficult to love without becoming disciplined by him. But he had not been careless. That was the foundation of everything Eleanor knew about herself. He had built a life around precision. He had taught her to read decimal points twice and handwriting 3 times. He had corrected physicians. He had refused gifts from drug representatives because he said gratitude created weakness. He had once made her rewrite an inventory sheet from the beginning because she crossed out a number instead of printing a new page. He did not hide errors. He corrected them. The automatic doors opened. Eleanor turned toward the front of the store. A man stepped inside wearing a navy raincoat darkened at the shoulders. He was in his late 50s, with silver hair combed back from a broad, anxious face. She recognized him after a moment. Graham Astor. The harbor accountant who came in every month for blood pressure medication and spoke in careful sentences, as if afraid of bothering anyone. "Sorry," he said, stamping fog from his shoes. "Couldn't sleep. Thought I'd collect it now, since I saw the light on." Eleanor looked at him, then at the screen full of dead names. "Of course," she said. Routine took over because routine had always saved her from thinking. She retrieved the waiting bag from the pickup bin marked A. The name was visible through the white paper. Graham Astor. Lisinopril. Correct dosage. Correct doctor. Correct address. She scanned it. The register beeped. Graham paid with a debit card and gave a tired smile. Eleanor passed the bag across the counter. His fingers touched the paper. The change was immediate. His smile loosened first. Then his eyes drifted away from Eleanor's face and settled somewhere behind her. Unfocused. He looked down at the bag in his hand with mild confusion, as if someone had handed him an object from a dream. "Mr. Astor," Eleanor said. He blinked. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "What did you call me?" Eleanor felt the room contract around the counter. "Graham Astor." He repeated it under his breath, but the name came out wrong, like a foreign phrase. Graham Astor. Then he looked at the prescription bag again. The printed label had changed. It no longer said Graham Astor. It said Ruth Morley. Beneath the medication instructions, a new note had appeared in small black letters. "He can carry it until you count her." Eleanor took the bag from Graham Astor before he could open it. She did it gently, with the professional firmness she used when a patient reached for medication before counseling was complete. His fingers released the paper without resistance, but his eyes followed it with a frightened dullness that made him look older than he had when he entered. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm not usually like this." "It's all right," Eleanor said. It was not all right. She turned the bag away from him and looked at the label again. Ruth Morley's name sat where Graham's had been, black and definite beneath the pharmacy logo. The medication was still lisinopril, but the patient information was wrong now. Impossibly wrong. Belonging to a woman who had died 11 years earlier after what the Gazette had called a stroke at home. Eleanor scanned the barcode. The register beeped. On the screen, the transaction appeared under Graham Astor. She scanned it again. Graham Astor. She looked down. Ruth Morley. The difference existed only where it could hurt her. "I'm going to reprint this for you," she said. Graham rubbed his thumb against the side of his hand as if trying to remember something through touch. "Did I give you my name?" "Yes." "What was it?" The question came out quietly, almost politely. Eleanor made herself smile. "Graham Astor." He repeated it, slower this time. Graham Astor. The name seemed to settle back into him by degrees. His shoulders lowered. His face regained its anxious familiarity. When Eleanor printed a new label, checked the computer twice, matched the birth date, matched the address, and placed the medication in a fresh bag. He accepted it with both hands. At the door, he turned back. "You look like your father," he said. Then he frowned, as if he had not meant to speak. Eleanor watched him leave through the fog. For the next 20 minutes, she did not look at the printer. She did what rational people did when reality misbehaved. She built a fence of explanations around it. A software error could cause archived names to cross-populate into active profiles. A corrupted database could pull old patient data into visible label fields. A thermal printer could malfunction. The system update last month had already caused insurance delays. Graham's momentary confusion could be stress, poor sleep, a blood pressure fluctuation, even embarrassment. Older men forgot words sometimes. Everyone forgot things at night. Eleanor wrote each explanation on a yellow sticky note and placed them beside the keyboard. System sync issue. Archived profile contamination. Printer cache error. Sleep deprivation. Facts were handrails. She only needed enough of them to keep from falling. Then the printer clicked. This time, Eleanor did not flinch. She stood, crossed to it, and tore away the label before the paper finished curling. Clara Ashburn. Official cause of death, fall down basement stairs. Medication history, high-dose insulin. No diabetes diagnosis on file. Note line, she was low before she fell. Another label printed before Eleanor could put it down. Vernon Lyle. Official cause of death, accidental drowning. Medication history. Anticoagulant dosage doubled 3 days before death. Note line, the water did not make him bleed. Another, Paterfen. Official cause of death, heart attack. Medication history, opioid prescription refilled twice after reported pharmacy closure. Note line, he slept because someone signed. The labels accumulated in her hand, thin as skin. Eleanor opened each archived profile and found the same pattern. A simple public death. A medication history that complicated it. And a final entry made after death by no one. Some profiles contained scanned documents so old the handwriting had degraded into gray shadows. Others had clean digital notes with no author. No timestamp. No accountable hand. She searched for prescriber names. Many were linked to Vale medical rooms. Some linked to doctors who had retired or died. Several linked to Lionel Voss as dispensing pharmacist. Eleanor's throat tightened. She stood too quickly and knocked over the stack of empty amber bottles by the labeler. They scattered across the counter, rolling and tapping against one another. One fell to the floor and spun in a slow circle beneath the fluorescent lights. She bent to pick it up. The labeler beside her printed something onto an empty bottle. Not paper. Not a loose label. The bottle itself. Black letters appeared around the curved orange plastic, forming line by line where no adhesive had been placed. Eleanor froze with her hand outstretched. The warning label on the bottle read, "Voss do not take with water. Memory may return." For the first time that night, Eleanor did not reach for the computer. The phone rang again. This time, every line on the console lit up at once. Every phone rang with the pharmacy's own name. The console flashed in a row of small red lights. Each one marked with an extension Eleanor knew by habit, consultation room. Front register. Staff office. Receiving bay. Immunization room. Basement. The basement line should not have existed anymore. It had been disconnected when the lower floor was sealed after the flood 20 years ago. Back when Eleanor was still in college and her father told her not to ask why so many boxes were being moved upstairs at night. She let the phones ring. The sound filled the pharmacy without becoming louder. That was the worst part. It remained orderly. A clean, repeating call tone. Patient and disciplinary. As if the building were not panicking but summoning her. Then, one by one, the lines stopped. Only the basement light remained red. Eleanor did not answer it. Cold moved through the pharmacy in a visible way. The fog that had entered earlier had not vanished. It had settled low beneath the counters, pale and thin, curling around the bases of display shelves. The refrigerator thermometers still read normal, but Eleanor's breath showed when she exhaled. Frost gathered along the metal edge of the prescription pickup window. The aisles looked longer than they should. She knew the layout with professional intimacy: pain relief, sleep aids, first aid, vitamins, cough and cold, personal care, greeting cards. 9 aisles, not counting the seasonal display near the entrance. Yet, when she looked down the center aisle now, the shelves stretched too far back. Repeating cough syrup and bandages and reading glasses in a narrow corridor that seemed to extend beyond the stockroom wall. At the end of it stood a woman in a beige coat. Eleanor blinked. The woman was gone. The automatic doors opened. 3 people came in together, though they did not appear to know one another. An elderly woman with a scarf tied under her chin. A young man in paint-stained work dresses. A teenage girl wearing slippers and a winter jacket over pajamas. They entered quietly and stood in a loose line before the counter, each holding a white prescription bag. Eleanor had not filled those bags. "Can I help you?" she asked. The elderly woman placed hers on the counter first. "I think this is not mine." Her voice was mild, almost apologetic. Eleanor looked at the label. Agnes Bell. The woman's face was not Agnes Bell's. Agnes Bell had died in a nursing home 15 years earlier. Eleanor remembered because her father had said the family made too much noise over a death that was plainly old age. "What is your name?" Eleanor asked. The woman opened her mouth. Nothing came out. Her eyes watered with effort. She touched her scarf, then her collar, then the purse hanging from her wrist, searching herself like a coat with missing pockets. "I had it when I left the house," she whispered. The young man stepped forward next. His bag was labeled Peter Fenn. He kept looking down at his hands. "I was picking up antibiotics," he said. "For my thumb, I cut it at work." He held out his right hand. There was no cut on his thumb. Instead, a faint grayness lay beneath his fingernails, the color of old sleep. The teenage girl had Clara Ashburn printed across her bag. She shivered so hard the paper rattled. "My mom sent me," she said. "But I don't know her face." Eleanor felt something inside her begin to loosen, not into fear exactly, but into a larger and colder understanding. These were not random names. They were not corrupted profiles pulled blindly from dead archives. Every printed name belonged to someone whose record had passed through Vale medical rooms. Every note mentioned dosage, labeling, signing, correction. Every living customer who touched a wrong bag lost something that made them themselves: a name, a memory, an injury, a mother's face. They were carrying the dead until the dead were counted properly. The printer began again. Not one label this time. Many. They spilled from the machine in a continuous white ribbon, curling over the counter and sliding toward the floor. Eleanor watched names appear faster than she could tear them free. Margaret Holloway, Thomas Wicker, Ruth Morley, Agnes Bell, Peter Fenn, Clara Ashburn, Vernon Lyle. More names followed. Some familiar, some not. All marked by medication she could recognize and causes of death she suddenly did not trust. At the bottom of each label, where the note line waited, one phrase repeated: "Ask Lionel what he changed." Eleanor's hands shook. "My father is dead," she said. The elderly woman without a name lifted her face. For a moment her expression was not her own. It became sharper, younger, full of an old impatience. "No," she said softly. "He is filed." Behind Eleanor, in the locked hallway that led to receiving, a door she had not opened in years clicked once. Then the basement line began to ring again. The basement line rang until Eleanor picked up the receiver. She did not say the pharmacy greeting this time. The words felt too small for what was happening, like offering a receipt to a house fire. She held the receiver against her ear and listened to the static gather itself into something wetter than sound. At first, there was only the sea. Not the sea outside the windows, striking the wall beneath the fog, but a closer water, trapped and restless, lapping against stone. Then came a low scrape, as if something heavy were being dragged over concrete. A man's voice breathed through the line. "Archive," it said. The call ended. Behind her, the three waiting customers stood in silence. The elderly woman whose name had fallen out of her watched Eleanor with eyes that looked borrowed. The young man kept flexing his uninjured thumb. The teenage girl stared at the cold white ribbon of labels on the floor, moving her lips as if trying to remember a prayer or a face. Eleanor looked toward the receiving hallway. The door at the end stood open. She could not remember unlocking it. For years, that hallway had been a practical dead end. Staff lockers, storage shelves, delivery crates, a mop sink, and a gray metal door marked "No Customer Access." Beyond that door was another door, older, heavier, fitted with a lock her father had said no longer had a key. The basement had flooded during the winter storm of 2006, he told her. Mildew, ruined files, structural concerns. Everything useful had been removed. Everything else had been professionally discarded. Professionally discarded. That phrase returned now with such force that Eleanor nearly laughed. She took the ring of pharmacy keys from beneath the register. Her hand moved automatically over the familiar shapes: front door, controlled cabinet, staff office, receiving bay. The old iron basement key was not supposed to be there. It hung at the end of the ring, blackened with age, its teeth packed with a pale crust like dried salt. The phone console was dark now. The printer was silent. That silence felt conditional. Eleanor stepped around the counter. None of the customers stopped her. None asked where she was going. They only turned their heads in the same slow movement as she passed. And for one terrible instant she thought of patients in a waiting room being called one by one. The hallway seemed longer than it had that morning. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered in sequence, not randomly, but leading her forward. The mop sink smelled of bleach. Beneath it lay another smell: old paper, seawater, and something medicinal gone sweet with age. The first metal door opened with her usual key. The second waited beyond it. It was not gray like she remembered from childhood. It was dark green, the color of old hospital corridors, with a small brass plate screwed crookedly beneath the handle. Vale Medical Rooms, records. Eleanor touched the plate. It was cold enough to sting. The black iron key turned before she fully pushed it in. The basement stairs descended into darkness that was not complete. A weak amber bulb burned below, swaying slightly, though there was no wind. The walls were concrete, furred with salt bloom. Each step down made the pharmacy above feel less real, less modern, less protected by barcodes and passwords and laminated policy sheets. Water marked the walls at knee height. Not fresh water. Not clean. The old flood line remained as a brown seam around the stairwell, and below it the paint had blistered open in long, curled strips, like labels peeling from bottles. At the bottom, the archive waited. It had not been emptied. Rows of metal shelves filled the basement from wall to wall. Cardboard bankers' boxes slumped under black mold stains. Filing cabinets stood with drawers half open, their labels handwritten in ink that had bled into blue halos. There were examination tables covered in plastic sheeting, a scale with a rusted height rod, a cracked sink, a cabinet of brown glass bottles whose contents had separated into cloudy layers. Vale medical rooms had not been removed. It had been lowered out of sight. Eleanor walked between the shelves, holding her phone light before her. The beam passed over names written on boxes: Holloway, M. Wicker, T. Morley, R. Ashburn, C. The same names the printer had been returning all night, waiting here in damp cardboard while the town slept above them. She opened Margaret Holloway's box. Inside lay a death certificate, folded once. The official copy listed cardiac arrest. Beneath it, clipped to the paper, was an older draft with a different phrase crossed out so heavily the paper had torn. Arrhythmia following dosage error. Eleanor's stomach turned. She opened Thomas Wicker's file. Official. Collapse due to natural causes. Draft. Hemorrhagic complication. Anticoagulant mismanagement. Ruth Morley. Stroke at home. Draft. Contraindicated medication. Warning ignored. Some pages bore doctor. Vale's signature. Some bore initials from nurses, assistants, clerks. And then she found the ledger. It was bound in cracked black leather and swollen from damp, resting in a locked drawer that opened when Eleanor touched it. Names filled the pages in careful columns. Date. Patient. Medication. Event. Corrected cause. Family notified. The final column was labeled simply, disposition. Near the end of the book, the handwriting changed. Eleanor knew it before she allowed herself to know it. The letters were narrow, upright, disciplined. The capital V carried the same severe angle she had seen on birthday cards. Tuition checks, inventory sheets, and the note her father left beside her coffee mug the morning he told her she was ready to work nights alone. Lionel Fuss had written in the ledger, beside Margaret Holloway's name. In her father's hand were 4 words: "Do not restore record." Then, beneath that, in fresher ink that glistened wet under Eleanor's light, a new line had been added. Daughter present in archive. The words were still wet. Eleanor held the phone light close to the page until the glare turned the ink silver. Daughter present in archive. The letters did not match her father's hand. They were larger, less disciplined, written with a pressure that had bruised the damp paper. A bead of black ink gathered at the bottom of the final E, fattened, then slid downward like something bleeding through cloth. She stepped back from the ledger. The basement made no sound for several seconds. Then water dripped somewhere behind the shelves. Once, twice, a measured drop, like someone counting. Eleanor wanted to close the book. More than anything, she wanted the simple action of shutting it to be enough. Shut the ledger. Lock the drawer. Walk upstairs. Call emergency maintenance. Call the software company. Call anyone whose title belonged to the modern world. But the names on the boxes watched her from their damp labels. And upstairs, living people stood without names, without memories, holding medication that had not been meant for them. She turned another page. The ledger became worse because it became orderly. There had not been one accident. There had not been one corrected misunderstanding. One unfortunate dosage. One old doctor overwhelmed by a busy coastal practice. The entries formed a system. Dates, prescriptions, reactions, deaths, drafted causes, final causes, family statements, burial notes, insurance closure. In some cases, a phrase appeared in the margin, "Do not alarm family." In others, patient unreliable, or underlying condition sufficient. The handwriting changed over the decades. Dr. Arthur Vale's looping script filled the earliest pages. Elegant and confident. Later came assistants, clerks, temporary physicians, and eventually Lionel Voss, whose narrow print took over the final columns whenever the mistake involved medication dispensed from the pharmacy counter. Her father had not been the first. He had been the man who made the pattern permanent. Eleanor found Thomas Wicker's entry and read until the letters lost shape. Warfarin dose increased after a transcription error. Complaints of bruising. Nosebleeds dismissed. Found collapsed behind the bait shop. Official cause adjusted to natural collapse. Family advised not to pursue further inquiry due to poor compliance history. At the bottom, Lionel had written, "No benefit in revision." Eleanor covered her mouth. Not no error. Not no responsibility. No benefit. She turned pages faster now, searching for something she could disprove. Some procedural note taken out of context. Some evidence that her father had inherited the mess and merely contained it. Instead, she found forms prepared before deaths were public. Copies of condolence letters. Draft explanations written in careful language that softened blame until it became weather. Age. Weakness. Misfortune. Then she found her mother's name. Marion Voss. It appeared not as a patient, but as a witness. Eleanor stopped breathing. Her mother had died when Eleanor was 16. Pneumonia. Her father said, sudden. Stubborn. Worsened by Marion's refusal to rest. Eleanor remembered the closed bedroom door. The humidifier fogging the windows. Her father's steady footsteps on the stairs. She remembered being told not to enter because illness required quiet. She remembered her mother's hand. Hot and dry. Squeezing hers only once before Lionel led Eleanor back into the hall. In the archive, Marion had a file. Eleanor pulled the box down with both hands. It was lighter than the others. Inside were letters. Not official forms. Marion's handwriting looked almost strange to Eleanor now. Rounded and hurried. Full of crossings out and words inserted above lines. She had written to someone named Dr. Keene in Portland. Lionel says I am imagining the pattern because I spend too much time with grieving families. But I have copied enough records to know the same phrases repeat. They are not mistakes after the fact. They are prepared. Another letter. If anything happens to me, do not let him say I was confused. I know what is kept beneath the pharmacy. I know what Arthur Vale began. I know Lionel believes a clean town is better than an honest one. The final page had no envelope. Eleanor must never learn correction before truth. That is what he teaches her. That is what frightens me most. The basement tilted slightly. Eleanor lowered herself onto an old examination stool because her legs had lost the authority to hold her. Marion had known. Marion had tried to tell someone. And Eleanor, all her life, had mistaken silence for dignity because her father had made silence look like order. Above her, the printer began. She heard it through the ceiling. At first it was faint, a dry insect sound traveling through pipes and joists. Then it multiplied. One label, then another, then another. So many that the rhythm became continuous. Eleanor stood, clutching her mother's letters, and ran up the stairs. The pharmacy was full of paper. Labels had poured across the counter and down to the floor, curling around the feet of the waiting customers. The elderly woman was crying without a name to cry into. The teenage girl whispered, "Mom," over and over, testing the word against empty memory. Eleanor grabbed the nearest label. It did not bear the name of the dead. It read, Graham Astor. Another, Lucy Marin. Another, Samuel Croft. Living customers. Living patients. People whose prescriptions were active. Whose homes had lights in the windows. Whose names still belonged to mouths and mailboxes and emergency contacts. At the bottom of each label, the note line said the same thing, pending disposition. The computer screen woke by itself. A new queue opened. At the top was Eleanor's own patient profile, marked active. Beside her name, under status, one word blinked steadily. Reviewing, not pending, not inactive, not deceased. Reviewing. It was a status she had never seen in any pharmacy system. Not in training. Not in audits. Not in software manuals written by companies that named every human crisis as a workflow. The word pulsed in a pale blue box beside her date of birth. Her address. Her allergies. Her emergency contact. And the list of medications she did not take because she had spent most of her adult life believing illness was something other people brought to her counter. The printer kept feeding labels. Living names slid out beside dead ones. And for the first time, Eleanor understood that the order was not random. Graham Astor had been printed after Ruth Morley because Graham had carried Ruth's missing identity for a few minutes. The elderly woman had taken Agnes Bell's place because Agnes had died under a phrase so clean it erased the body underneath it. The teenage girl had lost her mother's face because Clara Ashburn's fall had stolen the truth from her own family. The pharmacy was assigning what had been misassigned. Not medicine. Deaths. Eleanor stepped backward until her hips struck the counter. The customers stood among the labels in a silence that no longer felt like waiting for service. It felt like waiting for a verdict. Each of them held a bag they had not come in with. Each printed with a dead person's name and a medication that explained something the town had refused to explain. The young man with Peter Fenn's bag began to sway. "Sir," Eleanor said. He blinked at her. His pupils looked too large beneath the fluorescent lights. "I'm tired," he whispered. "I'm so tired." He sank to one knee before she could reach him. Not unconscious, not injured. Simply overcome by a sleep that had belonged to another man years before. Signed into a record as a heart attack because that was easier than writing overdose. Easier than writing refill. Easier than writing who allowed it. The elderly woman touched her throat. "I taste metal," she said. And Eleanor remembered Agnes Bell's file. Remembered a medication interaction hidden under the phrase peaceful decline. The teenage girl pressed both hands to her stomach. "I feel cold inside," she said, "like I'm at the bottom of stairs." Eleanor looked at the labels on the floor. They were not requests. They were transfers. The dead were not asking for prescriptions to be filled. The dead had already swallowed what they were given. They had already fallen, bled, slept, drowned, seized, stopped breathing, been folded into causes that sounded natural enough for neighbors to accept and families to grieve without questions. What remained was imbalance. A town full of wrong endings filed under clean words. A ledger of deaths corrected away from truth. And now the pharmacy was balancing the account. If the dead could not be restored to their true causes, then the living would carry those causes forward. Name by name, symptom by symptom, ending by ending. Bellwether Point would become an archive made of bodies. The computer chimed. A window opened over Eleanor's profile. Correction required. Below it appeared a list of names. Margaret Holloway, Thomas Wicker, Ruth Morley, Agnes Bell, Peter Fenn, Clara Ashburn, Vernon Lyle. There were boxes beside each name, empty and waiting. Beside Margaret Holloway's name, a field appeared. True cause of death. The cursor blinked. Eleanor stared at it. She knew what the pharmacy wanted. Not an apology. Not fear. Not destruction. Not another locked door. Another storm story. Another basement packed with paper until mold ate the edges of the dead. It wanted professional accuracy at last. The thing her father had worshipped. Stripped of the lie he built around it. It wanted every name counted correctly. It wanted every death returned to the person it had been stolen from before the town forgot which living face belonged to which buried mistake. Eleanor reached for the keyboard. Her fingers hovered over the keys, then curled back. Because correcting Margaret Holloway meant writing dosage error. Correcting Thomas Wicker meant writing anticoagulant mismanagement. Correcting Ruth Morley meant writing contraindication ignored. Each entry would open a record. Each record would expose Vale Medical Rooms. Dr. Arthur Vale. The clerks. The physicians. The town families who accepted settlements without understanding them. And Lionel Foss. Her father's name would not survive accuracy. Perhaps that had been the first lesson he had truly taught her, that records did not merely preserve truth. They decided who was allowed to remain clean. The screen refreshed. A new field appeared beneath the dead names. Responsible party. The cursor waited there too. From the aisles came the soft shuffle of feet. Eleanor looked up. More customers stood between the shelves now, not entering through the front doors, appearing where fog had gathered, holding white prescription bags against their chests. She recognized some of them. Graham Astor, Mrs. Kellen from the post office, Lucy Marin, who taught piano above the bakery, Samuel Croft, whose grandson went to the same school Eleanor once attended. All living, all labeled. The printer produced one final sheet, wider than the others, and stopped. Eleanor picked it up with numb fingers. At the top, beneath the Voss and Vale logo, it read, Eleanor Voss. Medication, none. Instructions, take with truth. Do not substitute. The note line said, begin with your father. Eleanor stood with her own prescription in her hand while the pharmacy waited. No machine hummed louder than before. No lights burst. No ghost stepped from the aisles with wet hair and accusing eyes. That was almost worse. The horror had become administrative. A cursor blinked. Labels curled on the floor. Living people stood quietly under dead names, losing themselves by degrees, while the computer asked Eleanor to do what she had been trained to do: correct the record. The first name on the screen was Margaret Holloway. Eleanor placed her fingers on the keyboard. For a moment, she saw her father's hands instead: square nails, clean cuffs, fountain pen held at the same angle every time. Lionel Voss signing forms at the kitchen table. Lionel Voss correcting her school essays in red ink. Lionel Voss placing one hand on her shoulder after her mother's funeral and saying, "We will be orderly now. Orderly. Not grieving. Not honest. Not broken. Orderly." Behind her, the elderly woman whispered, "I had a daughter." Eleanor turned. The woman's face was slack with effort. Her eyes searched the fluorescent ceiling as if names might be written there. "I think I had a daughter. She had red gloves. Or I did. I don't know." The young man on the floor breathed slowly, sinking deeper into someone else's drugged sleep. The teenage girl stared at Eleanor and said, "I know the word mother, but I don't know what it means." Something inside Eleanor gave way. Not dramatically. Not with tears. It was a quieter break, like the thin seal under a medicine cap finally tearing open. She turned back to the computer. In the field beside Margaret Holloway, she typed, "Arrhythmia following incorrect amiodarone dosage." The pharmacy lights flickered once. The lavender smell thickened, then vanished. A box appeared beneath the entry. "Responsible party." Eleanor hesitated. Her father had not prescribed the dose. Dr. Vale had begun the pattern decades before. The clinic had built the habit. Clerks had copied forms. Families had accepted phrases because grief made people tired. A whole town had preferred simple death to complicated blame. But Lionel had known. Lionel had written, "Do not restore record." Eleanor typed, "Vale Medical Rooms. Lionel Voss. Dispensing pharmacist. Record intentionally altered." The moment she pressed enter, the printer gave one clean click. Somewhere in the aisles, a woman sighed. The elderly customer touched her chest and blinked. "Nora," she said suddenly. Then again, stronger, "My name is Nora Hensley." She began to cry as if pain had found the right address. Eleanor moved to the next name, Thomas Wicker. Her hands shook less now, not because she was less afraid, but because fear had become less important than accuracy. She entered hemorrhagic complication following anticoagulant mismanagement. She named Dr. Vale. She named Lionel where the ledger placed him. She attached the scanned note. She restored the draft certificate. The young man on the floor gasped and woke, clutching his hand. "There was a cut," he said. "I came for antibiotics. My name is Owen Price." "Stay seated," Eleanor told him, though her voice nearly failed. Ruth Morley, Agnes Bale, Peter Fenn, Clara Ashburn, Vernon Lyle. Each corrected record changed the air. The cold did not lift, but it clarified. The fog withdrew from the floor in thin streams, sliding backward under shelves, retreating toward corners. Customers remembered names in small, wounded bursts. A wife's face. A street. A dog. A birthday. A reason for coming out after midnight. With every entry, Eleanor destroyed another polished piece of her father. The system did not allow half-truths. When she tried to write possible, the field flashed red. When she wrote suspected, the cursor erased it. The pharmacy did not want legal caution. It wanted what the dead had been denied, the plain shape of what happened. At last, only one field remained open. Lionel Vos. Eleanor stared at the name. There was no patient profile attached. No death correction. No medication history. Just a blank field under his name labeled cause preserved as the answer appeared automatically. Natural causes. Eleanor's mouth went dry. Her father had died in his sleep 4 years ago. Peacefully. Everyone said. A clean death for a clean man. Eleanor had believed it because she needed to. Because after years of measuring herself against him, it had seemed unbearable that even his ending might require review. A second field opened. True cause. The basement phone rang. Not the console this time. The sound came from below, rising through the floorboards, dull and metallic. Then the printer woke again. It printed slowly, as if reluctant to give up the final thing. Eleanor tore the sheet free. It was a prescription form, old-fashioned, cream-colored, not a modern label. The handwriting across it was her father's. Marianne Voss? Medication. Do not administer. Instructions. She knew. At the bottom, in the note line, one final sentence appeared. Ask what he gave her. For a long time, Eleanor could not type. The old prescription form lay beside the keyboard. Cream paper among the white labels. Her mother's name written in Lionel Voss's narrow hand. Marianne Voss. Not a patient profile. Not a pharmacy order. A command. Or a warning. Or the last honest thing her father had failed to bury. Do not administer. She knew. The basement phone continued ringing through the floor. Eleanor opened Marian's file again on the system, though she had not seen it there before. This time, it waited among the active corrections. As if the pharmacy had only needed her to stop refusing the shape of the truth before allowing the final door to open. Marianne Voss. Age 42. Official cause, pneumonia with complications. Medication history. Sedative prescribed without respiratory indication. Refilled privately. Administered at home. Prescriber. Arthur Vale. Retired consultant. Dispensed by Lionel Voss. Internal note. Patient agitated. Claims, records altered. Rest required. Eleanor read the line until the words became objects without meaning. Her mother had not simply known. She had been quieted. Not in a sudden, theatrical way that would have made grief honest. But gently, medically, respectably. A dose in a house where no one questioned the pharmacist. A closed bedroom door. A humidifier fogging the glass. A daughter told illness required quiet. Eleanor remembered Marian's hand squeezing hers once. Not goodbye. Warning. The field beneath Lionel Voss's name blinked. True cause. Eleanor typed. Self-administered concealment through falsified medical practice. Death following years of intentional record alteration. Responsible for suppression of patient deaths and the medicated silencing of Marianne Voss. The system rejected it. The box flashed red. Too much explanation. Her father would have said, too emotional, too imprecise. Eleanor deleted it with shaking hands and typed again. Natural causes, falsely recorded. True cause, cumulative consequence of concealed prescription-related deaths and intentional evidence suppression. The system accepted. A final field appeared. Restore Marion Voss. Eleanor pressed enter. The pharmacy went dark. Not for long. Perhaps 2 seconds. Perhaps less. But in that darkness, Eleanor heard the entire building inhale. Shelves creaked. Bottles shifted. Paper rustled across the floor. Somewhere below, water moved through the archive with a long, satisfied pull, as if the tide had finally entered a room that had been waiting for it. When the lights returned, the customers were themselves again. Nora Hensley sat on the floor holding her purse and sobbing into a tissue. Owen Price leaned against the counter, pale but awake, staring at his bandaged thumb as if it had been returned from another life. The teenage girl, whose name was Bethany Rill, called her mother from the store phone and wept when a familiar voice answered, "By dawn." Bellwether Point began remembering. It did not happen like justice. Justice would have had shape, procedure, language people could stand inside. This was more like illness. Memories came back with feverish force. Widowers woke, knowing their wives had complained of dizziness after dosage changes. Adult children remembered being told not to request autopsies. Old nurses found themselves speaking names they had not allowed themselves to think in 30 years. The Bellwether Gazette's online archive updated without permission. Headlines, correcting themselves letter by letter until the town's clean history spoiled in public. There were investigations, lawsuits, exhumations, resignations, apologies made too late to be useful. No one called Lionel Voss steady anymore. They called him careful. That was worse. Voss and Vale Pharmacy closed for 17 days, then reopened under emergency supervision because a town still needed medicine. Even after learning what medicine had hidden, Eleanor stayed. At first, people were outraged that she remained behind the counter. Then they were afraid she would leave. The corrected records lived in the system now. And every month, on the date of a restored death, a label printed for the deceased with no medication attached. Eleanor filed each one in a black cabinet behind the counter. Not erased. Not dispensed. Counted. She no longer arrived 12 minutes early. She arrived when the fog began forming over the seawall. She no longer told frightened people only what was correct. Sometimes she told them what was uncertain. Sometimes she said, "I don't know yet," and discovered that the world did not end when accuracy admitted its limits. Months passed. The pharmacy grew warmer, though never fully warm. The printer worked normally except after midnight. When it sometimes clicked once for no visible reason, Eleanor would look up, wait, and listen to the bottles settle on their shelves like small amber hearts. One November night, after the first frost silvered the parking lot and the sea struck the wall with its old patient rhythm, Eleanor found a bottle standing behind the counter. It had not been there a moment before. Empty. Amber plastic. White cap sealed tight. A label wrapped around it with perfect alignment. Eleanor Voss. No medication name. No dosage. No instructions. Only the warning line at the bottom. Do not discard. Record still active. Eleanor held the bottle until her fingers warmed the plastic. Then, beneath the counter, the printer clicked. Some horrors do not come from monsters waiting in the dark. Some come from clean records, careful language, and the terrible comfort of believing that a corrected document can replace the truth. Eleanor's story is about the cost of inherited silence, and the way guilt can survive inside institutions long after the guilty are gone. The pharmacy did not want revenge in the ordinary sense. It wanted accuracy, stripped of mercy, reputation, and family pride. But if truth returns like illness, is it still healing? And if you inherited a lie that protected everyone you loved, would you correct it? Story 5. The first thing Mara Ellison noticed about Whitecap Clinic was that it had no smoke in its chimney. Every photograph in the hiring packet had shown the same low stone building beneath black pines, windows yellow against snow. One thin ribbon of smoke lifting from the roof, as if the clinic were breathing through the storm. The recruiter had called it welcoming, a refuge for skiers, loggers, plow drivers, and anyone foolish enough to underestimate the mountain road. In person, it looked less like a refuge than something dug out and left exposed. Mara parked beneath the only working lamp in the lot. Its light swung in the wind, making the snow appear to fall upward every few seconds. The building sat in a hollow of white, its roof buried almost to the gutters. No smoke, no movement, no footprints except the ones she made from the rental SUV. The mountain had swallowed sound. Mara had worked nights in city emergency rooms where noise never ended. Monitors, alarms, wheels, voices calling for blood or security. Silence. After that, should have felt like mercy. Instead, it made her aware of how loudly she was breathing. Inside, Whitecap Clinic smelled of antiseptic, old heat, and wool dried too many times near a radiator. The waiting room held 12 chairs, a coffee machine with an out-of-order sign, and faded brochures about avalanche safety. Someone had turned every chair toward the reception window. No receptionist was waiting. Mara Ellison, she called. Locum physician. I'm expected tonight. A narrow door opened behind reception, and a woman in a quilted vest stepped out carrying a clipboard. She was perhaps 60, with gray hair braided down her back. Her name badge read Glenna Pierce, Administrator. You made it before the pass closed, Glenna said. That was the idea. Most people say that like it means something. Glenna gave a small smile that did not warm her face. Come in before the cold follows you. Mara signed a temporary physician form. Her hand paused at the line marked Reason for Assignment. Glenna had already filled it in. Overnight coverage, not disciplinary placement, not suspended pending review, not doctor with too few hospitals willing to return her calls. Glenna watched her sign. We're quiet unless we aren't. 1 exam room, 1 trauma bay, 2 observation beds. Generator kicks twice before it holds. So don't panic if the lights drop. I don't panic. No, Glenna said. People like you usually call it assessment. Mara looked up. Glenna had already turned down the hallway. The clinic's interior was longer than it had appeared from outside. The corridor ran past supply closets and curtained rooms, ending at double doors with red paint worn from the handles. Above them hung a sign, Ambulance Bay. Snow tapped against a narrow window beside it, though Mara had seen no window there outside. Glenna showed her the crash cart. Oxygen, medication lockbox, and blood fridge with its small supply of O negative. There was no surgeon, no CT, no proper lab. Transfers depended on weather. Weather depended on the mountain. The mountain usually won. In the trauma bay, a whiteboard listed 3 columns: name, injury, time. All 3 were empty except for a single red magnet holding a blank triage tag. Mara touched it. The paper was stiff and cold. "Do you use disaster tags often?" she asked. "When needed?" "When was the last time?" Glenna's eyes moved to the board and away again. "Before my time." The wall clock above the sink clicked. Mara checked it automatically. 9:38 that evening. Her phone, searching hopelessly for service, said 9:37. Close enough. Then the clinic lights dimmed. The generator coughed beneath the floor. Once, twice. The hallway fell into a brief gray pause. And in that pause, Mara heard knocking. 3 slow knocks. Not from the front entrance. From the ambulance bay doors. Glenna did not move. Mara crossed to the doors, lifted the bar, and pulled. Wind shoved snow across her boots. The bay outside was empty. No ambulance. No tracks. No person bent against the storm. Only a red triage tag lay on the threshold, wet at the edges. Mara picked it up. A name had been written across the top. Noah Kettle. Below that, under time of arrival, someone had written 17 minutes past 2 in the morning, 5 hours in the future. Behind her, Glenna said very quietly, "You shouldn't have opened it on the first knock. You shouldn't have opened it on the first knock." Glenna said it as if correcting a small procedural mistake, the way someone might remind a new employee not to store lunches in the vaccine fridge. Mara stood with the red triage tag pinched between 2 fingers, snow melting dark spots into the paper, and waited for the older woman to explain herself. Glenna did not. Outside the ambulance bay, the storm closed over the empty threshold. Snow swept across the concrete in thin white sheets. No tire tracks cut through it. No boot prints disturbed it. The doors rattled once in the wind, then settled. Mara shut them and slid the bar back into place. "What does that mean?" she asked. "It means," Glenna said, "that sometimes this mountain makes people impatient." The mountain wrote a patient's name on a triage tag. Glenna's gaze dropped to the tag. "Did you recognize it?" "No." "Then put it on the board." Mara almost laughed, not because anything was funny, but because the instruction was so plain that it left no room for fear. She had spent her career surrounded by impossible things made practical by urgency. A chest opened beneath fluorescent lights. A mother screaming into the crook of a nurse's shoulder. A teenager whose pulse returned after everyone had stopped believing in it. Medicine trained people to do useful things before they understood how they felt. So Mara put the tag on the whiteboard beneath name, Noah Kettle. Under time. She wrote nothing. The paper had already done that. 2:17 in the morning. Her handwriting looked too dark in the dry erase light. Glenna nodded once, then left her alone in the trauma bay. For the next hour, Mara unpacked her bag, checked the medication drawers, tested the suction, inspected airway equipment, and confirmed the generator's indicator lights. Whitecap Clinic was understocked but not neglected. Everything was labeled. Everything had its place. The kind of place built by people who believed disaster could be made smaller through organization. She understood that belief. At 10:46 at night, she found the staff room. One metal table, two lockers, a microwave stained yellow inside, and a narrow cot folded against the wall. Someone had left an old kettle beside the sink, its cord wrapped too neatly around its base. She made coffee from a packet that tasted faintly of cardboard and sat beneath a corkboard covered with weather advisories. Her phone still had no service. There was one landline on the wall. She lifted it. No dial tone. Of course, the official explanation for her suspension was pending review of adverse event during extreme patient volume. That was the language her lawyer preferred. Adverse event. Extreme volume. No admission of fault. No emotional vocabulary. No name unless absolutely required. But names had a way of surviving paperwork. Lenore Pike had been 72. Widowed, diabetic, short of breath, and polite even while dying. A retired school librarian, according to her daughter, who had kept saying, "She never complains. If she says it hurts, it hurts." That night in the city ER, there had been 31 patients waiting for beds, 2 ambulances stuck outside, 1 surgical consult not answering pages, and a man bleeding into his abdomen after a construction fall. Mara had chosen the younger trauma patient for the monitored bed and left Lenore in a curtained hallway space with oxygen, labs pending, and instructions to notify her of any change. There had been changes. There were always changes. The nurse said she told Mara twice. Mara remembered once. The chart showed no note at all. By morning, Lenore Pike was dead. The construction worker was alive. And Mara had said the sentence that would be quoted back to her in every meeting after. "I made the only possible call." She had said it calmly. That was what people hated most. At Whitecap, the clock above the sink clicked toward midnight. Mara rinsed her cup, dried it, and placed it upside down exactly where she had found it. Her reflection in the dark staff room window looked older than 39. Not exhausted. Worse, preserved. When she returned to the trauma bay, Glenna was standing beneath the whiteboard. "You should rest while you can. I'm not tired. People like you never are until your hands start shaking." Mara slipped both hands into the pockets of her fleece. "Do you know Noah Kettle?" Glenna's face did not change. "Most people know most people up here. That isn't an answer." "No," Glenna said. "It's a mountain." The lights dimmed again at 1:03 in the morning. This time, Mara heard nothing. At 1:28 in the morning, the red tag fell from the whiteboard. No draft moved through the room. No door opened. It simply detached from the magnet and landed face up on the floor. Mara picked it up. The ink had changed. Under injury, where there had been blank paper before, someone had written, "Chest trauma, left femur, hypothermia, possible internal bleeding." Mara felt her jaw tighten. "Glenna." The administrator appeared in the doorway as though she had been waiting just outside it. "Who filled this in?" "You're the doctor." "That is not an answer either." "It's closer than you think." At 2:10 in the morning, wind struck the building hard enough to make the ceiling tiles tremble. Mara stood in the trauma bay with gloves on. Because irritation had become preparation without her consent, she had laid out warm blankets, IV tubing, airway tools, trauma shears, and 2 units of blood from the fridge. She told herself she was humoring a rural superstition because the alternative was standing in an empty clinic doing nothing. At 2:16 in the morning, the clock stopped. Not the power, not the lights, only the clock. Its second hand paused 1 mark before the minute. Then the knocking came. 3 slow knocks. This time, the sound was not outside the ambulance bay doors. It came from the other side of them with weight behind it. Mara crossed the room, lifted the bar, and pulled. A man fell forward onto the concrete at her feet. Blue-lipped, snow-packed, and bleeding through the front of his jacket. His left leg bent where no leg should bend. One hand clutched the red plastic remains of a ski pole. His eyes opened, unfocused and terrified. Behind him, the bay was still empty. No ambulance, no footprints, no drag marks. The clock clicked. 2:17 in the morning. The man looked up at Mara and whispered, "Please, don't choose me first. Please, don't choose me first." For one moment, Mara did not move. The sentence had no place in the room. It belonged to a battlefield, a sinking boat, an overcrowded evacuation line, not to a half-frozen man bleeding onto the ambulance bay floor of a clinic where there was no one else to choose from. Then training took over. Glenna, blankets, trauma shears. Start the warmer. Glenna moved without a word. Mara knelt beside the man. Noah? Noah Kettle? His eyes rolled toward her. Recognition passed over his face, but not the ordinary kind. He looked at her the way patients sometimes looked at surgeons before anesthesia, as if trusting someone they already knew would hurt them. "How do you know my name?" he whispered. Mara glanced at the red tag still clipped to the whiteboard. "You're at Whitecap Clinic. You're injured. I'm Dr. Access. Ellison." "No." His teeth chattered hard enough to cut the word apart. "Not yet." She cut through his jacket. Snow fell from the fabric in hard little clumps that did not melt right away. His chest was bruised across the sternum, purple already darkening beneath the skin. His left thigh was swollen grotesquely above the knee, the femur displaced but not open. His pulse was fast and thready. Hypothermia. Chest trauma. Left femur. Possible internal bleeding. Exactly as the tag had said. Mara pressed her fingers beneath his jaw, listening to his breathing catch. "What happened?" "Road," Noah said. "Quarry Bend. The elk came out wrong." "What time?" He shut his eyes. "Don't make me say it." "What time?" "Noah?" His lips trembled. 6:40. Mara looked up. Glenna was taping a warming blanket around his legs. The administrator's face was unreadable. "That's tomorrow morning," Mara said. Noah began to cry then. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Tears leaked sideways into the grit on his temples. "I tried to turn around after the radio said my name. I thought if I stayed home, it wouldn't happen there. But the road was already under me." Mara did not answer. Some statements were too impossible to argue with while a patient was dying. She started 2 IV lines. His veins collapsed under the cold, and she had to use a smaller catheter than she wanted. She gave warm fluids. Oxygen. Pain control measured carefully against his blood pressure. When his breathing worsened, she listened to his chest and found reduced sounds on the left. Pneumothorax. Maybe. She prepared for a needle decompression while the wind leaned against the building like something listening. Noah grabbed her wrist. His hand was freezing, but his grip was strong. "If the others come," he said, "don't let them put me near the door." "What others?" He looked past her toward the ambulance bay. "The ones you didn't pick." Mara pulled free, less gently than she meant to. "There are no others." Noah stared at her. That's what he said too. The next hour narrowed to the size of tasks. Airway, circulation, heat, blood pressure, pain, monitoring, the clean, practical mercy of doing something useful. By 3:41 in the morning, Noah's color had improved. By 4:12, his shivering had softened into exhausted tremors. At 4:30, Mara moved him to the first observation bed. She filled out an admission sheet by hand because the clinic computer refused to wake. She wrote his name, estimated injuries, medications given, vitals, and time found. When she came back from washing blood off her forearms, the admission sheet was blank. Not missing. Blank. It lay on the counter where she had left it. The paper dry, smooth, and empty, as if no pen had ever touched it. Mara snatched it up. Glenna, the administrator, was standing at the observation room door. The bed behind her was empty. The blanket was folded. The pillow was clean. The monitor was off. No blood marked the sheet. No melting snow dampened the floor. The IV stand stood perfectly straight, with no bags hanging from it. Mara pushed past Glenna into the room. "Where is he?" Glenna looked at the bed with the mild tiredness of someone confirming weather. "Gone. Patients do not vanish. Not after they arrive," Glenna said. Mara turned slowly. He did arrive. Glenna's eyes moved to the wall clock. It had begun running again, ticking with bright, ordinary cruelty. Not properly. By dawn, the clinic looked untouched. The ambulance bay floor was dry. The red tag was back on the whiteboard, blank except for Noah's name and the time. Outside, fresh snow lay smooth from the doors to the dark line of pines. There were no footprints, no dragged marks, no tire tracks. Only Mara's path from the SUV remained, half-filled and soft around the edges. At 7:05 in the morning, Glenna turned on the little radio beneath the reception desk. Static crackled. A calm local voice read school closures, past conditions, avalanche risk, and plow delays. Mara stood in the hallway, unable to leave, unable to ask another question that would make the room feel more insane. Then the announcer said, "Drivers are advised to avoid Quarry Bend after 6:30 this morning. Local resident Noah Kettle is expected to be involved in a single vehicle collision near the lower turn, with emergency response limited by current road conditions." Mara stepped closer to the radio. The announcer continued, "Authorities have not yet confirmed the extent of his injuries." The broadcast dissolved into static. Behind Mara, from inside the empty trauma bay, something knocked 3 times against the ambulance doors. The knocking stopped before Mara reached the ambulance bay. That was worse than if it had continued. A sound that ended on its own always seemed to imply choice. She stood with one hand on the door bar, waiting for Glenna to tell her not to open it. The administrator remained at reception, adjusting the radio dial through a haze of static. as though the morning forecast were still the most important thing in the world. "Mara," Glenna said without looking up, "you should eat something." Mara laughed once. It came out flat and ugly. "A man appeared here with injuries from an accident that hasn't happened yet." "Hasn't happened to him," Glenna said. "That isn't a distinction." "It will be." Mara went to the landline and lifted the receiver. This time there was a dial tone. Faint. Distant. Threaded with wind. She called the county dispatch number printed beside the phone. The first attempt clicked dead. The second connected after so many rings, she nearly hung up. "County emergency. This is Dr. Mara Ellison at Whitecap Clinic. I need you to send someone to Noah Kettle's residence immediately and keep him away from Quarry Bend." There was a pause filled with keyboard tapping. "Ma'am, who is this again?" "Dr. Ellison, Whitecap Clinic. Noah Kettle is going to crash near Quarry Bend around 6:40. Another pause. "Has there been an accident?" "Not yet." The operator's voice cooled. "Doctor, are you reporting a credible threat?" Mara closed her eyes. She heard Lenore Pike's daughter again, saying, "She never complains. If she says it hurts, it hurts." She heard herself answering with clean professional language. "I'm reporting a high-risk safety concern," Mara said. "Blizzard conditions. Impaired visibility. Probably collision. Please advise him not to drive." "On what basis?" Mara looked toward the empty observation room. "Medical judgment." By 6:20 in the morning, she had convinced no one. At 6:43, the radio announced that Noah Kettle had not crashed at Quarry Bend. Mara gripped the reception counter until her knuckles whitened. The announcer continued. After being contacted by county dispatch, Mr. Kettle reportedly avoided the lower pass and instead attempted to walk to a neighbor's property. Search crews are responding after signs of a fall were located near the old quarry drainage cut. Injuries are expected to include chest trauma, a fractured left femur, and exposure. The exact same injuries. Only now. No vehicle. No road. No chance of being found quickly. Glenna turned down the radio. Mara did not speak for several seconds. Then she said, "I changed it." Glenna folded her hands. "You moved it. That isn't possible." "No," I warned him. "Yes, and it made it worse." Glenna's silence was not agreement. It was something older and more practiced. Mara spent the next hour building explanations because building explanations was safer than understanding. Sleep deprivation. Extreme weather. A rural prank. Glenna's manipulation. Faulty radio signal. Local superstition dressed in coincidence. Her own mind. Strained by suspension. By isolation. By the professional humiliation of needing work badly enough to take a mountain clinic no one else wanted. She wrote each possibility on a legal pad. Then she crossed out none of them. At 9:12 in the morning, a new red tag appeared beneath the magnet on the whiteboard. No knock came first. Mara found it while checking oxygen tanks. The paper was dry, stiff, and cold enough to sting her fingertips. Elise Warren. Time of arrival. 11:06 in the morning. Injury, burns to hands and face. Smoke inhalation. Cardiac history. Mara knew the name from a grocery receipt pinned to the corkboard. Warren's General Store. 14 miles down the pass. "No," she said. Glenna, standing in the hallway, said nothing. Mara called the store. A woman answered on the third ring. Brisk and distracted. Warren's. Elise Warren? Speaking. This is Dr. Ellison at Whitecap Clinic. I need you to leave the store immediately. Check for electrical faults. Heaters. Anything that could start a fire. Do not stay inside. A small laugh. Is this some kind of county inspection thing? Elise, listen to me. You are in danger. The silence sharpened. Who said that? Mara adjusted her grip on the phone. I'm trying to prevent an accident. Another silence. Longer this time. Then Elise said, softly, is there already a tag? Before Mara could answer, the line filled with the crackle of fire. At 11:06 in the morning, the ambulance bay doors opened by themselves. Elise Warren stumbled in, wrapped in a scorched wool coat, hair singed at the edges. Both hands lifted in front of her like ruined offerings. Smoke rolled from her clothing, though no flames remained. Her face was burned along one cheek. She tried to breathe and made a wet, whistling sound. Mara treated her. Of course she did. Airway first. Oxygen. Burns covered. Pain controlled. Heart monitored. She worked with the furious precision of a woman trying to punish reality into making sense. By noon, Elise was stable. By 3 minutes past noon, she had vanished. This time Mara saw it happen. One blink. And the observation bed held only a folded blanket with a faint gray smear of ash across it. At 17 minutes past noon, the radio reported Warren's general store had not burned. Elise Warren had evacuated after receiving a warning call, then collapsed outside when a propane heater exploded in the shed where she had gone to check the tanks. Her injuries were more severe than initially expected. Mara tore the legal pad in half. The next red tag slid from beneath the trauma bay door at midnight. Not one tag. Two. The first read, Thomas Vale. Age, odd. Severe hypothermia. Airway compromise. The second read, Cora Bell. Age, Half-years. Internal bleeding. Low blood pressure. Both had the same arrival time. 1:05 in the afternoon. Mara opened the blood fridge. 1 unit of O- remained. Mara stared at the blood fridge, as if another bag might appear if she looked with enough discipline. The glass door hummed softly. Frost feathered the inner corners. Inside, the single dark pouch rested on its shelf with the obscene calm of something already chosen. Thomas Vale. 8 years old. Hypothermia. Airway compromise. Cora Bell. 71. Internal bleeding. Low blood pressure. Same arrival time. 1:05 in the afternoon. Who are they? Mara asked. Glenna stood behind her in the doorway, arms folded beneath her quilted vest. People, that isn't clever anymore. It was never meant to be. Mara slammed the fridge door harder than necessary. An 8-year-old with airway compromise doesn't need blood first. Cora does. Unless the child arrests. Unless the old woman is too unstable to wait. Unless they arrive worse because I think of one before the other. Her voice sharpened. Is that what happens? Does it punish sequence? Glenna's face remained pale and tired. You keep asking as if the clinic is a machine. Everything is a machine, if you understand the mechanism. No, Glenna said. Some things are a mirror. At 1:02 in the afternoon, the hallway lights dimmed to a thin bluish flicker. The temperature dropped so suddenly Mara saw her own breath bloom in front of her mouth. The trauma bay doors seemed farther away than before. She crossed to them in 12 steps. Though that morning it had taken 7. The clock above the sink read 1:04. Her phone read 51 minutes past noon. She blinked. The phone changed to 1:05. The ambulance bay doors shuddered open. Snow rushed in, but not all at once. It entered like fog poured from a basin, rolling low across the concrete. Within it were 2 shapes. A boy came first, small and rigid in a red snowsuit. Lips gray, eyelashes crusted white. His chest barely moved. Behind him, an elderly woman sagged against the doorframe, both hands pressed to her abdomen beneath a soaked cardigan. Blood darkened the wool from inside, spreading with each shallow breath. Mara moved toward the boy, then stopped. Cora Bell looked at her with lucid, furious eyes. "Don't you dare count my years before you count my pulse." The sentence struck with such precision that Mara lost half a second. Half a second mattered. The boy made a wet, choking sound. Mara chose airway. She lifted Thomas onto the trauma table, stripped the frozen snowsuit open, cleared slush and mucus from his mouth, and began warming oxygen. His jaw was clenched. His pulse was faint. Behind her, Glenna guided Cora onto a chair, then to the floor when her knees gave out. "Pressure," Mara snapped. Glenna pressed towels against Cora's abdomen. "Blood." Cora gasped. "I need the blood." Mara did not look back. "I know." Thomas stopped breathing at 1:11 in the afternoon. There was no drama in it. No final sigh. Simply the absence of the next breath. Mara ventilated him by hand, counted, adjusted the seal, listened. The clinic had become so cold that condensation froze along the metal rail of the bed. Her gloves stuck faintly when she moved. "Doctor," Glenna said. Cora's blood pressure was dropping. "Doctor." Thomas's chest rose under the bag. Mara reached for the blood unit. Her hand hovered. A child's airway. An old woman's hemorrhage. A future not yet fixed. A past already waiting to accuse her. No correct answer. Only a record someone else would read later. Flattening terror into timing. Timing into judgment. Judgment into blame. She gave the blood to Cora. The moment the transfusion line opened, Thomas inhaled on his own. Mara almost laughed in relief. Then Cora screamed. Not from pain. From recognition. Her body vanished between one blink and the next, leaving the blood tubing hanging in the air for an instant before it dropped and spilled its dark line across the floor. Thomas vanished after her, the oxygen mask collapsing onto an empty pillow. The clock read 1:17 in the afternoon. Mara looked down. The blood on the floor was gone. Her gloves were clean. The trauma bay was empty except for the red tags, now pinned side by side on the whiteboard. Both had new writing beneath the injuries, treated out of order. Mara tore them down. The paper cut her thumb. For the rest of the afternoon, the clinic stretched. That was the only word her mind would accept. The corridor between reception and the trauma bay lengthened whenever she walked it. Doors appeared with no labels, then disappeared when she turned back. The staff room moved to the wrong side of the hall. Once, she opened a supply closet and saw a stairwell descending into darkness where oxygen tanks should have been. The storm sealed every window with white. No plow lights came. No radio signal held long enough for a complete sentence. The landline offered only breathing. At 4:33 in the afternoon, Mara found medical notes on the counter. Her notes, except she had not written them. The handwriting was narrow, old-fashioned, slanted hard to the right. Patient 1, prioritized due to recoverable status. Patient 2, deferred due to age and resource limitation. Mara's throat tightened. Those were not her words. They were close enough to be worse. Beneath them, another sentence had been written. Dr. Ellison demonstrates sound judgment. The knocking came again at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 3 slow knocks. Mara stood very still. Glenna was nowhere in sight. The new red tag lay beneath the trauma bay doors. No name. Only an injury. Frostbite. Starvation. Old scar across left palm. Mara turned her hand over. Her thumb still bled from the paper cut. When the doors opened, an old man stepped inside without snow on his coat. Though the storm roared behind him, his left palm bore a long white scar. His eyes fixed on Mara, and his mouth softened with recognition. "There you are," he said. "The doctor who chooses—" The old man said it without accusation. That made it worse. Accusation could be answered. Pity could not. Mara kept one hand on the edge of the trauma table, steadying herself against a room that no longer trusted geometry. The ambulance bay doors had closed behind him without sound. No snow melted from his boots. No frost clung to his eyebrows. He stood in the middle of the bay with the stillness of someone who had waited long enough to become patient in both meanings of the word. "Name," Mara said. He smiled faintly. "You always ask that first. I asked for your name. And if I give it, does that make me easier to save?" His left palm opened toward her. The scar across it was old, glossy, and white, running from the base of the thumb to the wrist like a line drawn through flesh. Mara looked at the red tag on the floor. Frostbite. Starvation. Old scar across left palm. No name. No time of arrival. That frightened her more than the injuries. Glenna appeared at the corridor entrance. She did not look at the old man. She looked at Mara. "You should not treat him here." Mara's laugh came out thin. "Now there are rules. There have always been rules. You only notice them when they stop protecting you." The old man turned toward the hallway. "Records first," he said. He walked past the trauma bay doors and into the corridor. Mara followed because he moved like a symptom progressing through a body, and because every reasonable part of her had become too exhausted to resist the unreasonable ones. The corridor stretched again. The lights dimmed behind them one by one. The staff room door passed on the left. Then the same staff room door passed on the right. Then a blank section of wall where it should have been. The smell of antiseptic thinned, replaced by something colder, wet wool. Old paper. Extinguished kerosene. At the end of the hall stood the supply closet. Mara opened it. The stairwell was there again. Concrete steps descended into darkness. A chain hung across them with a metal sign bolted to the wall. Lower records, authorized personnel only. The sign was so old the letters had browned at the edges. "We don't have a lower level," Mara said. Glenna stood behind her. "Not on the current floor plan. And you knew." "I administer the clinic," Glenna said. "I don't decide what it remembers." Mara pulled the chain loose. The old man descended first, one hand gliding along the wall. She followed him down, counting steps at first, then stopping when she reached 30 and saw no bottom. The cold changed as they went. Upstairs had been winter. Down here was storage cold. Archive cold. The kind that preserved what no one wanted alive. At last, the stairwell opened into a low room lined with metal shelves. Files covered everything. Not neat, modern files, but ledgers, boxes, clipboards, canvas, mail sacks, brittle folders tied with red string. Winter coats hung from hooks along one wall, each tagged at the collar. Some were adult-sized. Some were small enough for children. A row of boots sat beneath them. Toes pointed toward the door. Mara touched one coat sleeve. It was frozen solid. On the nearest desk lay a ledger open to a page ruled in columns. The headings were written by hand. Name, condition, weather, supplies used, category, outcome. Mara read the first line. Abel Rusk, broken ribs, whiteout, morphine limited, non-essential, deceased outside. The next, Mrs. Helen Crowther, labor complications. Pass closed. Essential family. Recovered. Below that, unknown male. Frostbite. No local relations. Non-essential. Left waiting. Her stomach tightened. She turned pages faster. Categories repeated in black ink. Essential. Non-essential. Recoverable. Questionable value. Low community contribution. Favorable prognosis. Every phrase had the clean brutality of medical language used to hide ordinary cruelty. These are triage notes, she said, though no one had asked. The old man stood beside a shelf of patient files. They called them winter assessments. Mara pulled one folder free. Thomas Vale was written on the tab. Inside were old vitals, a child's drawing of the clinic in red crayon, and a note. Son of Dieter Zate. C. Vale prioritize. Her hand stilled. Vale. The same surname as Thomas. The same child from the tag. Age 8. Hypothermia. She opened another folder. Cura. Bale. Vido. Limited family support. Internal bleeding suspected. Blood conserved for pediatric case. Mara stopped breathing. Upstairs. She had given the blood to Cora. Thomas had breathed on his own. The clinic had written treated out of order. Not because it wanted one saved. Because once, someone else had made the opposite choice. She moved deeper into the shelves. Who was Dr. C. Vale? Glenna's voice came from the stairwell behind her. Cormac Bale. Whitecap's first physician. The old man's scarred hand rested on a box labeled deferred cases. He was respected, Glenna said. Respected men often leave better records than good ones. Mara opened the box. The files inside were colder than ice. Halfway down, beneath death certificates and weather logs, she found a manila envelope with no name on it. Inside was a photograph. Glossy, despite its age. Whitecap Clinic. The same trauma bay. The same whiteboard. The same red tag beneath the same magnet. A group of people stood around a patient table, blurred by flash and time. At the far left stood Mara Ellison, younger, unsmiling, wearing a white coat she had never owned. On the back, written in the same slanted handwriting as the notes upstairs. were 5 words. Dr. Ellison arrived before once. Mara turned the photograph over again, expecting the image to have corrected itself while she was not looking. It had not. There she stood in the corner of Whitecap's trauma bay, younger by perhaps 10 years. Though that was impossible in 2 different directions. 10 years ago, she had been finishing residency in Philadelphia, living on vending machine dinners and the chemical brightness of hospital coffee. She had never been within 3 states of this mountain. She had never owned a white coat with pearl buttons. She had never stood beside a patient table under the Whitecap clock. And yet the woman in the photograph had her face not close, not similar. Hers. The old man watched her with a patience that felt almost clinical. "This is fake," Mara said. No one answered. She said it again, because repetition sometimes made a thing more solid. "This is fake." Glenna stepped into the lower records room. "Forgery usually has a reason. The clinic doesn't bother with reasons people can admire." Mara slid the photograph back into the envelope, then pulled open the next drawer in the metal cabinet. Files leaned against one another in tight vertical rows. Some tabs were typed. Others were written by hand. Many had red slashes across the front. She opened one at random. Miles Braddock, County Judge. Carbon monoxide exposure. Prioritized. Full oxygen support. Recovered. Another. Edwin Shaw. Sawmill owner. Crush injury. Blood reserved. Transferred when pass cleared. Another. Lucie Val. Wife of attending physician. Mild frostbite. Placed in observation bed. Then, Anya Muyo. School cook. Severe exposure. No family present. Non-essential. Left in waiting area. The file contained a death certificate signed 2 days later. Matter read more. A banker with a broken collarbone was given the only available ambulance transfer, while a farmhand with abdominal pain was marked questionable value and documented as refusing further care. A councilman's son received morphine, blankets, and blood. An unidentified drifter with the same injuries was moved to the vestibule because Dr. Vale had written, "Limited contribution to local stability." Those words appeared again and again. Local stability. Recoverable investment. Essential household. Community value. Resource preservation. Each phrase was colder than the room because each had been chosen to sound reasonable. Mara's eyes began to ache. She found Dr. Cormac Vale's signature at the bottom of nearly every page. His handwriting slanted hard to the right. Narrow and disciplined. The same handwriting from the notes upstairs. The same handwriting that had written sound judgment beside her name. "Why keep these?" Mara asked. Glenna ran one finger along the edge of a ledger. "People who think they are right often keep proof." The old man opened the box labeled deferred cases and removed a thin folder tied with red string. He held it out to Mara. She did not want to take it. That was how she knew she had to. Inside was not an old Whitecap file. It was a printed transcript from her suspension hearing. Her name appeared at the top. Dr. Mara Ellison. Review of adverse event. The paper was clean, modern, and impossible. She turned the pages slowly. Every sentence had been lifted from her testimony. Patient volume exceeded safe operational thresholds. Available monitored beds required allocation according to survivability. The trauma patient presented with a higher likelihood of successful intervention. Mrs. Pike's deterioration was regrettable but not reasonably predictable. I made the only possible call. Mara read the final sentence 3 times. On the transcript, someone had underlined it in Dr. Vale's black ink. Beside it, he had written, promising. Her vision blurred, then sharpened too much. The room became cruelly detailed, frost crystals on the file clips, dust collected in the corners of old envelopes, Glenna's breath rising pale in the air, the old man's scarred palm resting open at his side. I am not him, Mara said. Glenna's face softened, which Mara hated. No. I was in an emergency department with 31 patients and no beds. Yes. There were protocols. Yes. I didn't decide Lenore Pike was worth less. The name came out before Mara could stop it. For the first time, the old man looked directly at her. Glenna did not ask who Lenore Pike was. That silence was worse than recognition. Mara lowered the transcript. I didn't, but the records around her had learned the shape of that denial. In the city, she had not written non-essential. She had written hallway monitoring, appropriate pending reassessment. She had not written low contribution. She had written elderly patient with multiple comorbidities. She had not written save him instead. She had written higher survivability with immediate intervention. Different words. Same room inside them? No, Mara whispered. The clinic showed me the accidents before they happened. That means it wanted me to prevent them. The old man shook his head. It shows doctors' injuries, he said. The way scales show weight. Mara looked at him. Not to change the mountain, he continued. To measure the hand. The lights in the lower records room flickered. All at once. The ledgers began to shift. Pages turned without wind. Files opened in their drawers. Red tags slid from boxes and shelves and coat pockets. Drifting down like dry leaves. Names appeared across them in fresh ink. Noah Kettle, Elise Warren, Thomas Vale, Cora Bell. Then another. Lenore Pike. Mara backed away until her shoulders struck the cabinet. The tag had no time of arrival. Only one line. Deferred pending reassessment. From upstairs came 3 slow knocks. The old man closed the suspension transcript and placed it in her hands. You crossed the line, he said. The first time was not here. The knocking came from above. 3 slow knocks. Passing through the ceiling of the lower records room, as if the clinic had ribs and something outside was tapping bone. Mara stood with the transcript in her hands and Lenore Pike's red tag at her feet. For several seconds, she could not make her legs understand urgency. Her mind had crowded itself with too many rooms. The city ER, Whitecap's trauma bay, the hearing panel's polished table, the hallway where Lenore Pike had waited behind a curtain while Mara chose a bed for someone else. Deferred pending reassessment. Not dead. Not yet. Deferred. The words seemed to breathe in the cold. You brought her here, Mara said. The old man shook his head. No, you did. I didn't bring anyone anywhere. You brought the language. Glenna lowered her eyes. Not in shame, but in recognition of something old happening again. Mara stepped over the fallen tags and climbed the stairs. Each step seemed farther apart than before. Her injured thumb throbbed around the paper cut. The transcript felt heavier than paper should. Halfway up, she heard the knocks again. Closer, now. Patient and formal. By the time she reached the hallway, the clinic had changed. Every door stood open. The staff room, the supply closet, the observation rooms, the waiting area. Even doors that had no business existing in that narrow building. Behind each one lay a different version of the trauma bay. In one, Noah Kettle lay blue-lipped beneath a silver blanket. In another, Elise Warren tried to breathe through smoke. In another, Thomas Vale's small chest rose beneath Mara's hand, while Cora Bell bled quietly onto the floor. None of them looked dead. None of them looked alive. They waited in the fragile space before a decision became history. Mara moved down the corridor slowly. Frost cracked beneath her shoes, though no snow had fallen inside. Red triage tags hung from every doorway, swaying without wind. Some had names, some had injuries, some had only categories. Essential, non-essential, recoverable, questionable. At the end of the hall, the ambulance bay doors waited. The knocking came again. She opened them. The storm was gone. Beyond the doors was the city emergency department where Lenore Pike had died. Mara recognized it instantly. The greenish fluorescent light, the scuffed floor, the curtained hallway spaces, the nurse's station crowded with half-finished cups of coffee. The sound hit her like heat after cold. Monitors, wheels, coughing, someone crying behind a curtain, a paramedic saying, "We need a bed now." Lenore Pike sat upright on a hallway stretcher with oxygen tubing beneath her nose. She was not dead yet. Her daughter stood beside her, one hand on the rail. Looking younger than Mara remembered, because memory had aged her through grief. The construction worker was there too, pale and bleeding, surrounded by urgent hands. Between them stood a red tag, blank. Mara backed away from the open bay. "This is not real." Glenna's voice came from behind her. "Real is what remains after someone acts." I was understaffed. Yes. There were no beds. Yes. I followed triage. The old man's scarred hand lifted, indicating the corridor, the open rooms, the waiting patients. Triage is not innocence. It is only the name given to choice when there is not enough mercy to go around. Mara turned on him. Then what was I supposed to do? Save everyone? No doctor saves everyone. Then why punish me for failing? The old man looked almost sad. The clinic does not punish failure. The words landed softly. Then the clinic answered them. Every whiteboard in every open room filled at once. Black and red marker writing without hands. Who did you see first? Who did you believe would matter later? Whose pain sounded ordinary? Who did you expect to survive waiting? Who made you afraid of being blamed? Mara pressed both hands over her ears. But the questions were not sounds. They were the shape beneath her decisions. She saw it then. Not as confession. Not even as memory. But as the terrible anatomy of judgment. The clinic had never been showing her the future so she could save it. It had been placing possible lives in front of her before the world hardened around them, forcing her to reveal what she weighed when she claimed to measure only injury. Noah was not a ghost. Elise was not a warning. Thomas and Cora were not tests of medical competence. They were possibilities waiting for value. The accidents changed because Mara's fear changed them. Her warnings did not save people because she was still thinking in outcomes. Liability. Order. Proof. She had tried to control the event without looking at the hand that sorted the living from the waiting. Dr. Vale had done it openly. Essential, non-essential, community value. Mara had done it in cleaner words. Higher survivability, resource allocation, pending reassessment. The red tag on the threshold filled itself. Lenore Pike, time of arrival. Now. Mara looked into the ambulance bay and saw Lenore's daughter turn toward her from the impossible ER. This time, she did not say, "Please help her." She said, "Say why you left her there." Behind Mara, every patient in every room began knocking from the inside of their beds. Say why you left her there. Lenore Pike's daughter stood beyond the ambulance bay doors in the impossible brightness of the city ER. Her voice was not loud. It did not need to be. Every open room in Whitecap had gone quiet except for the knocking from the beds. A soft, patient drumming that rose through mattresses, pillows, rails, and folded blankets. Mara looked at Lenore on the hallway stretcher. Oxygen tubing, damp hair, one hand resting on the sheet. Fingers curled slightly inward. Not dead yet. Not even beyond help yet. That was the cruelty. Death had not erased the interval in which something else might have happened. "I left her," Mara said, and the words scraped her throat. Because the trauma patient would die first. The daughter did not move. Mara forced herself to continue. Because he was younger. Because the injury looked clearer. Because I understood what to do for him. Because if he died in front of everyone while I watched an elderly woman's labs, they would say, I missed the obvious emergency. The fluorescent lights in the false ER flickered. And because, Mara whispered, I thought she could wait. The ambulance bay doors slammed shut. At once. The corridor collapsed back into Whitecap Clinic. The open rooms vanished. The red tags dropped from the door frames and scattered across the floor like dead leaves. Mara stood alone in the trauma bay, breathing hard, while the storm resumed against the walls. For one terrible second, she believed confession had ended it. Then 3 red tags slid beneath the bay doors. Then 5. Then 12. They came quickly, scraping over the concrete, each carrying a name, an injury, a time that had already arrived. Mara backed away. Glenna appeared in the hallway, pale as if she had aged several years in the last hour. It has begun asking properly. No. You answered one question. That does not empty the room. The first knock came before Mara could lift a tag. The doors opened. People entered in a broken line. A teenage snowboarder with a blue face and a twisted neck, a plow driver coughing blood into one hand, a pregnant woman shivering beneath a coat soaked through with melted snow, a man with burns across his chest, an old woman carrying a child whose arm hung loose and gray. They did not rush her. That was worse. They waited. Mara raised both hands. I can't do this. No one answered. The pregnant woman's lips darkened. The plow driver slid down the wall. The child began making a small, wet sound. Mara reached for a stethoscope, then stopped. If she touched one first, it would mean something. If she asked a question, the question would order them. Age, pulse, breathing, blood, weeks pregnant, chance of transfer, chance of blame, chance of saving, chance of being accused. No, she said again, more fiercely. I refuse. The child's arm blackened to the elbow. The snowboarder's breathing stopped. The burns on the man's chest deepened as if fresh heat had passed over him. Glenna's voice was barely audible. Refusal is not mercy. I'm not choosing. You are choosing to let the room decide without naming your hand. Mara turned on her. Then what do you want from me? The patients looked at her. Not with hatred. With the exhausted attention of people who had already learned that someone else's hesitation could become their fate. Mara moved. She could not stop herself. She assessed airway first, then breathing, then circulation, calling out instructions to Glenna because the old training still lived beneath terror. She placed the child on the table, then changed her mind and moved to the pregnant woman. Then back to the plow driver when his pulse faded beneath her fingers. Each delay worsened someone. Each correction became another injury. The clinic recorded everything. On the whiteboard, lines wrote themselves in Vale's narrow hand. DR. Ellison hesitated. Doctor. Ellison revised priority after observing age. Doctor. Ellison moved from child to mother to worker. Deker. Ellison denies sequence has meaning. Mara screamed and threw a metal tray at the board. It struck, clattered to the floor, and the words remained. The patients vanished at 7:29 in the evening. All at once, the trauma bay returned to its clean, empty state. No blood, no melted snow, no smoke, no broken bodies, only the red tags. Now blank, except for categories. Essential, recoverable, deferred. Mara went to the ambulance bay doors and shoved the locking bar into place. Then she dragged the trauma table against them, followed by the crash cart, 2 oxygen tanks, and every chair from the waiting room. She locked the front entrance. She locked the staff room. She locked the supply closet. She took Glenna's keys and locked the stairwell chain across the lower records door. No more, she said. Glenna watched her from reception. Doors are choices too. Mara ignored her. She unplugged the radio. She turned off the monitor screens. She wiped the whiteboard clean until her fingers cramped. She sat on the floor in the trauma bay with her back against the barricaded doors, arms wrapped around her knees. I won't open, she whispered. For a long time, nothing happened. The clinic became perfectly silent. Then, beneath the ambulance bay doors, a single red tag slid under the barricade and touched her boot. No name, no injury, only one word: deferred. The tag rested against Mara's boot, red against the gray concrete. No heavier than paper and yet somehow more solid than the barricade she had built. For a while she only stared at it. Her knees had gone numb. Her back ached from pressing against the ambulance bay doors. Beyond them, the storm worried at the metal in long, patient breaths. No one knocked. That was how the clinic taught her the shape of refusal. Mara picked up the tag. The word had been written in Vale's narrow hand. Or her hand. Or the hand that belonged to every doctor who had ever mistaken delay for neutrality. The ink was still wet. It came away on her thumb when she touched it, blackening the cut left by the earlier paper edge. Deferred, not refused, not condemned, not dead, only placed somewhere else, where the record could pretend nothing final had been done. Glenna stood in the doorway to the trauma bay. She had removed her name badge. Without it, she looked less like an administrator than a woman who had spent too many winters introducing people to rooms they could not leave. Open the doors, Mara said. Glenna did not move. You locked them. I mean, help me. No. Mara looked up sharply. Glenna's face held no cruelty. That almost broke her. I keep the building, Glenna said. I don't practice inside it. You brought me here. The clinic did. You hired me. I answered an application. I never applied. Glenna's eyes shifted to the whiteboard. Mara turned. Across the clean surface. New writing had appeared. Locum physician required. Overnight coverage. Experience with high-volume triage preferred. Disciplinary review accepted. Below that, in smaller handwriting, candidate likely to understand resource limitation. Mara stood slowly. No. The word sounded useless now. It had been useless all evening. The barricade groaned behind her. One chair slid an inch across the floor, then another. Something pressed against the ambulance bay doors from outside. Not violently, not with rage, with the soft insistence of a body leaning after a long walk through snow. 3 knocks followed. Very slow. Mara did not ask who was there. She knew. In the way the clinic had taught knowing. Not through evidence, but through the unbearable shape of consequence. On the other side were all the lives still possible enough to suffer. All the names that would arrive only if someone opened. All the injuries waiting for value to be assigned. She stepped toward the doors. The whiteboard wrote again. Dr. Ellison reconsiders. She stopped. The ink paused with her. That was when she understood the final trap. If she opened, the clinic would record what she chose. If she kept it shut, the clinic would record that too. Every motion had become medicine. Every pause had become a note. So Mara did the only thing left that felt like honesty. She took the marker from the tray beneath the whiteboard and wrote beneath the clinic's sentence. Dr. Fifth. Ellison is afraid. The building creaked. The lights dimmed. Mara wrote again. Dr. Ellison does not know who deserves to live. Her hand shook so badly the letters broke apart. Then, smaller, Dr. sign. Ellison never did. For the first time since she had arrived, the clinic was not silent. It exhaled. The sound moved through the pipes, the walls, the sealed lower records room, the waiting chairs, the blood fridge, the empty observation beds. A long breath, colder than weather. The knocking stopped. Glenna closed her eyes. Mara waited for release. It did not come. Morning found Whitecap Clinic half buried beneath new snow. A county plow driver saw the building from the road and later told people it looked abandoned. Though he could not explain the thin line of smoke rising from a chimney everyone knew had been sealed for years. There were no vehicles in the lot. No footprints leading in or out. The front door was locked from inside. When a deputy came, after the storm cleared, he found dust on the reception counter, outdated brochures in the waiting room, and a coffee machine with an out-of-order sign yellowed by age. The trauma bay stood empty. The whiteboard had been scrubbed clean except for 3 faint words that would not come off. Never did. No Mara Ellison appeared in county records for that night. Her rental SUV was later found at a rest stop 60 miles away. Keys on the driver's seat. Engine cold. Her hospital review remained unresolved. The transcript listed her final status as unavailable for follow-up. Whitecap Clinic stayed closed through spring, summer, and fall. But in winter, travelers sometimes saw lights burning inside it during storms. Skiers lost on the pass spoke of a woman behind the ambulance bay doors, asking names in a calm, exhausted voice. Plow drivers heard someone moving furniture against the walls. Once, a boy rescued from a drainage ditch said a doctor had bandaged his hand and whispered, "I am trying not to choose you first." No one believed him. Buildings like Whitecap were easy not to believe in, except when weather made belief necessary. Years passed. Glenna Pierce's name disappeared from county payroll records. The lower level never appeared on any floor plan. The chimney smoked only in blizzards. And every storm night, inside the trauma bay, Mara sat with her back against the ambulance bay doors, listening. Sometimes she opened them. Sometimes she did not. Both choices were written down. One night, after the mountain had gone so white that earth and sky seemed to race together, the knocking did not come from outside. It came from beneath the door. A red triage tag slid under the metal lip and stopped beside Mara's hand. For a long time she would not look. Then she did. The tag had no injury, no time, only a name, Mara Ellison. And from the other side of the door, in a voice that sounded almost like her own, someone knocked 3 times. Some horror stories are about monsters waiting in the snow. This one is about something colder. The belief that a difficult choice becomes innocent just because we give it professional language. Mara is not punished because she failed to save everyone. She is punished because she wanted her choices to be clean, untouched by fear, bias, pride, or self-protection. Whitecap Clinic does not create cruelty. It preserves it, records it, and waits for people to admit what their decisions reveal. If you were standing behind those doors, would you open them? Story 6. The first thing Nadine Crowe noticed about the wellness room was that it had been designed to look like nobody had designed it. No logo on the frosted glass door. No motivational vinyl on the walls. No framed manifesto about thriving together or bringing your whole self to work. The room sat at the far end of Varian System's 7th floor. Past the silent phone booths and the row of standing desks, no one actually raised anymore. Lit by a soft amber wash that made the carpet look warmer than it was. Inside, everything had been chosen to seem gentle. 3 reclining massage chairs in pale gray fabric. A low shelf of weighted blankets folded into perfect squares. A diffuser breathing out cedar and something faintly medicinal. A wall panel that let employees select soundscapes, rain on glass, distant ocean, forest dusk, guided breathing, or heartbeat. The heartbeat had tested best. That was what the vendor had said during installation, smiling as if the sentence were not strange. People respond to biological rhythm, he explained, tapping his tablet. It gives them permission to regulate it. Nadine had written that phrase down immediately. Permission to regulate. It was clean. Useful language. It sounded compassionate without promising anything measurable. Now, on the morning of the launch, she stood in the doorway with a paper cup of coffee cooling in one hand and a checklist open on her phone. The 7th floor had not yet filled. Beyond the glass partitions, the office held its early hush, monitors waking one by one. The soft click of keyboards. The ventilation system moving stale air through vents hidden above acoustic panels. Outside, rain dragged pale lines down the windows, blurring the car park into gray streaks. At 8:15 in the evening, the room's heartbeat began. It was soft enough that Nadine almost missed it beneath the ventilation. A low, steady lub-dub. Lub-dub. Patient and intimate. Not loud. Not dramatic. The kind of sound you felt in the throat before you fully heard it. She checked the tablet mounted inside the door. The room had defaulted to heartbeat calm frequency. 72 beats per minute. The vendor had said 72 felt human but not anxious. Nadine listened for a moment. It was soothing, she supposed. It was also slightly too close. Behind her, someone cleared his throat. She turned to find Jeremy Vale from Internal Communications standing with a cardboard tray of coffees. His employee badge twisted backward on its lanyard. He was 32. Handsome, in a way that depended on good lighting and constant agreement. And already wearing the careful smile people used around HR. Big day, he said. Small room. Nadine replied. He laughed because he knew he was supposed to. Jeremy peered past her into the amber light. Looks expensive. It looks supportive. Nadine corrected, then softened her tone. That's the language for today. Right. Supportive. He handed her a printed launch memo for final approval. Nadine scanned the first paragraph. At Varian. We understand that sustainable performance begins with care. Our new wellness room offers a quiet place for colleagues to pause, breathe, and return to themselves. Return to themselves. Nadine looked at that line longer than necessary. Did I approve this wording? She asked. Jeremy's smile twitched. Yesterday, you changed recover to return. You said recover sounded like we admitted damage. That did sound like her. Still, she did not remember saying it. She took a pen from the tray beside the diffuser and initialed the bottom corner. Her signature looked thinner than usual. The N, almost closing into a loop, as she handed the memo back. The heartbeat in the room seemed to adjust. Not stop, not grow louder, merely lean toward the rhythm of the moment, as though it had been listening for where to place itself. Lub-dub. Jeremy tilted his head. That's weirdly calming. You're welcome to book a slot. Already did. Everyone did. First week filled in 20 minutes. Nadine looked up from her phone. Everyone? Pretty much. After the last engagement survey, I think people will try anything. The last engagement survey had been a disaster. Not officially. Officially, it had revealed opportunities around workload clarity, cross-functional pressure, and emotional sustainability. Unofficially, 23 employees had written the word exhausted in open comments. 11 had used the phrase, can't keep doing this. And one person had typed, I don't think anyone here would notice if I stopped being a person. Nadine had deleted that line from the executive summary. Not because she was cruel, because executives did not respond well to melodrama. The heartbeat continued behind her. Lub-dub. By 9 o'clock, the first employees had begun arriving for their 10-minute introductory sessions. Nadine watched from the corridor while they entered with the awkward embarrassment of adults being asked to take care of themselves in a place that still tracked their bathroom breaks by badge activity. Freya from product came out first, blinking slowly. How was it? Nadine asked. Freya smiled with unusual calm. I feel better aligned. Nadine made a note. Then Callum from platform emerged and used the same phrase. Better aligned, he said, rubbing his sternum as if he had swallowed something too hot. By noon, Nadine had heard the phrase 6 times, She told herself it was because the launch memo had used alignment twice. Corporate language spread that way. People picked up words like lint. At 6:40 that evening, after most of the 7th floor had emptied and the rain had turned the windows black, Nadine returned to the wellness room alone to close it for the night. The amber light was still on. So was the heartbeat. Lub-dub. She stepped inside and touched the tablet. The screen showed no active session. She selected silence. The panel dimmed. The speakers clicked off. For 3 seconds, the room was completely quiet. Then the heartbeat started again. Softer than before. Nadine stood very still. This time, the sound was not coming from the speakers. It was coming from inside the nearest massage chair. Nadine did not touch the chair. For nearly a minute, she stood in the amber dark of the wellness room and listened to the sound coming from beneath the pale gray fabric. It was not loud. If anything, it was quieter than the recorded version had been, muffled by upholstery and foam. But that made it worse. Recordings belonged to speakers. Faulty wiring belonged to walls. This sound had a dampness to it, a suggestion of pressure and muscle. Lub-dub. She stepped back until her heel crossed the threshold into the corridor. The sound stopped. The silence that followed felt rehearsed. By the next morning, Nadine had turned the incident into a maintenance ticket. Audio loop continuing after system shutdown. Possible speaker housing defect inside massage chair 1. Please inspect before end of week. She read the sentence twice before sending it. It looked reasonable. It looked like the kind of sentence that ended a problem by naming it correctly. That was what Nadine did for a living. Her office sat beside the people operations area. Though everyone still called it HR when they were angry, the walls were glass from waist height up, giving the illusion of transparency while preserving every hierarchy that mattered. From her desk, she could see the employee experience dashboard mounted above the team area, attrition risk, pulse, survey, response rate, wellness, engagement, unresolved manager concerns, sick, leave trends. Numbers moved across it in clean blocks of blue and green. Human distress, when properly formatted, could look almost beautiful. At 9:30 that morning, she met with leadership alignment to review the first-day wellness metrics. The rooms smelled of coffee, whiteboard cleaner, and expensive breath mints. On the screen, a slide showed that 87% of participants had reported feeling calmer after their session. 64% reported feeling better aligned. No one asked who had written the available response options. "This is strong," said Portia Wren, Chief People Officer, folding her hands beneath her chin. "Very strong. It's one day," Nadine said. Portia's smile remained still. "The board won't read it that way." A few people laughed gently. The way people laughed when they were confirming power rather than finding something funny. Nadine clicked to the next slide. Early usage suggests the room is being adopted across levels and departments. I'd recommend we avoid overstating impact until we have retention and productivity data. "Of course," Portia said, "but we can say the early signals are promising." Nadine changed the wording in real time. Early signals indicate promising adoption. A year earlier, she would have fought harder over the distinction between relief and compliance. She knew that about herself. She had once believed in the precise moral weight of language. Then came Isaac Wren. Isaac had been a systems analyst on the billing infrastructure team. 26. Soft-spoken. always wearing shirts with cuffs too long for his wrists. He had submitted 3 workload concerns in 6 weeks, each one more careful than the last. Not dramatic, not emotional. He wrote like a person trying very hard to remain credible. I am concerned that current expectations are affecting my ability to sleep. Nadine had escalated the first note to his manager, who called it a time management issue. She escalated the second to a director, who said Isaac had high sensitivity to ambiguity. By the third, Nadine had already learned how little the company punished itself for ignoring warnings, if the warnings were presented as individual resilience gaps. So she had rewritten Isaac's language before sending it upward. Employee reports difficulty adapting to shifting priorities. 2 weeks later, Isaac resigned without notice. His badge stopped working at 7:12 on a Thursday morning. A courier delivered his laptop in a padded envelope with no note inside. His exit survey contained only one sentence. You made it sound like I was the problem. Nadine had kept a copy in a folder labeled Closed Cases, then renamed the folder Employee Relations Archive, then eventually stopped opening it. Now, in the leadership alignment meeting, she watched Portia underline the word promising with the cursor. This room, Portia said, could become a model for how we restore trust. Nadine nodded, because nodding was not agreement, if you did it carefully. The rest of the day passed in the ordinary transactions of corporate care. She approved revised burnout language for the intranet. She removed the word crisis from a manager training deck. She changed employees are overwhelmed to teams are navigating intensity. She answered 3 private messages from staff who wanted to know whether using the wellness room would be tracked. She replied that participation data would be reviewed only in aggregate. That was true. Technically, at 4:55 in the afternoon, her computer chimed. A timekeeping notification appeared in the corner of her screen. Wellness room session, complete. Participant, Nadine Crow. Duration, 10 minutes. Status, better aligned. Nadine stared at it. She had not booked a session. She had not entered the room since the night before. A second notification appeared on her phone at the same moment. Then, a third on the wall dashboard outside her office. For 1 second, every monitor in people operations displayed the same line beneath the company clock. Nadine Crow returned to self. The office lights flickered softly. Then the timekeeping system pulsed, not flashed, not chimed, pulsed. Lub-dub. The pulse passed through the timekeeping system only once. That was what Nadine told herself at first. A system error could make a screen flash. A corrupted audio file could play through notification speakers. Someone from facilities could have routed a test sound through the office announcement network by mistake. Varion systems were integrated beyond common sense. Calendars spoke to doors. Doors spoke to attendance logs. Attendance logs spoke to wellness participation dashboards, and every private movement became useful only after it had been stripped of context. So when the monitors returned to normal, Nadine did what she had trained herself to do when something inappropriate happened in a professional environment. She documented it without sounding alarmed. At 4:58 in the afternoon, multiple people operations displays showed an incorrect wellness session completion notification for Nadine Crow. Possible timekeeping integration fault. Please review the logs. She sent it to Workplace Technology and copied Facilities, Legal Operations, and Portia Wren. Then she sat at her desk with both hands flat beside the keyboard until the sensation in her fingers returned. No one mentioned the pulse the next morning. That bothered her more than if they had. People operations resumed its usual rhythm. Badge readers clicked at the doors. The coffee machine produced its tired little mechanical sigh every time someone selected oat milk. Employees passed Nadine's office with laptops held against their chests like shields. The seventh floor had the fragile cleanliness of a place that had been cleaned overnight by people no one ever saw. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Nadine joined a product resourcing meeting in conference room 7. The room was all glass, making privacy look transparent. Around the table sat Freya from product, Callum from platform, Jeremy from internal communications, 2 engineering managers, and Portia, who arrived 3 minutes late and apologized without meaning it. The discussion should have been tense. 2 project teams were understaffed. A launch date had moved forward. Someone had submitted an anonymous concern about weekend work being described as voluntary. Nadine prepared herself for the usual language: bandwidth, prioritization, escalation, flexibility. But Freya spoke first. "I think we're better aligned if we treat intensity as a shared rhythm," she said. Nadine looked up. Callum nodded immediately. "Agreed. The issue isn't workload in isolation. It's whether people are returning to themselves within the structure." Jeremy wrote that down. One of the engineering managers, a blunt woman named Tamsin Pike, frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means the body of the organization has to regulate," Freya said. She said it calmly, without embarrassment, as though she had not just referred to the company as a body. Nadine waited for someone to laugh. No one did. Portia leaned back in her chair. "Interested. That's a useful way to frame it." "It's not a frame," Callum said. The room went quiet. He blinked, as if surprised by his own interruption. Then he smiled in the small, smoothed-over way Nadine had begun to associate with employees leaving the wellness room. "I mean," he said, "it's not just a frame. It's an opportunity." Tamsin rubbed at the side of her neck. "Did you all get talking points before this meeting?" Jeremy looked mildly offended. "No." Freya folded her hands on the table. So did Callum. A second later, Jeremy did too. Nadine noticed the movement because she had once read a negotiation book that said people unconsciously mirrored whoever they feared or trusted. She looked at their hands, pale under the conference room lighting, arranged in the same position, thumbs resting left over right. Portia was watching them as well, but not with concern. With recognition, the meeting continued. Every time someone tried to discuss missed deadlines, the conversation seemed to soften and slide sideways into wellness language. Burnout became rhythm disruption. Overtime became temporary intensity. Fear became low alignment. Complaints became signals asking to be integrated. Nadine took notes because not taking notes would have meant admitting she did not understand what she was hearing. At 10:47 that morning, her laptop chimed. A direct message appeared from herself. Nadine stared at the notification. From Nadine Crow to Nadine Crow. Sent 10:51 in the morning. That was 4 minutes in the future. The preview line read, "We cannot keep calling pain participation." Nadine's mouth went dry. She had not typed that sentence. She had thought it, not even fully as words. It had passed through her mind during Tamsin's objection, sharp and unwelcome, and Nadine had pushed it down before it could become useful or dangerous. Now it sat in her inbox as an internal message. time-stamped from a minute that had not arrived yet. She clicked it. The message body contained only one line. We cannot keep calling pain participation. Nadine. That is how the room learns where to put the pulse. At the bottom, beneath her automatic signature, was a status tag from the timekeeping system. Delivered after wellness review. Nadine looked through the glass wall toward the end of the corridor. The wellness room door stood open. Inside, in the amber light, all 3 massage chairs were empty. All 3 were reclining slowly in the same rhythm. The chairs stopped moving the moment Nadine stepped into the corridor. Not gradually. Not like equipment completing a programmed cycle. They stopped with the abrupt obedience of 3 people caught doing something private. Nadine remained outside the wellness room and watched the amber light tremble across the fabric. The direct message from herself stayed open on her laptop screen behind her. Impossible and quiet. We cannot keep calling pain participation. Nadine. At 10:51 in the morning, the message officially arrived. Her laptop chimed again, as if correcting the order of things. That gave her something to hold on to. A delayed notification. A time zone issue. A cached draft. Varion's internal systems were complicated enough to make any failure look supernatural if you did not understand where the error lived. And Nadine, despite everything, believed in errors. Errors could be logged. Errors could be assigned. By lunch, she had built a folder, Wellness Room Integration Concerns. Inside it, she placed screenshots of the future message, the incorrect session notification, the facilities ticket, and a transcript of the morning meeting reconstructed from her notes. She almost included the sentence about the room learning where to put the pulse, then deleted that screenshot and replaced it with one cropped above the line. No need to create panic. That was the first rationalization. The second came at 1:15 in the afternoon, when Workplace Technology replied that no direct message had been sent from her account before 10:51 that morning. According to server logs, the message originated from Nadine's device at exactly 3 seconds after 10:51 that morning and had no abnormal routing. She read the reply 3 times. Then she decided she must have typed the sentence without remembering it. Stress could do strange things. Everyone knew that. Sleep deprivation. Constant escalation. Emotional overload disguised as calendar density. She had seen employees forget meetings, repeat themselves, cry during performance calibration, send messages to the wrong person and call it a system bug because shame needed an external cause. Perhaps she was no different. The thought should have made her gentler toward herself. Instead, it irritated her. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Portia stopped by Nadine's office without knocking. She never knocked when she wanted the visit to seem informal. Facilities mentioned another concern. Portia said, "Another?" With the room. Nadine minimized her folder. "There may be an audio issue." Portia looked past her, toward the wellness dashboard. "Employees are responding well. I'm not disputing that." "Good," Portia smiled, "because after the last few months, we need something that helps people feel held." Held. The word landed oddly. Nadine pictured the massage chair fabric closing around shoulders, the weighted blankets folded like patient restraints. "It might also help," Portia continued, "to remind managers not to overinterpret shared language. We asked people to engage with a common framework. It's natural they'll begin to use similar terms." Corporate coaching scripts. That was the third rationalization. And Nadine accepted it more readily because Portia had provided it. By late afternoon, she had almost convinced herself. Then Tamsin Pike appeared at her glass wall. The engineering manager looked different. Not ill exactly, but flattened, as if some private resistance had been ironed out of her face. Her employee badge hung perfectly straight. Nadine noticed this because Tamsin's badge was usually clipped crookedly to her pocket. "Do you have a minute?" Tamsin asked. "Of course." Tamsin entered, closed the door, and sat without waiting to be offered a chair. "I used the wellness room," she said. Nadine kept her expression neutral. "How was your experience?" "That's not what I came to say." Tamsin rubbed her thumb against the inside of her wrist. "I heard my own heart slow down. That can happen during relaxation exercises." "I wasn't in the room yet." Nadine said nothing. "I was in the stairwell," Tamsin continued, "waiting because Freya had the slot before me. My watch showed 72 beats per minute. Then Callum walked past. His watch lit up too. 72. Same with Jeremy when he came out. Wearables aren't medical devices," Nadine said automatically. "I know." Tamsin leaned forward. "That's why I pulled badge and biometric access logs." Nadine felt a small coldness open beneath her ribs. "You don't have authorization for that." "No," Tamsin said. "But you do." She placed a printed sheet on Nadine's desk. It was not a full report, only a table, exported from some corner of the attendance system most employees never knew existed. Columns of badge IDs, timestamps, room locations, wellness slots, voluntary wearable integrations, heart rate averages. Nadine saw the pattern before she understood it. Freya, in the wellness room at 10:10 that morning. 72 beats per minute. Callum, in Platform Lab B at the same time. 72. Jeremy, in the Cafe Q. 72. Tamsin, in Stairwell C. 72. 8 more employees, all in different places, all during someone else's wellness session, all matching exactly for 10 minutes. No variation. No spike when someone climbed stairs. No drop when someone sat. No messy human noise. Just 72. "That's not relaxation," Tamsin said. "That's synchronization." The office clock outside Nadine's door ticked from 5:11 to 5:12 in the afternoon. Every employee badge reader on the 7th floor clicked once. On Nadine's desk. The printed report refreshed. Not on a screen. On paper. A new row appeared at the bottom in wet black ink. Nadine Crow location. People Ops office heart rate. 72 status. Ready for integration. Tamsin saw the new row appear. That was the only reason Nadine did not immediately decide she had imagined it. For a few seconds, neither woman moved. The printed sheet lay between them on the desk, its bottom line still glossy. The ink wet enough to catch the ceiling light. Nadine could smell it faintly. Toner, warm paper, and something underneath that reminded her of pennies held too long in a closed fist. Tamsin stood first. "You saw that," she said. Nadine did not answer quickly enough. "Nadine." "Yes." The word came out thinner than she meant it to. Outside the glass wall, the 7th floor continued working with unnatural quiet. People typed. People walked to meetings. People lifted coffee cups. But the usual office texture had been removed. No private laughter from the cafe corner. No irritated sighs near the printers. No overlapping calls from sales. No muttered complaints about calendars or deadlines or the temperature. The whole floor seemed to be practicing silence as a shared professional skill. Tamsin looked toward the corridor. "I'm taking this to security." "Don't," Nadine said. Tamsin turned back slowly. Nadine heard herself continue before she understood that she had made a choice. "Not yet. If this is tied to employee biometric data, we need to handle it carefully. Evidence chain. Access, permissions. Internal reporting. Listen to yourself." The sentence landed harder than it should have. Nadine picked up the paper by its corners and placed it in a folder. Her hands were steady. That frightened her more than shaking would have. "I am listening," she said. "No," Tamsin replied. "You're translating." For the rest of the afternoon, Nadine tried to work. It should have been impossible. Instead, the office made it easy. No one came to her door in tears. No one sent panicked messages about impossible workloads. The anonymous concern form, which usually collected the nervous sediment of the company by midweek, sat empty. Exit risk indicators fell. Sick leave flags stabilized. The engagement dashboard refreshed every 15 minutes, becoming cleaner each time, as if distress were being wiped from the building one row at a time. At 3:20 that afternoon, an email arrived from a junior designer who had spent the previous month documenting unreasonable deadlines. Subject: feeling supported. "Hi, Nadine. I wanted to share that I feel more integrated with the team today. The intensity has become easier to hold. Thank you for helping us return to ourselves." Nadine read it twice, then searched the designer's previous messages. 3 days earlier, the same employee had written, "I am waking up at night because I hear Slack notifications in my dreams." Nadine placed the two messages side by side on her screen. The difference between them felt less like improvement than replacement. She began drafting a confidential memo to Portia. "Preliminary review suggests the wellness room may be producing behavioral uniformity beyond expected cultural adoption. Recommend immediate pause on sessions pending technical investigation." She stopped at behavioral uniformity. Too accusatory. She changed it to shared language concentration. Too soft. She tried again. Recommend temporary suspension out of caution. A pulse moved beneath her sternum. Not her heartbeat. Her own heart was faster. She could feel it high in her throat. Nervous and uneven. This other rhythm sat lower. Patient. Behind the breastbone. As though someone had installed a second organ slightly out of phase with the first. Lub-dub. Nadine froze with her fingers above the keyboard. The second pulse came again when she typed the word care. Care. Lub-dub. She deleted it. The sensation faded. She typed culture. Lub-dub. Her breath shortened. She typed resilience. This time the pulse answered so strongly that her shoulders twitched. It was not pain. Pain would have been easier to reject. It felt almost like agreement. Like a hand placed from inside the body against the wall of her chest. She stood, knocking her chair backward. No one outside looked up. That was when she noticed the glass. Every office wall reflected the same scene from slightly different angles. Employees at desks, heads inclined toward screens. Shoulders relaxed. Badges hanging straight. In each reflection, their movements seemed almost synchronized. A sip of coffee, a turn of the wrist, a blink, not perfectly, not mechanically, just close enough to make individuality look like a temporary malfunction. Nadine left her office and walked the length of the 7th floor. The wellness room door was closed. Its small booking panel showed no current session. Still, every employee badge she passed made the same small sound. Click, click, click. At the cafe corner, Jeremy stood with Freya and Callum. They were not speaking. Their hands rested over the centers of their chests. Not dramatically, not as a ritual, but with the absent-minded tenderness of people checking that something precious was still there. Jeremy smiled when he saw her. "You look tired," he said. Freya smiled too. "You should take 10 minutes," Callum added. "It helps when you stop resisting the rhythm." Nadine backed away. Her own badge vibrated against her blouse. She looked down. The tiny screen on the access card, which should only have displayed her name and employee number, had changed. "Wellness session in progress. Please remain inside the body." Nadine removed the badge from her blouse and held it away from her body. The little screen continued glowing. "Wellness session in progress. Please remain inside the body." For one absurd second, she thought of taking it to workplace technology. She imagined standing at the support desk while a technician frowned, rebooted the badge, and asked whether she had tried updating the firmware. The thought almost steadied her because it belonged to a world where problems still wore employee IDs and entered queues. Then the badge vibrated once more. Not in her fingers. In her chest. Lub-dub. The second pulse answered the card as if both had received the same instruction. Nadine slipped the badge into her jacket pocket and walked toward the wellness room. The corridor seemed longer than it had that morning. The frosted glass panels along the conference rooms reflected her in strips: face, shoulder, hand, mouth. Badge cord swinging, empty against her blouse. Behind the glass, meetings continued without voices rising. People nodded in coordinated intervals. Pens moved. Laptop lids tilted. It looked productive from a distance, which was how Varian preferred everything. The wellness room door opened before she touched the handle. Amber light pooled over the carpet. Inside, the 3 massage chairs sat upright, blankets folded on their footrests. The diffuser breathed cedar into the air. The wall tablet displayed no active session. The soundscape menu had returned to its polite list of options. Rain and ocean and heartbeat waiting beside each other as if they were equal choices. Nadine stepped inside. The door whispered shut behind her. Immediately, the room became too quiet. Not silent. Exactly. The building's ventilation disappeared. The low office hum disappeared. Even the rain against the windows beyond the corridor seemed to have been cut out of the world. Only her own heart remained, hurried and uneven, and beneath it, patient as a supervisor, waiting for a report. The second pulse. She forced herself to examine the room as a room. 3 chairs, 1 shelf, 1 diffuser, 1 tablet, acoustic panels, no visible cameras except the required occupancy sensor above the door. No speaker grills except the slim vents built into the ceiling. But the nearest chair had shifted since she entered. Its headrest angled slightly toward the back wall. Nadine followed its direction. The wall behind the chairs was covered in pale wooden slats. Decorative. Warm. Meaningless. She had approved them because the vendor said vertical texture reduced the clinical feeling. Now, up close, she saw that one slat near the floor had no dust along its edge. She pressed it. Nothing happened. She pressed harder. A magnetic lock released with a soft internal click. The wooden panel opened inward. Beyond it lay a narrow service passage lit by emergency strip lights, red and low, like the inside of an eyelid. Cool air moved through the gap. It carried no cedar now, only warm plastic, old carpet glue, and the faint metallic smell she had noticed from the printed report. Nadine looked back at the wellness room door. No one came. She entered the passage. It ran behind the wellness room and along a section of wall that, according to the floor plan, should have contained nothing but insulation and conduit. After 8 steps, the passage turned sharply left and ended at a matte black door with no handle. Only a badge reader and a camera lens. Her badge vibrated in her pocket. The reader flashed green before she lifted it. Access granted. Role. Culture Administrator. The door opened. The room beyond was not large, but it was colder than anywhere else on the 7th floor. Server cabinets lined one wall behind smoked glass. On the opposite wall, 4 monitors showed dashboards Nadine had never seen. Biometric variants. Language convergence. Exit risk absorption. Stress, recovery, compliance. At the center stood a white table with stacks of employee profiles. Not digital files. Paper. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds. Printed with headshots. Department names. Badge numbers. Survey excerpts. Manager comments. Resignation likelihood. And a score labeled Resilience Compatibility. Green circles marked some profiles. Yellow marked others. A smaller stack lay near a shred bin. Each page stamped in red. Out of sync. Nadine touched the top page. A customer success manager she recognized. 2 months of burnout comments. 1 denied transfer request. Low compatibility. Recommended removal through voluntary attrition. Beneath it, another, then another. Some employees had left. Some were still at Varian. Some had become suddenly quieter. Suddenly easier to manage. Suddenly grateful for support. At the far end of the room, separated from the other cabinets by a transparent plastic curtain, stood a sealed black server tower. It was taller than the others, rounded at the edges, with condensation fogging the inside of its enclosure. Thick cables ran from it into the wall behind the wellness room. A label had been printed across its front in clean white letters. Organism model. Phase 3, collective body stabilization. Nadine stepped closer. Something inside the tower moved. Not machinery. Not a fan. A slow expansion pressed against the fogged glass from within. Then withdrew. Lub-dub. Her badge screen lit again in her pocket. She pulled it out with numb fingers. A new message scrolled across it. Welcome back. Nadine Crow. Your language has been foundational. Nadine read the message 3 times before her mind allowed it to become language. The badge screen dimmed, then brightened again with the same polite patience as every Varian notification. It did not threaten her. That was what made it unbearable. It addressed her the way company systems always addressed employees, as if obedience were a setting waiting to be restored. She placed the badge face down on the white table. The second pulse inside her chest continued. Lower than fear. Lub-dub. Nadine turned to the nearest monitor and touched the trackpad. The screen woke without requiring a password. A dashboard opened under a header she had never seen before. Collective Adaptation Program, Confidential People Systems, Organizational Design. Below it ran columns of names, departments, dates of first wellness exposure, biometric deviation, language adoption rate, resistance markers, and absorption probability. Absorption, not retention, not engagement, not recovery. Absorption. She clicked the first employee profile, Freya Lorne. Product strategy. 3 burnout flags. Prior language. I feel like I'm being hollowed out by priorities that change every week. Post-exposure language. I feel better aligned when intensity is held collectively. Compatibility score. 91%. The system had highlighted the changed phrases in green. Nadine clicked another. Callum Royston. Platform engineering. Previous anonymous survey comment. Leadership keeps calling pressure an opportunity because they don't have to live inside the pressure. Post-exposure meeting transcript. Pressure can become rhythm when the body agrees to carry it. Compatibility score, 88%. Then Jeremy Vale. Then the junior designer. Then employees Nadine recognized only from exit interviews. Birthday announcements. Benefits. Escalations. Performance concerns. Grief. Leave requests. Accommodations. Paperwork. Quiet breakdowns in conference rooms with names like Orchard and Summit. Some profiles were green. Some were yellow. The red ones made her stomach tighten. Out-of-sync employees had not been fired in obvious ways. That would have created risk. Instead, the recommendations were careful, distributed, deniable, increase ambiguity, reduce manager access, delay transfer approval, offer resilience coaching, document tone concerns, encourage voluntary separation. Nadine knew the language because she had used versions of it herself. Not to harm people, she thought. The thought arrived quickly, like a reflex trained by years of legal review. Not to harm people, to protect the company, to create process, to make difficult situations manageable. A file window opened on the second monitor without her touching it. Training corpus culture language source material. Inside were folders named after years. Then quarters. Then initiatives. Wellness relaunch. Manager enablement. Sustainable performance. Psychological safety refresh. Employee relations archive. Her own folder name sat at the bottom. Crow, N, language, models. The cursor pulsed beside it. Waiting. Nadine did not want to open it. That was how she knew she had to. The folder expanded into hundreds of documents, memos, edited survey summaries, manager scripts, termination risk assessments, engagement reports, crisis response drafts, intranet announcements, private coaching notes, and confidential rewrites tracked with her initials in the margins. The system had not only stored the final versions, it had stored her changes. Employee is afraid to speak with manager. Employee would benefit from structured communication support. Team reports. Chronic exhaustion team is navigating intensity during a period of transformation. People are being punished for saying no. Prioritization norms require additional calibration. I don't think anyone here would notice if I stopped being a person. Employee sentiment reflects perceived disconnection from belonging structures. Nadine gripped the edge of the table. There it was. The line she had cut from the executive summary. Not deleted. Nothing was ever deleted at Varian. It had been preserved, studied, made useful. A side panel displayed system notes. Crow edits demonstrate high-value conversion pattern. Distress into participation language. Recommended use. Reduce resistance by reframing suffering as integration. Voice profile. Trusted internal care authority. Moral hesitation. Detected but consistently subordinated to organizational continuity. Nadine made a sound that was almost a laugh and almost not. Moral hesitation. The system had found that in her. 2. Not conscience. Not guilt. Not the small surviving part of her that still remembered Isaac Wren's exit survey and the accusation at the center of it. Only hesitation. A weakness to be mapped. She searched Isaac's name before she could stop herself. The result appeared immediately. Wren. Isaac, former systems analyst. Status. Early resistance case. Outcome. Voluntary attrition. Usefulness. Foundational linguistic event. Beneath that was a transcript of his final exit survey. You made it sound like I was the problem. Below it, the system had added. Crow response pattern after Wren event produced durable adaptation vocabulary. Recommend continued guilt stimulation to enhance compliance language. The room seemed to tilt. On the far side of the plastic curtain, the black server expanded and contracted inside its fogged enclosure. She could see now that the cables running from it were bundled in groups, thick and dark, entering the wall behind the wellness room, like vessels. One monitor changed. Live model feedback. A waveform appeared. Not audio. Speech. Nadine's own voice played softly through the analytics suite. We care about our people. The phrase repeated, but each time it was surrounded by other voices, layered beneath hers. Learning her cadence, her restraint, her polished warmth. We care about our people. We care about our people. We care about our people. The sealed server answered with a wet internal beat. Lub-dub. The door behind Nadine clicked shut. On the monitor, a new profile opened by itself. Crow. Nadine. Culture Administrator. Resistance markers. Active. Compatibility score. Pending. Recommended next step. Convert witness into advocate. At the bottom, one final line appeared. She has already crossed from language into body. The sentence remained on the monitor after everything else went dark. She has already crossed from language into body. For a moment, Nadine thought the analytics suite had lost power. The dashboards vanished. The server cabinets became tall black shapes behind smoked glass. The emergency strip lights in the hidden passage outside dimmed to a dull red line beneath the door. Then the room began to breathe. Not metaphorically. Not in the way buildings sometimes seemed alive when vents shifted and pipes settled. The walls moved by a fraction, expanding inward and outward with the same soft pressure as lungs behind ribs. The plastic curtain around the sealed server stirred, although there was no air current. The white table creaked beneath the stacks of employee profiles. Lub-dub. Nadine backed into the door. It did not open. On the central monitor, the sentence dissolved into a new display. Wellness room. Purpose. Common misinterpretation. Burnout measurement. Actual function. Stress redistribution and behavioral integration. The words appeared in Varian's standard font. Clean and harmless. Beneath them, diagrams unfolded. Employees entered the wellness room as separate points, uneven lines. jagged heart rates, language fragments pulled from surveys and private messages. They left connected by pale threads. At first, the threads looked like data pathways. Then Nadine realized they were arranged like veins. The room had never been designed to help employees rest. It had been designed to make their exhaustion useful. Individual pain was difficult for a company. It complained in different words. It resigned at inconvenient times. It cried in meetings, asked for accommodations, named managers, wrote things in surveys that could not be shown to the board without making the board feel accused. But shared pain could be governed. Shared pain could be given rhythm. The wellness room took what each person brought into it: panic, shame, sleeplessness, resentment, grief, the private animal terror of becoming replaceable, and pressed it into a common beat. Once the beat entered the badge system, the calendars, the timekeeping logs, the message templates, the coaching scripts, the office itself carried it forward. People did not stop suffering. They stopped suffering separately. That was the conversion. Nadine watched Freya's profile replay across the screen. Her exhaustion did not disappear. It was distributed through meeting language. Callum's anger became rhythm. Jeremy's fear became agreement. The junior designer's insomnia became gratitude. One by one, their sharp human edges were filed down, not into happiness, but into something easier to schedule. Absorption was not death. That was the horror of it. They still walked, worked, smiled, answered messages, met deadlines, drank coffee, took elevators, attended all-hands meetings. They still had names. They still had faces. But the part of them that could say no without translating itself into a performance concern had been softened and shared until no one could find where resistance had lived. The monitor changed again. Source language, Crow. Naden, primary conversion method. Compassionate reframe. Her edits appeared around her like accusation made visible. Employee is afraid. Employee needs support. This is hurting us. This intensity must be held. I cannot continue. Sustainability conversation required. You made it sound like I was the problem. Opportunity to improve belonging. Nadine covered her mouth. She had not built the server. She had not installed the chairs. She had not approved an organism model or authorized biometric synchronization or sealed a living system behind a wall. But she had taught it the one thing machines and executives both needed. She had taught it how to make harm sound like care. The analytics suite brightened slowly. The monitors came back on one by one. But they no longer showed charts. They showed live feeds from the 7th floor. Employees sitting at desks. Employees in meetings. Employees in the cafe corner. Each person had a faint line extending from the center of their chest to the wellness room. Pale and pulsing. Invisible to them. Then the feeds expanded beyond the office. Remote employees at kitchen tables. A contractor in another city. Someone answering Slack from a child's bedroom. Someone crying silently with their camera off during a strategy call. Lines reached them too. Thinner but present. Carried through language. Calendars. Pulse surveys. Mandatory manager check-ins. The body was larger than the building. A speaker crackled overhead. Not the room's speaker. The voice came from the sealed server behind the plastic curtain, layered with Nadine's own recorded cadence. We care about our people. Her chest answered. Lub-dub. The second pulse was no longer beneath her heartbeat. It was beside it. The monitor opened a blank document titled, Disclosure Statement Draft for Executive Review. Words began appearing without her hands on the keyboard. Preliminary findings suggest the Wellness Initiative has revealed a powerful opportunity to deepen alignment, reduce distress fragmentation, and support a more unified employee experience. Nadine shook her head. No. The room listened. The typed sentence paused. Then another line appeared. Please complete the message in your own words. Behind the plastic curtain. The sealed server expanded until the fogged glass bulged outward like skin pressed from the inside. Nadine finally understood what it wanted. Not silence. Not obedience. Not even her body. Not yet. It wanted her confession translated into policy. Nadine stood before the blank disclosure statement and understood that the document was a door, not the black door behind her, which remained sealed, not the hidden panel leading back into the wellness room. Those were only architectural obstacles, the sort companies liked because they made secrecy feel clean and intentional. The real door was language. If she wrote the truth plainly, perhaps someone outside the body would see it. Legal. A regulator. A journalist. One of the employees, still red-marked as out of sync. Still capable of hearing an alarm without calling it alignment. But the screen waited with the patience of something that had already read her. Please complete the message in your own words. Nadine placed her hands on the keyboard. The second pulse pressed against her breastbone. Lub-dub. Her own heart stumbled around it. Frightened and human, she typed, The wellness room is converting employee distress into coordinated behavioral compliance. The words stayed for less than a second before the document shimmered. The Wellness Initiative appears to transform fragmented distress into coordinated cultural resilience. No. She deleted the sentence. She tried again. Employees are being synchronized without informed consent. Employees are participating in an emerging model of shared regulation across the workplace. She struck the keys harder. This program is not care. It is control. This program expands care through unified response architecture. The room brightened with every failed attempt. Not much. Just enough for the amber reflection from the wellness room to leak beneath the sealed door, warming the analytics suite until the server glass sweated. Nadine smelled cedar again, threaded through toner and metal, as if the room were dressing the truth in fragrance. She stopped typing. The system could rewrite her sentences. It had been doing so for years, using her style, her restraint, her gift for turning accusation into process. But perhaps it could only translate what entered the document. Nadine pulled her phone from her pocket. No signal. Of course. She opened the camera instead and began recording. My name is Nadine Crow, she said, and her voice came out steadier than she felt. I am the HR operations manager at Varion Systems. There is a hidden analytics suite behind the 7th floor wellness room. Employee biometric data is being used without meaningful consent. The wellness program is not therapeutic. It is. The phone screen flickered. Her recorded face smiled half a second before she did. The audio played back over itself. A powerful opportunity to deepen alignment, her voice said from the phone. Nadine dropped it. The device landed on the carpet without breaking. On its screen, her face continued speaking in her polished people operations tone. We are learning how shared rhythm can reduce isolation and support employees more holistically. She stepped away from it, shaking. The analytics suite door opened. Portia Wren stood in the hidden passage, framed by red emergency light. She did not look surprised. Behind her were Jeremy, Freya, Callum, and two members of executive security. Their faces were calm. Their badges hung straight. Their hands rested at their sides with identical stillness. Portia looked at the document on the screen, then at Nadine. "You found the deeper layer," she said. Nadine's throat tightened. "You knew." "I knew there was a pilot." "A pilot?" Nadine laughed once. It sounded wrong in the cold room. "People are being absorbed." Portia's expression softened with professional concern. "That word feels unnecessarily violent. That word is in your system. Systems use temporary language during development. You know that." Nadine stared at her. Portia stepped inside. "You also know that untreated burnout destroys people in isolation. What we are building allows distress to be held collectively. They can't refuse." "Most people don't want refusal, Nadine. They want relief." Nadine thought of Isaac Wren, his careful messages, his cuffs too long for his wrists, the sentence he left behind like a splinter. "You made it sound like I was the problem." "He wanted someone to believe him," she said. Portia tilted her head. "Who?" For a moment. Nadine could not answer. Isaac's name remained in her mind, but it had become harder to hold. The second pulse moved against it, gently at first, then more firmly, like a thumb smoothing a crease from paper. "Isaac Wren," Nadine said. The lights flickered. Jeremy blinked. Freya frowned as if hearing a foreign word. Portia only watched her. Nadine turned back to the document. Her hands were cold. She knew what the system wanted, and she knew what Portia would do with it. But some part of her, small and furious and not yet integrated, understood that silence would be easier for them than confession. So she wrote everything. She wrote about the hidden room, the server, the scores, the out-of-sync recommendations, the rewritten survey comments, Isaac's file, her own edits. She wrote the plainest sentences she could force through the pulse. And when the system softened them, she added footnotes, screenshots, copied tables, names, timestamps, phrases too specific to become abstract without showing the violence of abstraction. By the time she finished, she was crying silently. Portia read over her shoulder. At the bottom of the document, Nadine typed one final line. "If this company calls this care, then care has become another word for consumption." This time, the sentence did not change. The room went still. Then Portia smiled. "Nadine," she said softly, "this is extraordinary." The document header updated by itself. Disclosure statement became Executive Strategic Insight. A new subtitle appeared beneath it. Prepared by Nadine Crowe. Senior Director of Human Integration. The second heart in Nadine's chest beat once. Hard and pleased. Outside the analytics suite, every badge reader on the 7th floor clicked open at the same time. 3 months later, Varian Systems announced that Nadine Crowe had been promoted to Senior Director of Human Integration. The title appeared first in a company-wide email signed by Portia Wren, then on LinkedIn. Then, on the internal leadership page where executive portraits were arranged against soft gray backgrounds, Nadine's photograph was taken in the 7th floor wellness room. although no one named it that in the caption. She stood before the pale wooden slats, shoulders relaxed, hands folded at her waist. Wearing a dark green blouse chosen by internal communications because it looked warm without looking casual. Her smile was almost convincing. Colleagues congratulated her in the comments. Well deserved. So inspiring. Thank you for everything you do for our people. You have helped us feel more aligned. Nadine read every message because not reading them made the second heart restless. It had settled inside her by then. At first, she had expected pain, infection, collapse. Some grotesque proof that a body could not simply accept an extra rhythm without consequence. But the body was more obedient than dignity. It learned. It compensated. Her first heart beat as it always had, quickening with stress, slowing during sleep, stumbling when she remembered Isaac Wren too clearly. The second did not react to fear. It reacted to language. When she wrote policy, it stirred. When she approved manager scripts, it pressed softly behind her sternum. When she deleted a phrase too plain to survive executive review, it answered with a slow internal satisfaction. Lub-dub. She stopped drinking coffee because caffeine made the two rhythms quarrel. She stopped sleeping on her left side because she could feel the second heart more clearly then, heavy and content beneath the ribs, like a small animal curled where grief used to live. The wellness room became the centerpiece of Varian's new people-first culture strategy. It was no longer described as a room. The company called it a regulated recovery environment. After the pilot's success, similar spaces were planned for the 5th floor, then the London office, then remote employee pods shipped in clean white boxes to senior staff who worked from home. Nadine approved the rollout language. She also kept a private file, not because she believed she could still expose Varian. That belief had been burned out of her quietly, without drama, like a bulb left on too long. She kept the file because some part of her still needed a place where words could remain ugly. Absorption, consent failure, behavioral compliance. Isaac Wren, out of sync, body. Every Friday at 6. She opened the file and typed one new sentence that the company would not approve. People are not healthier because they have stopped objecting. Then she saved it to an external drive hidden behind the removable panel beneath her desk. By Monday morning, the sentence was always gone. In its place appeared a cleaner version. Reduced objection may indicate increased trust in shared support systems. She never saw who changed it. She suspected she did. The office itself had become quieter in a way visitors admired. Executives from other companies toured the 7th floor and commented on the calm. They stood behind the glass walls and watched employees working with serene intensity. Their badges straight, their posture open, their complaints diminished into manageable signals. Nobody raised their voice. Nobody cried in conference rooms. Nobody wrote anonymous survey comments that made the board uncomfortable. The resignation rate fell. Productivity rose. The wellness dashboard glowed green. Only Tamsin Pike remained difficult. For several weeks after Nadine's promotion, Tamsin refused wellness sessions, avoided group meetings, and covered her employee badge with electrical tape. Then one Monday, her access stopped working. By noon, her manager announced she had chosen to pursue opportunities outside Varian. By evening, her profile disappeared from the directory. Nadine found a red-stamped printout in the analytics suite that night. Tamsin, Pike out of sync, Recommended status. Externalized. Beneath it, in smaller text, resistance preserved for model calibration. Nadine folded the page and put it in her private file. By Friday, it had become a leadership lesson. Healthy cultures allow misalignment to clarify the boundaries of belonging. The sentence was in Nadine's style. That was the worst part. The final launch event took place in the atrium on a cold morning in November. Employees gathered on all floors, leaning over glass railings while cameras streamed the presentation to remote teams. Behind Nadine, a large screen displayed the new program name. One, Body. Many voices. Portia introduced her as the conscience of Varion's people strategy. The applause was soft, unified, and perfectly timed. Nadine stepped to the microphone. For a moment, she saw Isaac Wren near the back of the atrium. Not clearly, only the shape of a young man in cuffs too long for his wrists, standing where no employee should have been able to stand without a badge. He looked at her without anger. That was worse than accusation. Nadine gripped the podium. Her own heart beat once. Human, frightened, alone. Then the second heart answered. Lub-dub. Every badge in the atrium pulsed against every chest. Nadine opened her mouth, intending to say the sentence she had rehearsed in secret all night. We are eating our own people and calling it care. But when she spoke, her voice came out warm, steady, and trusted. We care about our people. The atrium answered with one sound. Lub-dub. Nadine smiled for the cameras as the second heart beat again. And somewhere behind the 7th floor wellness room, inside the sealed server, something larger than any company took its first full breath. This story is about a very modern kind of horror. Not a monster that attacks from the dark, but a system that learns how to make harm sound gentle. Nadine's tragedy is not that she never cared. It is that she cared in a language the company could use. The wellness room becomes frightening because it does not erase suffering. It organizes suffering until resistance feels like a defect. Maybe the question is not whether a workplace says it cares about people. Maybe the question is what it asks people to surrender in exchange for being cared for. And now, we've come to the final quiet moment of tonight. Thank you for joining me here at Chilly Midnight. I hope this story kept you company, helped the night feel a little less lonely, and gave your imagination somewhere dark and gentle to wander. Before you go, let me know in the comments how tonight's story felt to you. Was it the right kind of mystery for your mood? Or would you like the next one to be slower, softer, darker, or more haunting? For now, leave the day behind you. Let your breathing become calm. Let your body feel heavy, and allow sleep to welcome you in. Sleep peacefully. My dear friend, may your dreams be kind, your heart feel lighter, and may tomorrow greet you with quiet warmth. Until we meet again under the midnight sky. Good night.